Chapter 71 Chapter 66 Take a Leap August. T.H. Ripley's 8th day. Having breakfast with his mother still can't believe you're managing to fix it up. His leg? That thing is the devil's work, my mother said over salad. We were eating out at the old armory. Not her preferred idea of our weekly breakfast, but I said I would make up for it with tomorrow's lunch. That new protocol of yours sure is beautiful. Right, I was on my second sleepless night. It's pretty damn good. Every time I blinked, I could see the images etched on my eyelids, translucent metallic limbs fusing and breaking down in my sight, their various mechanisms pulled apart to suspend within the air for my inspection. It was one thing to do the theory and design simulations with downloaded software. It was another thing directly to have your brain reprogrammed for it. All of my knowledge rearranged itself to perform calculations, manipulations, and recombinations of shardware in front of my eyes. Everything I'd ever broken down with reverse engineering code manifest in front of my eyes with a blink with scrapyard. And mimicking a database bug only further perfected their images. No, not mere images. Simulations of shardware from their framework, to coding, to even experimental modifications could be visualized upon entirely within my head and etched into reality. Even my mom could view the simulations when she connected to my frame, and combining it with the Shardware Zen Focused Analyze feature I mimicked, I was able to directly incorporate real Zen time findings into my vision as I worked on the Ardeen NEN's leg, mapping the sleek metal's various canyons and mountains of untold treasures. It just had the side Zen effect of leaving me a tiny bit drained. I fell asleep on my salad. Later that night, sitting on my desk, I stared up at my right claw, satisfied. It was good work, and Ardeen NEN's money had already been useful. It was also the time I decided to absorb a second bronze bug, directing it entirely into me energized function, absorbing warp code. Forcing compatibility, energized V. Sen Gontim S updated to V. Nis effect, reduced mental strain from warp burns. When directing warp energy through the central nervous system, energized V. Gontim S updated to V. Effect, slight boost to mental output when warp energy is directed to the brain. It was interesting that Energized had updated to reduce mental strain. Was it because the features absorbed warps I can't sustain? I tested it out with Thescripyard protocol, feeling it becoming easier to mentally spill out visual overlays into my brain's processing of vision. Then, I pushed into Thethop multiplier, Scrapyard X Arachne. The effect was tremendous. Whereas before it was easy to make out rough blurring in the virtual mechanical pieces, now they solidified until it became almost graspable. I floated the 6 arms into various positions, mapping them on my back as I organized the makeup of the soul branch spine to work with it. Yes, things were coming together. Every droplet of progress would one day fill a sea. August Ba T.H. Ripley's 9th day, having lunch with his mother. This is incredible. Your notes. Everything seems perfect. Too perfect. Breadcrumbs fell in between my mother's candor, but I felt a bit disgruntled. Hey, I know it's impressive, but I'd rather not talk about work right now. I sipped coffee, artificially flavored, but the caffeine was a necessary hit. Yes. My mother laughed it off. Have you asked that girl out yet? I'm working on it, I said, bemused by her sudden shift. You know, your father asked me out while I repaired his laundry machine. I was a shy young girl back then, never the type to go for the son of a suit, but his brazen confidence for something real won me over. He even brought a flower, who brings a flower to a girl fixing up his laundry machine. I do not want to hear this. Point is, Ripley, take a leap. I knocked on the door, hoping it would be answered, my breath clamoring my chest as I waited. Mirage opened the door soon after, confused by my unannounced appearance. Hey, Mirage, can I come in? I smiled. Was it too big of a smile? Did my teeth look weird? Were they too yellow? Yeah, you don't need to ask. She raised an eyebrow. Everything all right? Her dreadwire rocked up a storm in Little Requiem a few days ago, killing a Los Diablos DJ and a Metal Heavens priest. I've been busy. I stepped in. How are your personas? They're fine. She quickly answered. Daylight's training is going well. She's a quick learner. She'll be ready by the time we enter the facility. Midnight's in the net, Twilight's handling a contract. So just you in your head right now? I wasn't sure if I preferred that. Seems like it. Wanna go out with me? It's been a while since it's just been me, Zan, huh? Confidence X asking Mirage out, want to go out on a date? I said more firmly. I'm not the others with Zan. She got heated up, taking a seat. I would love to, but it's complicated because of Zan. Right, I never clarified. I coughed. Would you like to go out on a date with me? She froze, her eyes darting away from mine. You mean? I raised 4 fingers up. I go out on 4 dates, 1 for each of your 3 personas and you. I hope that would be enough. Do you even have the time? Her breath came out nervously, her feet stepping over the other. Sorry, this is just something that doesn't happen to me much, but I just want to know you, Elsa. All of you. I pulled up something from my pockets. It was a metallic rose with 4 different colored petals. I was originally going to make 4, but I was a little strapped for time and Zan, okay. She took the flower blooming red, blue, violet, and lavender. Her cheeks were the faint color of a real rose. Zan, I can't say no when you've put in this much effort. I would. Like that date? Thank the founders. So, we setting a date for the date? I awkwardly laughed. 1 second. Mirage tapped her wristband. All 3 bars of red, violet, and blue lit up. The red band pulsed first. Midnight's dark whispers ushering out as Elsa gasped before her eyes turned red and a sharp tone stabbing into me. A stupid decision, but I'll be the first to judge you. Please me or die. August Chitier at 2 p.m. Meet me here. From red to blue trickled a happy smile. Daylight's cheer singing out. You know how long I've been waiting. Well, not too long since I'm pretty new, but it was love at first sight. The next day after midnight, we'll have breakfast. Oh, okay. Twilight's calmer eyes instilled the most anxiety from me. So you've finally gone and asked her out. Touch. I'll be a tease. Finish things up with Mirage, then you'll get me. Mirage blinked. Right. I guess then after you and Daylight, we can go out. Twilight's date comes after that. But Ripley, do you have the time to spend a full day on me? I want to spend a lot of days on you. I answered honestly, before correcting it hurriedly. With you, yeah, of course. She pushed her hair behind her ear. Was that it, or actually, yeah, there's more. I wanted to ask you about feature links since you're the best warp code expert here. Since you helped get me one for my frame. I tapped the metal slab on my head to make the point. Right? She sat on the couch, her eyes still refusing to even take a hint of mine. I had done a peripheral scan of your frame and found the personality matrix inside there. Naturally, due to the events at the club, it was overactive, which your frame couldn't handle. So I installed a simple engram for stability on there, which your psyche feature manifested the neural matrix if I remember. That's about it. What do you mean by a simple engram, though? They're a bit obscure, but they're basically simple outlines of warp code associated with a general theme. I use them to train my personas, not used much in shard operating, because your clients will want something specific. Besides, engrams are based on warp code, so they're formed using bugs specially extracted and modified with added to weaving function attuned to that aspect of warp code manipulation. To change the feature into something else, sort of like data mimicry. So then, what other engrams do you have? These simple ones. Stabilization, coordination, control, detection, and misdirection. Then she puckered her lips, but it's costly to use them. When I stabilized you, I used the silver shard Zan bit you had on you. Right, that explains where it went. I thought I had lost a Wu-Tsen Shardine piece when Diamante asked me to show it off to him. I pulled out 10 bronze shards from my pocket. This enough. I can absorb them and convert them into a similar grade of warp code using a protocol of mine. She observed each piece of wealth. Why not just use my own gold? I contemplated the idea. You could, but unless you have excess, it'll feed on your updates. You actually could, since you absorb Baifunji Bai of the warp code if you mimic my data weaving function. I see no reason why you couldn't shape an engram yourself. So if I was getting the steps right, you could use a Tawivingto, take a feature from a bug, and convert it into an engram, which served as a general vessel or framework that could be repeatedly used to create feature links by feeding it warp code from Anoter implant. That could be considered the inorganic method of creating a feature link. The organic method, then, would simply occur through prolonged usage of an adapter's own feature through shardware. Though the method for my Neuroframe's link appeared to be a hybrid, she reached out into a laptop by her table, plugging the wires of her arm into the device. All right, connect whatever shardware you want into this, then try manipulating the engram to get a feel for it. I hopped over, raising my left leg onto the table and plugging it in. I browsed through and opted for the coordination engram, which seemed to have roots from sustain and accommodation. Then Mirage parted her hair to show the sleek but large frame planted across her nape down to her shoulders. Reading her warp code was an intimate encounter once more. I could feel the passage of her thought shift course. Even if we weren't directly sharing a single skull now, no discernible predictions could be made. But the simple glance of our metallic bodies in contact sparked an electricity, mimicking data weaving. Effective VR der name each time, I was peeking a little closer into who she was. The story of her growth as a data delver. For as much as I liked her, I still barely knew a thing about her. I sensed great darkness within her, alongside an illuminating light like the moon against the backdrop of a starless cosmos, manipulating the tides of warp code with ease. Strapping in, I connected myself to the meshwork of wires, allowing my chosen engram to spread over the leg. It flowed like a miasmic bunch of grasping vines to my vision, squirming their way into my leg's physique. I acted before it could fully form, absorbing the energy from shards into my body, which all cracked and splintered away into tangible streams of warp code through my mimicry of Mirage's data weaving. A thought occurred to me. Could I absorb the warp code I create using these shards while mimicking her feature? An idea for later? Taking a glance over the vines, I didn't notice any irregularities outright. But true to Mirage's words, they never seemed to have any regularity in themselves. I could tell it was skillfully made, but the vastness of options allowed to it were staggering. It was an overgrown plant, in my opinion, and needed some pruning. So I started with the accommodation aspects of it. I didn't see a need to make my legs feel more like legs, but looking at it more clearly, I noticed some interweaving of what I identified to Bepishation and duration influences within the engram. I decided to keep Thepsyche, allowing it extra space to bloom, as the latter feature was yanked apart by the rough shears of my mind. Feeling a tad bit more satisfied, I allowed the engram to fully engross itself by feeding it the warp code I'd created. It was like the vines, which were hollowed out, had gained color, becoming full of life and energy as precious drink-drenched vitality within it. Then I froze halfway. I didn't want this to become linked to data weaving, so I switched to mimicking a sustain bug. It already had a basis to improve my coordination, so I felt the synchronizing tunes and allowed it to hum in place. Or I froze again. What if I linked it to Apishi's? To the nexus of my brain's processing power. Specifically, what if I focused on that preservation matrix? That could be interesting, so I leaned into it. It took a few minutes of stirring currents in through the vines, nothing too difficult, but then again establishing links had eased due to data mimicry. Feature link established. Reactive autonomy psyche. I lifted the limb off the table, proud that I'd done and finished with one of the most daunting and profitable tasks for a shard op worked like a charm. I smiled through, feeling the limber tech. Kick me. She turned her head, before attempting to do so with a shrug. Without even activating my matrix, my left leg slid backwards into place and easily dodged the stomp. My right leg did not. I almost fell over because of it. That might be an issue. Did I have to give both legs the same feature link? I wasn't against it, but it could be a waste. This single link costed Wu Xian Shartine to create. She tried to kick my leg again, to no avail as it just danced away. Maybe it would work better for your frame? Some nervous system unit? If you could imitate the process, Dan. I stopped her there. A spine? Huh. I'll put it on my spine. I grinned. August UTH Ripley's 10th day. Getting a call from Diana. Spending the rest of the evening at Mirage's, I'd shown off Thescrapyardon was just about putting the finishing touches on my spine as she watched with interest. It was almost ready, before Twilight called me a bore and demanded we watch movies. It was early next morning when Diana called. She said she had something interesting to show me, but couldn't directly tell me what. But she sounded pretty panicked by it. I told her I'd try to find the time since I was busy, but nothing concrete until my upcoming projects were finalized. That was half the reason. She also now had a sizable bounty that put hundreds of mercenaries to shame. And I didn't know if taking that risk would have been worth it. There also might have been what Twilight called flirting from her end. You just asked us out on a date? The nerve of you? Twilight smacked some sense into me. It was mostly her. I tried to defend myself. I did a poor job of it, but regardless, at least she seemed excited about our date. And so was I. Jian Jian Jian. Chapter 72, Jian Jian Jian, Chapter 67. 4 dates. One woman August, Joe T.H. Ripley's 10th day. Dinner with his mother. I told you the flower works. She coddled me in her arms. It was probably the wine. I decided to take a liberty with my income and take her to a nice steakhouse. Yeah, you did. I was being squeezed really tight to think my boy could actually jet a date. Okay, that was uncalled for. August H. Ripley's 11th day. Preparing for a date with Midnight. I'd spent the morning hours tinkering with my leg, only to kind of break it apart because turns out once you put in a feature link, it becomes very hard to remove one. Not one to look down. I took it as an opportunity to improve the structure, creating a more physically capable and resilient limb. Yeah, I'd basically built it from scratch, which was a heavy dent in my deposits, but something interesting did come out of it. I could absorb feature links. Absorbing warp code. Feature link consumed. Data mimicry VE darnunil updated to VE darnun C effect. Increased ability to replicate absorbed feature links. Huh, interesting. The last thing I expected to see was Mirage wearing black lipstick, a leather jacket, and enough spiky rings to punch a hole through my skull. Midnight, in the flesh and blood, was a more spunky version of Mirage. Midnight spat some gum on the sidewalk. You took your time. I was on time. My clock read Zodiam Wishitsifen. I was early. A real man would have arrived 20 minutes earlier. She glared into me with eyes I was not used to seeing on Mirage. So what did you have planned, Midnight? I tried to remain civil. Listen up. She snapped her fingers. I don't think you're fit to be with Mirage. Nowhere near. Clear as a founder's shaved nutsack, you just want to bone her. So, here's the deal. I'll let you have sex with me. Hell, if you're a good fuck, we can make it a regular thing. But you don't dare try anything with Mirage or my younger sisters. To say I was taken aback was putting it lightly. Zan, that seems kind of immoral. It's her body and I don't just want. That served to only make Midnight more angry. What? You saying I don't deserve a body to have a good time with. You think Mirage is the only one deserving to enjoy everything an organic has. I don't choose to spend most of my life in the net. So when I do get this chance, I make the most of it. Mirage knows. She doesn't care what we do with this body when she's not in it. She made a good point. Yeah, okay, I can see where you're coming from. Why don't we slow down? You want to make the most of this. Then trust me? Ha, bitch. You can't even be trusted with your own arm. I wonder how many times you jack off to her after watching those movies. She eyed me dangerously, and I was close to reaching my breaking point. But then I eased. Midnight ex-friendship. I unclenched my fist. You're the oldest of the personas, right? Yeah, what of it? Then I can see why you're protective of them. You called Midnight and Twilight your younger sisters. She eyed me with surprise. Them and Mirage are all I care about. I was serious, Midnight. You're the one I know least about. Everyone tells me how scary you are, but you're still born from the same stuff they were. I like Mirage. Alet, I want to have the chance to really become close to her. And you. I know you carry her contempt with you, so I don't really blame you for being so wary of me." She scoffed. "Pity won't get you anywhere. You said I wasn't worthy." My eyes focused. "Why? You're a fucking mess, Ripley. Mirage needs stability. We all do. I'm not blind rage. She's smart. She knows what to be angry about, and I encompass it because it's what keeps us together. You know how fucking angry she was when you were half dead on the hotel floor. How angry a became." She stepped closer to me. "You're self-destructive, overly ambitious, and will get yourself killed. Then, what will Mirage do? I'd fly down to hell and rip your soul back here just for the pain you would cause her. You make really good points, actually." I couldn't deny any of it. I'm a cesspool of fuck-ups. But lately I've started to change my view on them. I know what I am. What I've done, that I'm one wrong day away from snapping half the time. But that doesn't mean I'm not trying to get better. I am. And I'm not nearly delusional enough to think I can fix a person. Mirage's problems are her own. Mine are mine. But I don't see why we can't lend a helping hand. A shoulder to cry on. You're angry, right? Just let it out." Midnight Halfton chuckled. "Please, you already don't like me when I'm an avatar. I say anything in this body and you'll probably hate Mirage too. You know these are hidden thoughts, right? The ones she won't say." "I know. So let's do something real stressed and relieving." An idea popped in my head. "Follow me." The walk was short from her place. But eventually we ended up under a bridge that looked like a dump. Because it was one. Everything here was gathered over a century of wasteful metal thrown over the bridge for fun. A tradition for some reason. I used to come here when I was younger to loom over any shardware pieces. Hochin came here to smack shit up. I picked up a hefty wooden beam, tossing it over to Midnight. Think he was more successful between our endeavors. Just break a bunch of shit and yell about things you hate. You can't be serious. I am. I raised my eyebrows, smacking a rod into an old couch, the bowing of the springs intensely satisfying. Honestly, I think I need it too. Who the fuck does Topaz think he is? Taming me? Midnight grabbed up a television, throwing it to the floor as a rush of adrenaline shuddered through her. He gave me one fucking bar of chocolate after we spent Boschesaucher hours in the net. I was the only one awake. Of course, I wanted food. Should have shaved him bald, I yelled after, bringing down my claws to crush a desk. Good idea. She helped snap my desk in two. "Okay, fine, you pass. I pass." I had no idea what that meant. But then she stood on the tips of her toes and planted a soft kiss on my cheek. I'd almost gotten used to her tough demeanor that seeing her blush was nostalgic. I kind of wanted a boy toy. "Hope you're good in bed." Before I could even think of a response, lavender light returned in those eyes, fluttering to survey the scene in front of us. That was entertaining to watch. You handled her well. I thought she would be too much. She's strangely relatable, kind of refreshing to see someone who speaks their mind. I took the gamble, removing a wood chip from Mirage's hair. "You look cute with black lipstick." Thank you," she peeped, turning her eyes away. "And I should have told you, but yeah, if any of my personas do want to, do the deed. It's not something I hold against them. We have an agreement." "Oh, yeah, it's Jen. Yeah, I get it." She chuckled it through the awkwardness. "So daylight tomorrow?" I confirmed. "Yeah, she's excited." "So am I." I smiled, and her eyes droned out to my face for a few still moments. For a second, I thought something was going to happen here between us, but neither of us moved. The stillness encapsulated us. But maybe that was enough for now. August She-Th Ripley's 12th day, and he's on a date with Daylight. Daylight's date was far less eventful than Midnight's. We went on a walk, visited a cafe, took some pictures at a park before dropping her off back at her place. "You're such a gentleman," dressed in a frilly pink and blue dress. It was the exact opposite of what I'd seen yesterday. I liked this too. No wonder Midnight actually liked you. So want to do something more fun? Depends. What do you have in mind? Mirage had given me the go. In some sense. Zan, I guess. It's going to have both us screaming, "Daylight teased." Then I can't wait. Okay, I decided that if I got uncomfortable at any point of this, I would stop. I had that much self-jan control. Turns out I had no self-jan control, throwing down the controller as daylight beat me for the 8th time on the console game. Some stupid animated racing game where we threw red and green shells at each other. Abruptly, as the 9th match ended, she kissed me on the cheek, a warmth cradling her skies and blue eyes. "I'm missing you already, Rip," Mirage blinked out, laughing as she noticed the controllers in our hands. "Yeah, I hate this game too. She always tries to win bets using it. I'm never doing this again. Well, I mean, I am, the whole going on dates with you thing. But fuck this game." I struggled to not toss the controller into pieces. "So, you and me now? Me and you?" Mirage repeated, a hint of a smile on her face. "I actually chose the venue for this date, a shopping center, with a multitude of entertainment facilities and other avenues to explore. We took our time, first going to an arcade where we played games I actually could beat her at, though I suspected she went easy on me for the shooting game. I knew my limits. Then we went clothes shopping, and I was having the time of my life. She came out of the stall in a pretty revealing V-Zen neck covered over with a translucent pink top and black pants. I liked one article of clothing a bit more than the rest. However, she insisted that I find something other than the hoodie or sweatshirt I wore most days. I didn't want to tell her I wore baggy clothing like that to hide the presence of my glowing nipped. So instead I pointed out the hypocrisy, considering I always saw her in those type of clothes. Still, I couldn't deny that I felt pretty snazzy when I came out in a navy button zan up with a stylish black puffer jacket that fit well. Drippy. I like it, but it's missing something. Mirage walked over near the counter, picking out framed glasses from one of the aisle's selections of items. She placed them over my eyes, smiling through the glossy reflections I had over them. There you go. I don't know what changed so much for her to be twirling her hands. You look good in glasses. I do. My eyesight had always been sound. Still had some cradle genes in me from my dad's side. I think they suit you. It's cute. I like it, she admitted. I bought the glasses upon hearing that, but I also picked up a large cowboy hat I found interesting. You know who would look good in this? She eyed the hat with interest. Who? Diamante. I snorted. Could you imagine it? Cowboy robot. You know, Zan, her eyes lit up. I actually can imagine it. Buy it. I did so, at the drop of a hat. I made that joke and she actually laughed, but called it dumb. But hey, she had a beautiful laugh. We ended up going for a movie too, an actual cinema, which was my first time. I was not prepared for how loud everything would be, but I calmed down once her hand slid over my own. After, we decided to slow things down and head back to her place with some much-needed alcohol. We were tempted to go to a bar, but Mirage turned it down at the last second, claiming she was pretty loosely lipped when drunk. The drinking went nice, keeping an old comedy movie running in the background as we made idle talk. What does it feel like when they take over? I managed to keep my sobriety mostly together. Like a deep blanket? She got pretty loud when she drank. If I want to sleep, I can. But sometimes I go into the net too, though. It's not as good as when I'm awake. She took another sip of the wine, relaxing closer to me as we watched the movie. I couldn't help but take a glance at her. She was cute, beautiful, attractive, and smart, and I guess I didn't notice how long I had been staring at her until she looked back. See something you like? She got closer. All of you, I got closer. That was all it took for our lips to meet. A spark between us ignited into an inferno of perfect harmony. I knew this was right, that it was what was meant to be. The kiss only deepened. Mirage's arms finding their way to my chest and pushing up to my shoulders as neither of us wanted to let go for air. My hand caressed her cheek, stroking right under her jaw so that I felt her purr in my mouth. The heat between us softened as we each parted for breath, but not for a second did we take our eyes off each other. "Ripley," she gasped. "I want this, but Zan." My heart was ready to snap. "Zan, but I need you to be sure of this. I'm not Zan, not someone fit for this. I don't want to hurt you." She spoke with her breath. "You should." Know who I really am. What I am. What do you mean? I kept my arm around her shoulder, but even now I was doubting that. I grew up, trapped in a neocore facility. You know that. She glanced at my chest. Truth is, a part of me never escaped it. You mean emotionally? No, Ripley. Mirage bit her thumb. Aidzan, I'll explain it from the beginning. I was part of a secret division, organized by Beauregard Major, known as Firewatch. I don't know who my parents were. Maybe I was born in a cradle bred for the position. But all I know is that as a child I was scanned to have a brain with a high aptitude for warp code manipulation. So they shipped me off to the facility where I spent most of my life strapped into the net. I'm sorry. I didn't know what to say, but I hoped holding her hand was enough. It's okay. I barely remember it now. She squeezed back, but I couldn't not notice the slight tremble in it. Aidzan, I was good. Enough that they raised me up to gold grade by the time I was Sherwoo, but I wasn't the only one there. There were thousands of children like me, built in hierarchies of iron up to titanium, all to decipher the old data. It's terrifying. We never breached beyond the firewall, but we used specific filtration points where bits of the old data could slip through. Nothing dangerous enough to threaten releasing the Maltitan, but even that much could corrupt us. I saw so many of my peers lose themselves to it, become less human. They used a massive proxy network led by a Platinum to control the whole operation. They would control the titaniums. The titaniums would control golds, and we would control the silvers, and so forth. It resulted in what I could only describe as a Hive-Zan mind of thought. Thousands of iron features, Cozan, ordinated to control the streams of data we deciphered. That couldn't have been healthy. I felt stupid saying something so obvious. I probably would have died if I stayed there. She shuddered. You know how time moves differently when you're in the net. Well, the deeper you go, the faster it becomes. You could spend years down in the Voidnet's gold layer and only have minutes pass in real life. Across the years, I don't know how many decades or even centuries I spent down there. How'd you get out? One day. We delved deep, just about skimming the massive globe of flame protecting us. I'd never been so scared in my life. We spent what I think is years, pulling apart and making sense of some old media files. But then a titanium malware emerged and we weren't prepared enough. It was chaos, Ripley. Hundreds of us slaughtered, our consciousness devoured. I acted in survival of myself and delved into a rogue data surge. But the mal attacked, and somehow it dragged us beyond the firewall. You were in the old net? I hardened my hand around hers. She needed it. Time loses meaning. Maybe it was seconds, centuries, a millennia, but it felt like an eternity. I was just data being transferred and molded, torn and rearranged. But the Maltitan, for a moment I glimpsed it. She stared up at me, and I'll never forget what I saw in those violet jewels. A primal dread so deep that it penetrated the oceans. It looked back at me. That was the last thing I remembered before I woke up, my consciousness. It had been flung somewhere else entirely. Into the body of a comatose girl located in Westcrook who was never going to wake up. I replaced her. This body isn't mine. It never was. It belonged to someone named Nicole Stedman. Waking up, having a family I didn't know cry at the sight of me, I was an alien. They said I had amnesia, and for what it's worth, her parents were beyond nice to me. What happened after that? I was 14. But maybe in terms of thought, I was centuries old. Centuries old and I'd never seen the sun, couldn't remember the last time I breathed in fresh air, never cold or hot. Everything was so new that I hated it. It was all too much. So I ran away back where I was most comfortable, the net. Without a bug, it was dangerous, but I was still capable. Maybe I was hoping for a way back. I don't know, but every second I lived I felt wrong, like I'd lost something. My gold bug. So I did what I could to get back to it, easily broke into a few accounts, and stole some Shardine. Then I got one for myself. Was that when you figured out you were pseudogold? Yeah, awakening 4 features as an iron sent alarms through my head. It still wasn't enough. I felt instinctively broken, incomplete, a lie, a mirage. So I ran away from a home I never remembered in desperation to complete myself, joined up with groups of net delvers, betrayed them once it meant making money, repeated that cycle for 3 years until I met Missy. I know you haven't really spent a lot of time with her given the mission, but she helped me, made me feel stable. But it was still all too much. I was fractured, alone in Zan, then you got the personas. I held her close. When I upgraded to bronze. Midnight came first. I poured all of my rage and contempt into her. But what was left was someone delusional and happy, even when things went wrong. Daylight took that, but then I was a mess trapped in between the two emotions. So I split myself into two. Twilight became my mirror, a beacon of reflection that I could use to rearrange myself. Somewhere, she became more confident than me, a brighter half compared to who I was. You're still pretty damn bright, I let her shaking body sink into me. You know, Ripley, when I saw you, I thought you were a lost cause. I was against saving you. Why did that change? I gently stroked her hair away from those tears trickling down her face. Because you. I don't know, Ripley. It wasn't any specific moment. You were thrown around constantly because you didn't have the weight to match the momentum. But then, I saw the way you analyzed the world around you, took in the things people were saying like a sponge. You weren't resistant to the change. When I look at you, I see someone who can put themselves together no matter how many times they get torn apart. I'm not any of that. I said my feelings. I'm one bad day away from breaking. Lately, I've been able to extend my need to be alive and well to the people around me, for once. Maybe I'm living beyond myself. That's what I mean, Ripley. All I ever do is watch people, observe their actions, and predict what's to come. Like I'm the fucking all-seeing. Yet never once did I predict any of what you would do correctly. You should, by all accounts, be dead. But you didn't, and I'm happy for it. You were probably the only person I knew that understood my feelings, why I filter me thoughts, why I can't handle them myself. Maybe Missy understood it to some degree, and that's why she paired us up in the beginning. But you genuinely have that experience yourself. It's just, you surprised me. She pulled her body closer. I just leaned my arm across her shoulders. Minutes passed where we just felt each other's weight, taking in our own isolations and thoughts, but feeling her relax in my arms. Neither of us were alone, so I stared at the ceiling, contemplating what we were. Damn, forget partners in crime. We're partners in pain. She chuckled, gripping my arm a little tighter. I don't feel pain when I'm with you. What do you feel, Elsa? I met her gaze evenly. We both felt it then. Even as August passed and the weather began to cool, I felt nothing but the warmth in her eyes. Elsa's lips met mine again, and this time we didn't stop. So, Twilight began next to me while I was half dozed off. She stretched wide underneath the blanket covering Elsa's unclothed body. Sex as good as you thought it would be. Better, I admitted with a smile, blinking myself awake. You're better than I thought you would be. Her violet eyes pierced through the darkness of the room. Not your first time doing that with a claw? You probably have the addresses of my past flames. I pulled the blanket off myself, opting to sit up. Right, we never got to our date. Didn't want to interrupt the moment. Was quite the watch. She breathed closer to me. I like you, Ripley Donovic. It's weird. I wasn't built to be a recipient of love or affection by Elsa's design, but when I do look at you, there's this warmth I get even. I can feel it properly now that I'm inhabiting her body. And it's so lively. Twilight. I felt like this was the part where I should light up a cigarette. I like you too. Is that wrong? To like both you and Elsa? Nope. She hooked her hands over my waist, nestling deep into my warmth as she forgot herself. You smell good, like nice oil and metal. No wonder. She's so into you. Oh, right. You asked if it was wrong to like us both. Not really. We're both just different reflections of the same person. Kind of romantic, actually. You like me, even when we're split apart. God knows how you'd fall if we were one person. Yeah, I'd probably die. I welcomed Twilight's embrace, feeling the warmth of her body entering my own. I like the you, when you're confident and when you're reserved. It's weird when I think about it. but I enjoy every bit of you. All of you. Each of you. Twilight smiled warmly, but Crimson Eyes stared at the wall as she slowly sat up. Even when I'm full of nothing but aimless contempt, I gave them space. Please, Midnight, that's not all you are. You keep that rage from aiming at your sisters. You're protecting them. Blue eyes wet as they met my own. What about the times I can be annoying with my joy? Seeing through rosed and tinted lenses in a world full of smoke and misery. That joy has made me smile more times than I could count. You're not annoying Daylight. Most people are just too broody to accept anyone else to be happy. I held their hands. 2 purple eyes filled with tears joined me, one bright violet and the other a dull lavender. And when we're incomplete, broken, I'm not exactly whole myself. I think that's the thing with us. Our cracked edges meet. What looks to be 2 fractured messes clicks together like puzzle pieces when we're together. I tousled her hair behind her ears, wanting to take in their beauty wholly. Light sprawled in her lenses, twisting between the colors of her personas, until they dimmed back into Elsa's familiar gaze. I really like you, Ripley. It's unfair. I really like you. All of you, you mirage of wonderful things. I confessed once more. She turned away, some hint of embarrassment creeping across the warmth of her cheeks. Fuck. I've never been so conflicted in my life. Conflicted. I ran my hand up her back, tangling my fingers into her hair. I push people away, she admitted. I barely even consider myself a person. Others see me as something unique, a specimen. Sometimes I let them see me like that. Oh, you're certainly unique, I smirked. Uniquely dumb in that you can't recognize just how wonderful all of you are. How much I've valued my time with you. There's no one like you, Elsa. No one like Midnight, Daylight, or Twilight. But a specimen? Who the hell looked at you like that? Want me to punch them? She cracked a smile at my joke before kissing my cheek. Fuck! I'm going to say something I never thought I would. Can't believe I caught feelings on a first date like this. Now that caught my interest. And that's, do you want to? Elsa stammered, her words choking out. Be a thing, my dinar boyfriend. I could only smile at that. 减减减 Chapter 73 减减减 Chapter 68. Moving up August Shar T.H. Ripley's 13th day. Now, with a girlfriend? I wasn't sure if it was getting laid, getting a girlfriend, or getting 4 of them that gave me such a pep in my step today. But as I worked and tinkered away, I felt awesome. Even in this whirlwind of emotions and chaos of a life I lived, I had found a way to capture it in my palms. I knew better than to feel invincible. I knew that now, gold, girlfriend, or gifted, even with all of them, I could fail. But as I smiled at Elsa, who joined me in Diamante's armory, I felt a surge of momentum work through me. Feelings for Elsa, all of her ex-shardware operating. I'd never worked so well in my life. Arlene N.E.N. came by with an arm with fried joints, and he was back with it within the hour. Even he looked surprised at that. With the funds he gave me, I bought more materials and finally formulated the fabricator to begin producing Livewire. The exact formula was exacting and difficult, but with Elsa to change, its inner workings, we figured it out in an hour. I loved having her around me. And so, with sporadic bursts of mythought, multiply-harassing preservation, matrix's sengulfing of the people I cared about, and my gift for shardware, I prepared myself for tomorrow. But first, I prayed a bronze Dan-grade adstim would get me through this. Those 20,000 shardine have better not gone to waste. August Shasen T.H. Wepley's 14th day. And he returns to Anderson's gym. That's right. I stepped in with every bit of confidence I had in me the day before. Opening the door wide to the private employee section, I met Harold's confused eyes with my own brimming in pride. Hey, boss! Ah, he looked bored. There's a list of things I need you to work on if you've decided that's what you've come for. Yeah, I did come here to work, but I also came here for something else. I sent him a file. It was a Shardware Operating School's final mock test. I finished up my studies. You said that every time I finish one of your tests, I can renegotiate. I want to do the other 5 tests now and negotiate 5 times. He raised an eyebrow up at my demand. The first time I ever saw a notion of surprise leak out of the stoic man. Last 3 years have practical exams. Normally, I would have given you time to practice. You fail them, I fire you. You ready for that? I'm ready. This wasn't just overconfidence. In 4 hours, I'd consumed enough data on the exams to give Twilight a headache? Fine. The simple answer was the prelude to one of the most mentally taxing days in my life. The second and third Zan year exams, I scored a perfect Baifunji Bion. The topics of shardware construction basics, mathematics, engineering, physics, and chemistry honed in over years of practice. The fourth year took a return to anatomy, with some implant theory thrown in. Bugs were fascinating. Even though they looked mechanical, they had organic components and modified our DNA similar to a sim, making us compatible with foreign intrusions like metal and electronics, as long as the bug could interface warp code into them. I scored a Baifunjutsu. The practical test was tricky. He placed an iron integration bug on my table and showed me 3 different shardware pieces of an eye, hand, and heart. The client is a construction worker. Which shardware piece would benefit the most with a feature link from this bug, and which link? Harold Anderson left me for 20 minutes to think over the question. I came up with the answer in 10. The integration bug allows the adapter to connect to foreign technology beyond their own. Even non-Zan warp code devices can be modified by the feature. In the case of the eye, I would have to go with Athered Eye Link, which would allow the adapter to filter in visual stimuli from multiple sources, useful when working with construction drones and the like. As for the hand, simple. A general consumer link, ICE external compatibility, commonly used to allow adapters to form external connections to a varied number of shardware devices. Construction, shard operating, surgery. Any job requiring the adapter to use multiple pieces of tech over a long period of time with exact precision would benefit from this link. As for the heart, that was difficult. I'll say it. I've concluded that the link most worthwhile for a construction overseer is in fact metabolism modifier. The use of exosuits is common, and connecting to such powerful warp, Zan draining externals, requires a metabolism capable of producing the warp energy to command it. And which one is most important? Harold Anderson asked. Neither. It depends on what the client is asking for, or what their boss wants of them. I answered confidently. He smirked at my answer, passing me the 5th year exam. It dealt with heavier amounts of engineering and internal organ shardware, and I passed with a good Baifunjutsu. The next practical exam was to fix up and coordinate the workings of shardware lungs and a heart. It was my first time working with such pieces, and was the closest I came to failing so far. Luckily, lungs were built on the principle of precise modifications to their minuscule microstructure, and I'd done nothing but precision work since I joined up with Anderson. The heart, on the other hand, was a powerful structure designed to pump blood around the body with maximal efficiency. The scrapyard worked with me as I carefully broke the organic fibers apart, learning more of them and piecing them back in with Mythot multiplier and Draverse engineering protocols. Then, the visual aids around me combined until I found a way to blend them together. Was it a Zao work? Not in the slightest. I could see his bored eyes drone out as he stared at them, almost in disappointment that it was all I'd managed. But I passed. The 6th year was the toughest, demanding a deep understanding of shardware engineering, biology, and warp theory. I passed on the borderline of Baifunjutsu, netting myself a spot to partake in the final exam. He dumped several pieces of metal, scraps, and discarded shardware pieces that were seemingly ripped apart. Then he gently placed a bronze neuroprocessor in front of me. Make a bronze shardware piece. You have 5 minutes. 5 minutes. I needed 10 seconds. Picking up a bronze neuroprocessor, I plugged it up to a half-strewn skeleton of a leg, wiring it with a power source until it was complete. Done. Curious, why did you choose to give up? He said with those piercing eyes that never went anywhere other than the devices on his desk. I passed. I smiled. Shardware is defined as any tech modified with warp energy to use warp code. You wanted a bronze-grade shardware, which means it's simply powered by bronze warp energy. So, you connect a neuroprocessor that uses bronze warp code into an iron shardware. Even if the integrity, energy, or capacity is lower than it should be, the fact remains that it's gradius now at bronze. You said to make shardware, not good or even functional shardware. Clever, you saw right through it. He picked up the feeble skeleton in front of me. You passed all the years. Congratulations. Why didn't you give me the actual final practical exam? You mean having you scrap up a bronze arm or leg and plug it into someone? He stared at my right arm. You're already there. It would have been child work. Besides, I was testing you out as my employee, how well you can listen to instructions. Well, if I pass then, Dan, then I'm ready to hear out your terms. He nodded. The obvious. A raise, I want to be paid 8 bronze a month, but not for free. I want work. The chance to join and really make the shardware this place is known for. Second, I figured out how to use my data mimicry feature to make links. Not just that, I can consume links and imprint them in my head to use later. I don't need engrams. I don't think so. He leaned back in his chair, taking in what I was saying. I can be a living engram in time. For that, I need to absorb engrams. I know they're expensive, so what I'm asking is that I exchange for them. I'll offer my link manufacturing methods for free. He stared at me, unchanging in expression. Not free. It'll depend on the engram, but some are valued more, and you'll have to pay. We'll discuss on a case, Jan by Jan case. Third, I said, I want access to paid information regarding electromagnetics at the bronze grade. And my fourth would be a record of 10 warp material compositions at iron Zan grade you have available. Deal. Fifth, I gulped. I need an arachne, bronze grade. What for? Sixth, I continued. I need your help in making something. A mobile arachne compatible with internal linking to an adapter. As much as me and my mother were smart, there was only so much we could do by ourselves. I sent over a compiled list of our notes and theories regarding the process, and he brushed his mustache with his thumb as he stared at the notes. You too? He chewed in silence. You're clearly Albrecht Spawn. You knew my grandfather? I raised my eyebrows for a time during the Civil War. He huffed. He's an incredible shard operator, performing maintenance work for the public when he wasn't supplying his services to the underworld. Nearly put me out of business, but I can't deny that I respect him and his craft. Do you know what happened to him? I was hoping you could answer that. I leaned forward in my chair. He left one day, wrapped up his business, and said he wouldn't be back for a long time, but he left me some of his shard operating devices. Made me promise to just hold on to them until your mother would become an actual shard operator. That never happened. She lost her degree in bug once my father. I trailed off. I know the story. Missy told me who you were. I only took you in because you were his grandson. He stared at his own arm. I expected you to quit. Kid to leave this world because he wouldn't have wanted you in it. I set you off for menial tasks I've automated for decades now. But damn it, you don't give up. What? I stuttered. You mean all the work I've been doing is shit you. You get done for free. I would have no time for my real work if I spent my days micropipetting oil into joints. You have the right to be angry. You might not be trained. But attaching a limb to yourself, you're better than your grade by far. And that's not the gold implant's fault. He admitted. I'm not angry, Zan. I'm grateful, I said calmly. Sure, I know the pay was barely what an actual shard op makes, but for the first time in months, me and my mom could afford nice dinners. We're comfortable. We're not struggling. No one gave me that chance before. If I wasn't with Snake Fangs, who else but Metal Heavens would employ me? I would, he smiled. Oh, thank you. Just punch your grandfather for me, he chuckled. When you see him, Mr. Skeleton said he was. Where, by Imperium. What was he even doing in Africa? I'm doing that either way, it's not right what he did. That I agree. Doesn't mean I employed you out of sympathy. Yeah, I'm pretty badass. You wanted an arachne, right? I have an idea. He stood up, motioning to follow. We went deep into the facility, passing by storages of guns and blades I'd never once seen before. This place was stacked, offering upgrades up to Silver Zan grade. Harold Anderson was respected in the underworld shardware community for a reason. Yet, we went deeper, past all the weaponry, until we approached an inconspicuous wall that parted at Mr. Anderson's approach. The room was small, but charged with electricity in the air. Your grandfather's stuff. What bronze and silver Zan grade stuff he didn't want sitting in a city Zan storage unit. Mr. Anderson turned on the lights. I'm not going to pass on the silver Zan grade items yet, a fabricator, and a heart. The bronze items, though. Sitting here are Ingram cubes, a few bronze bugs to match, a shardware database cube, and what interests you most. I saw it there. In the center of the room, taking up most of the space, was a circular table fit for a human to lie on. In perfectly spaced gaps, 6 tall limbs crawled out, entirely black, and ending in large jagged tips was an arachne. It's his own design. Bronze. Harold Anderson put his hand on the machinery. You want it? I could kiss you. I put my hands on the device, feeling my right claw shiver at the contact with the sleek metal of one limb. But I have a girlfriend now. That's so. You really are moving up in the world. I'll climb. My claws sharpened. One limb at a time. 减减减 Chapter 74 减减减 Chapter 69 Bark and Bite August. Shisen Th Ripley's 14th day. And he has an arachne. Getting the arachne to Diamante's place hadn't been easy, but it fortunately had the option to be divided into segments and be rebuilt seamlessly. It wasn't a true deconstruction, more like division. Still, I'd never seen an arachne built like this. It was remarkable. Powering up and connecting to it, I had no idea just how powerful I'd feel as my brain sank into it. External link established. Albrecht Donovik's Arachne MKR details. Isabel, if you're reading this, I'm proud of you. There's a reason why I had to leave you and Ripley. I know you and Demonic are raising him well. One day, I'll be back, and I'll explain. You have every right to be angry, and this doesn't change that? Use it well, sweetheart. I'm sorry for everything. My mother teared up as I read the message to her. But she was able to keep her feelings apart as we divulged deep into the working of the arachne. While not a pseudo-Zen silver like my claw, it was a remarkable piece of engineering I felt both familiar and wondrous about. I'd absorbed the engrams in the underground storage, netting me to Vieti dar Ninjo, in-data mimicry which improved my deciphering and modification of them. As for the shardware database, it was chunky, but nothing in it was meant for combat applications. My grandfather didn't want my mother stumbling in that path anyway, so instead, I used Miss Scrapyard to familiarize myself with bronze shardware I didn't have access to, able to directly download the information and make accurate adjustments to my understanding of the advanced models. The warp material compositions Anderson had access to were nothing insane. The most important were locked under miles of concrete at corporate headquarters. But what he had was useful. With them, I could begin designing entire shardware pieces, from the ground up without needing to buy the requisite parts, as long as I had access to a fabricator. The electromagnetics. Woo! Did they help me base new adjustments on livewire and yttrium steel integration? Scrapyard finds and tuned the adjustments, but I still had a whole lot to read through. Maybe one day I'd find a database with a data digestion protocol, but they were some of the most sought after and rare to come across. I was just about 2 weeks from the mission. Progress was steady but great, every drop collecting up. I stared at my mother, Elsa, sitting far in the distance, while Diamante grumbled about me being a secret Nippozan baby. Who's ready to tear an arachne apart? Thank God for having a girlfriend so experienced in stealing data. 4 of them, she gushed, every time I thanked her for getting me one illegal blueprint or the other. Why are you giving all of this now? I asked her. Midnight responded, while the others were busy in the net, her eyes glowing like a hungering wolf. Sell this shit off normally. But, well, I like taking care of my property. Now, when am I going to get my payment? I don't like waiting. My mom very quickly left the room after that. For good reason. Let's leave it at that. Energized V 1.2.0 S updated to V 1.1.4 effect. Warp energy usage in Arachne. LitRPG-based hardware is more efficient. Psyche VR der Ning as updated to VR der Ning effect. Thought multiplier is now more efficient. Technician V. R der Ning S updated to VR. R der Ning effect. Scrapyard is better at simulating bronze and grade hardware. Integrity is now Iron the 8. The best thing about having an arachne, you get to use it on anything. Not just your own body, but general hardware. I never thought I'd feel limited to just using my own 2 hands, but adding another 6 on top of it. Mimicking integration helped massively, and in time I'd managed to triple my output. With just around Babai K and Shardine from Ardeen Nyen's investment, I decided it was worth using it on bugs, mainly now. Elsa was passively searching for any exchanges in Little Requiem that would suit my own features, whether to absorb them or mimic them. I was falling in love. Today's technician in Psyche Bug was already working wonders. August Shuwu Th Ripley's 16th day, and he takes a break. I'd spent the last 2 days tinkering night and day, getting an understanding of the arachne and using it to build myself up. Come 2 weeks, and I'd be entirely unrecognizable. I also had the spine in my grandfather's eyes to add into myself, so that was something taken into account. But God, was I exhausted. Topaz had actually stopped by and been the first to notice it yesterday, and had actually gotten me to join him in the boxing ring to blow off steam. It was fun, and did help. It was partly what made me recognize that I was burnt out. Not just the last 2 days. I'd been on something non-stop since I heard the mission. Even the dates with Elsa had been nerve-wracking. I needed a break. Just one for myself. Alone. Reset myself with some shit coffee sitting on this bench. I breathed, taking in the sight of the large skyscrapers piercing past the clouds all around me. The park was nice, quiet, a rare slice of peace in the city. Hey, someone get this bum out of here! I heard shouting from the back of my head. 2 rowdy kids were pushing around an old homeless dude, trying to get him to leave. He was about to, but it didn't sit well with me. Even if I still spent my time on the streets not having it easy, I was barely homeless. Climbing up rooftops in Little Requiem, a cozy scraps and mattress in my grandfather's storage unit, Diamante's creaky couch. I had places only I could go. I simply couldn't bring myself to sleep somewhere so vulnerable after Metal Heavens and the Bounties. So yeah, I sympathized. Maybe for the first time empathized with them. I was damn guilty about it too. So I stepped up. "Are these men bothering you, sir?" One of the snotty kids, all dressed up in a uniform from some esteemed private school, addressed me. "Yeah, this old dude's stinking up, Zan. I wasn't talking to you." I raised my hand up in front of the kid's face, looking more directly at the old man's face. "Are they bothering you?" I'd Zanned. I didn't mean anything. He was greasy, old, and wrinkled like a dried sponge, but that wasn't his fault. It's okay. I looked at the kids. "How about you 2 leave now?" The bigger of the 2 laughed, standing up to a few inches taller than me. His eyes burned a vicious red. My own breath was calm as he yelled, "Leave! We didn't do shit! Do you know who we are? Who our parents are? Do you?" I activated my right claw's newest mechanism. From its dorsal side, palm and knuckles, metal slid and rearranged itself to cage my fingertips to form inched and longer wicked claws. I called it the Clawed Zen Shell. Know what this is. Don't start something you can't finish. "Fuck, Marcel!" The snottier one of them grabbed the bigger one. "We'll call someone to deal with this." The 2 kids stepped back and retreated. Hand in hand, were they? I didn't care enough. I looked back at the old man who was shaking, his head held low enough that his hood concealed most of his face. It's okay, they're gone. But they were right. They'll call someone, and then being corporate spawn will get them the right help. "You have somewhere I can take you?" "Not really, but..." The old man grabbed his head. The old bridge I sleep under there sometimes." "Let's go!" I nodded. As we walked, we got stared at. But somehow there was a difference this time. I didn't feel weak and seen. I felt maybe powerful. This wasn't Little Requiem. I knew that. But as I used my bug through these months, I felt a sharpness build in me. Maybe it was recognized now. "So what's your story?" I asked as we ducked into an alleyway. Just because I was fine with the staring didn't mean that he handled it well. Poor man. I was a veteran, Syntech. They took my bug. Never been the same. Fourth swarm. That meant he was a century old, but then again, so was Missy. Yet she looked barely older than 30. No, earthquake emergence. He shook his head again. They broke through in days, stationed up north. Yellowstone? Yeah. He nodded, but the horror in his eyes stayed still, and they stayed still. Even as we made our way to the bridge, no one has done this for years. Why? He practically crumbled next to the tent he said was his. I kind of get it. Not everything, but I couldn't imagine living this way. I sat next to him. I wasn't ready to leave yet. Never got your name. Nathaniel, last name, Gotrin. He gulped. I thought of what to say next, so I said what everyone wanted to hear when they were in a tough spot. Everything okay, Nathaniel? He stared at the ground. Removing his hood, he had burns running down his neck and the back of his head. No, but telling you changes nothing. Still, thank you. I did nothing. You stood up for me. Everyone deserves that. Not everyone does it. Felt damn good to do it. I chuckled. My family once had money, not anymore, but damn, are they really that entitled? They weren't the worst. Some kids a couple days asked if they could punch me for 100 shardine. Nathaniel chuckled back. I didn't need to ask him if he took it. I'd arguably done a worse thing for money. He looked at me, a gentle warmth radiating in those blue eyes of his. What's your name? Ripley? Ripley Donovic, I said gently. Ripley, he laughed. Used to have a dog, a real one, named Ridley. City banned homeless from having them, though. Snatched him in front of me. Damn, they really suck ass. I played around with a bronze shard in my pocket. Maybe. I gave him a good look, confident in my decision. Then something made me freeze. Under his collarbone, where I couldn't see clearly before from the shade of his hood, was a small tattoo of a dog tag, the same kind Diana had mentioned. That tattoo, I like it. What's the story? He looked down, as though he'd forgotten it's there. I don't remember. Might be from the earthquake. No, it's, when did I get it? You have a bug, Nathaniel? I chewed the nail of my thumb. He answered cautiously. Yeah, iron. Not as nice as my old bronze. I plucked out the bronze shard. His eyes lit up like salvation was within reach. Nathaniel, before I say anything, I'm not going to hurt you. I need you to let me look at your frame. Not going to do anything else. It might feel a bit uncomfortable, but nothing's going to happen to you. He answered on sight with the shard. Okay. He turned, exposing his frame to me. I winced, now with a better look. I could see how the burns on his head and neck all converged with where his frame came from. I switched over to the network feature in my mimic set, instantly coming to view the thin iron ripples slumbering underneath his chunky, crude frame. It wasn't anything dangerous. It was old, maybe even a century old and simplistic, but it was definitely nothing too complicated for me to simply gain access to with a few whirs of my claw. His bug connected to mine, reading work code. Error Zan what? That was the first time I saw an error, but I pushed through, searching for a memory. I honed my thoughts, multiplying them. Dog Whistler X memory reading. I recalled the sensation of peering into the memory of a bug, seamlessly feeling how it was to split the maniacal streams of warp code to the moments of their death. But this man wasn't dead. It was a cyclic repetition of nonsensical thoughts and sensations, constantly avoiding me as my thoughts on Dog Whistler skimmed past his deeper thoughts. Then, only when I reeled the memories all the way to the beginning did it strike, and visions flashed before my eyes. A familiar voice spoke. My body limp and taken apart. Unstable, but not so much he'll be a hindrance. He's fine. Not the best, but oh well. Not like we're trying to make a hybrid. Another voice spoke, muffled. But I saw shadows skirt around me. I blinked up. One mask and one skull staring down at me. The masked person. It was odd. like a gas mask, but a wolf's jaw was drawn or imprinted on it. Everything was so blurry, but I felt the needle slice into my neck. The vial was strange, a red flower floating inside of it, but the warmth spreading was comfortable, removing the need to think, to remember, to give me ease. I don't know how they did it. The wolf, Dan figure said, and the skull shook his head. It's nothing. I'll figure it out myself soon, the skeleton responded. My prosperity depends on it. Then the visions vanished as though they'd smashed me in the brain, leaving a blistering headache running through me. What? Had that been the beginning of the bug's memories? But something was wrong. I wasn't disconnected. Something pushed me out. The streams of warp code I sensed began to grow unwieldy, like a calm puddle had erupted into a raging hurricane. Nathaniel screamed as a whistling noise erupted from his being. His eyes bloodshot as he raised his arm up. It looked entirely human. My network didn't pick up anything from it, but I saw it change in front of my eyes, splitting into two as a hollow chamber charged up with a white light. He screamed. What's happening, Ripley? The streams of iron energy exploded across his neck, black veins curdling across his body as an infective glow coalesced around the altered arm. I'd read about this, about what happens when a person's compatibility reaches bifingerline, when the bug takes over, when you became a fractured. Feral eyes stared at me, his white arms and cannon blaring a shrieking noise that heightened my matrix to act. My legs twisted and pounced just as a blinding white light streaked past me. When it smacked into the wall, dust and rubble exploded with a shockwave of pure kinetic force. A sonic carbine. I didn't have time to question it. The man was already dead once the implant took him over. My claws and shell engaged. 5 sharp gouges went straight to his heart, the chest caving in. That didn't stop what he'd become. With the intelligence of a beast, he smacked me so hard that my vision went blurry. The carbine charged a bright white again as I reeled backwards, my nose bloody. I activated my left hand's blade. The mechanism unlocked like an ambushing tiger's claws. The blade pulled out, then it extended, modified to use the hyperzan mobility of the Metal Heaven's priest's tentacles, slashing out in a curving arc and beheading the man. The mal, a malware. I reminded myself as the body went limp, and I crushed Nathaniel's head under my foot. The core would be where his brain was, a fractured. Right, that's what they called them, bifingerline compatibility. Do not ever reach that. Focusing on that gave me the stomach to look at Nathaniel's remains, to understand something. The 2 faces in that memory, the skull was Mr. Skeleton, an older model of his current body, but now looking back at the voice, it was unmistakable. The other masked figure then, I didn't get a good look at them. A gas mask with a wolf's and maw carved on it, but it sounded female behind the muffling dog whistler. I'd found them. I breathed out. Right, the arm in the bug. I could look again. The arm was covert shardware of a technicality I never saw before. It had virtually 0 leakage of warp energy, an efficiency unheard of. The metal arm, fuck, I looked at it. Parts of it had melted and degraded. It happened to mal bodies when their core was destroyed. They would lose form and produce shards out of their old bodies, and true to the word. Iron shards were all that remained of what bits had bubbled up. Not everything was destroyed, but enough that I wouldn't be able to use reverse engineering to figure it out. Then the bug, they should still have one. I looked at the splattered remains beneath me, the iron bug wriggling out of the crumbled bones. It had red veins. The red corruption spread around the metallic worm, growing and festering until it spurt and bled a metallic ichor, becoming mere paste on the ground. I'd never read of that happening, a bug destroying itself. It was useless. I grabbed the scraps and shards of the arm and retreated away. So much for a quiet break. Zanzin Jand. Chapter Tishu, Zanzin Chapter Tishu Wees, and Chapter Tishu. Missing link August, Shurdu Th Ripley's 17th day. Recovering himself. While yesterday had been disturbing, I wasn't too distraught about it. My mind blanked out anything that would have distracted me. I'd spent the night at Elsa's and found a pretty damn good way to enjoy myself. Turns out having to juggle the libido of 4 healthy women was more work than expected. I sighed as I made cereal for myself, trying to understand what I'd seen. Elsa crept near me. She seemed a bit more happier lately. That was enough to get me to smile. She hooked her hand around mine, looking at me intensely. "What?" I asked her softly. "Did you sleep well?" "Yeah? You look bad," she whispered. "Well, not bad. I think you look good, but you know, Dan, I'm thinking." She pulled her hand away from mine. "I'm sorry." "About what?" I looked back at her. "I know I can be. Alet, this is new for me too. I'm sorry." She spooned up some of her own cereal, but just looked at it with a daze. "It was nothing you did. Just figured out something about the dog whistler. She uses the homeless, injects them with something, and I don't know. 'Cause they're bugs to degrade. Makes them into malware? The fractured, I think they're called?" I ate up a spoonful thinking. She dropped her own, a splash of milk plunking out. "What?" "Yidzan you. How'd you even figure that out?" "Even Zan, even I don't know anything about that." "You really don't know anything. Did I figure out something that the Mirage didn't?" Not really. That's a first for me too." "You sure about this information? Where'd you get it from?" She eyed me worriedly, scratching her lip. "Off of the homeless guy's bug," I said absently. Guess cat's out of the bag. "Right, I never told you. I can read people's memories off their bugs." "What?" She nearly knocked her own bowl over. "That's a thing, apparently. Strange thing is, it seemed like the memory of being injected was the first memory that Bug had, around 5 years ago. It was really blurry too, half Zan-formed almost. Maybe it was during the convergence. She passed up? Like, I don't know. Whatever they did had to be done early on. Hench, the vial and veins were the same red. And yeah, the bug burst apart once I got it out of him. It seemed to break down. Not a trace of warp code left. Thinking it all has to do with that syringe. Know anything about that? I tossed the question to her. I think so. A spiked bug of some kind, some combination of data cleavers and genes and limiters can allow you to weaken the bug's holdover, its warp code, and become susceptible to modification. Mostly used for assassinations of prodigies or heirs to a rich fortune. Never heard of it for. From what I'm hearing is some sort of mind control. Maybe. I drank the bowl clean. It's strange, but satisfying. I don't think either of them expected this. Mr. Skeleton, too, by the way, he's in with Dog Whistler, working on replicating someone else's research. Something about hybrids, too. Not surprised he has his mitts everywhere. She scoffed, but there was a worry in her eyes. This wasn't me looking out for trouble, by the way. Long story, but I was just following a hunch of Diana's. She said she remembered something about dogs and tattooed homeless people being all freaky and weird. Was just a hunch. It turns out she has good intuition. Well, did you ever figure out what she wanted to contact you about? Elsa leaned in. I don't know, but I should probably figure that out. I puzzled over it. I had surgery scheduled for tomorrow. Spinal. Recovery would take me out for a few days. It was a loss of time I intended to make up for by being able to think up plans for my shardware. Surgeries made things complicated. Oh, right. A smile crept up on her face. I may or may not have bought you something for your birthday. Even if it was last month. What did you get me? I felt too easy for gifts. She reached into a cupboard, pulling out a fancy-looking drone that looked like a spider. It was pretty intricate, too. And not the kind you'd get as a mere toy. Old Imperium drone they developed experimentally as a Fard-Zan range shard operating unit. It was meant to be like a compact arachne, but they never really ironed out the kinks in time for the upcoming swarm. Instead, they modeled them to become recon drones with some basic repair tools. She handed me the drone, and looking at it clearly, it was astounding as a piece of engineering. Bronze gen grade and meant for the battlefield. It was definitely not something I would have spent money on, but it was small enough to fit into my pocket. I love it. I was already thinking of ways to modify it. Please don't tell me you spent too much on it. I really did not want to break apart something that was expensive. She played with her fingers, lower than 1,000,000 shardine, and more than 100,000. She shrugged, smiling at me gingerly. I stared at the tiny droid in my hand, feeling somehow smaller than it. Okay. I installed the experimental electromagnetic tech on the droid, connecting the external headgear over my eyes. I felt it connect into my frame and sync my eyesight and thoughts with the drone. Testing in 3, 2, 1. The wings expanded, the lightweight body of the drone floating in the air gently and softly. I loved Scrapyard. New legs complete. The Arachne whirred to a close as various drills, screws, and blades sunk back into the arms. I stared down below my hips. This time I made the painful addition of replacing my own gluteal muscles. Let's say it that way. I'd used some of the wiring I extracted out of the sonic carbine, a warp material I identified as iron Zangrade shriek steel. Other than that, I finished the day by absorbing Adita Weavengiron bug, feeding it in totem mimicry with the focus on making feature links. Data mimicry via Idernizio Gonsim S updated to V.Ederneating effect, increased modification of warp code during feature link creation. Tenderly rubbing my ass, which was considerably fuller and tougher, I plugged up into my legs and pulled from the selection of enargams I'd absorbed from my grandfather's collection. I chose to think of the power engram before swapping to my overclock function and feeling the ease in extending the feature down to my legs. I'd loaded them with some excess iron Zangrade warp code I kept stored in a data cube. Letting it build across the scaffolding I formed, feature links established. Iron Zangrade Riptech Mantis Leg L, Surge, Overclock. Iron Zangrade Riptech Mantis Leg R, Stream Overclock. Okay, I'd meant to form the same links in each of them, but testing them out was simple. The left leg could push out significant power for a single movement, while the right leg could temporarily increase its output mildly for a few seconds. A shame that my right leg was my kicking leg then. August Shuti T8. This time, Elsa helped me secure a bronze data weaving and integration bug that I absorbed wholly, focusing it entirely on data mimicry. Data mimicry V-Fei. 1.10公顷 as updated to V. 1.11 effect. Increased specificity when creating feature links data mimicry V. 1.11公顷 as updated to V. 1.12 effect. Increased ability to recall absorbed energams data mimicry V. 1.12公顷 as updated to V. 1.13 effect. Slightly increased warp code manipulation in shardware. All right. Those two should be good enough. I plucked up the finished spine. It was heavier than I wanted it to turn out, but that was good in a sense. It was a bit more than a spine. It would actually be a near-Zan dam full back replacement, as I also planned to install the endoskeleton's back muscles alongside it. Thankfully, as long as I kept them connected to a single neuroprocessor located within the spine, then it wouldn't increase its capacitance by too much. Yeah, this was scary. Death was the least fearsome outcome. The worst was to make my body a vessel for my mind, unable to do anything but think. Yeah, I was having my doubts, but I needed the extra nerve plexi to control an Arachne. Spinal augments were rare, and God knows the amount of resources I poured into this explained that reason. In pure resources, I'd easily spent Yoche Chang Shardine for an iron Zangrade spine, and now I just installed the reflexive autonomy link onto it. Elsa and my mother stood by my side as I dressed myself down, laying on the foam of the Arachne's bed. The last thing I saw with my own two eyes was them, worried, but also believing in me. This spine had been as much of my brainchild as the Arachne. Hell, we'd all given our hearts, brains, and souls to formulate this. So, as I slipped out of my vision, entering the snapping claws of each Arachne arm, I pulled out the scalpels. Procedure starts from the bottom. I recalled the steps. Unzipping my skin in one clean motion as two other arms peeled them back to unveil the bony protrusions of my spine above my hip bones. This was viscerally freaky, staring at your own spine, knowing that you were going to rip it out. Calm down, Ripley. You can't even breathe out, remember? Lower parts first, because if something went wrong then, at least you won't lose control of everything below that spinal cord level. Ascending and descending tracks, you revised this shit. So, I sliced the bone, exposing the thin, fibrous horsetail of spinal fibers known as gaudakina. You're not doing a complete replacement of your spinal cord, just about Biffinger censure. Working meticulously, I became like a tailor carefully threading in nerves one spinal level at a time. It took hours. My mom and Elsa visible in the eyes of my arachne limbs. Thank God they were here, watching monitors of every bit of change in my health. My mom was trained, Elsa was observant. I could do this. Shut the fuck up, Ripley, and focus. Focus X preservation. I'd performed surgery once on myself. This is more of the same. So that's exactly what I did. More of the same. Finally reaching my cervical vertebrae, and carefully parting bones, and piercing past layer of the meninges to weave a new spine into mine. My body vitals were definitely changing, but I kept it in the back of mind. They weren't fatal. So then, I began attaching each metallic vertebrae in place, strapping down new ligaments and meninges that my immunity would be suppressed enough to accept. Then, I formed connections between my new muscles. I'd also prepared a new scapula, which was a simple enough structure for me to replace without modifying it. Finally, the skin. The last step. Newer skin with a slight metallic gloss to it, with slight aesthetic holes for my spine's eminences to poke through. I'd look like a dinosaur, a stegosaurus like from that movie I watched with Elsa. It took Shisensausher hours of laying on that table, but eventually I woke up. Unable to move a muscle, but alive and well. My organs hadn't failed, and though every bit of my back hurt, I was fine. Sure, I couldn't move, but that wasn't cause for worry. There was still a rough sensation on my back. That meant signals were coming to my brain. I hadn't accidentally severed my spine. I wish I could have said that we jumped up and had a huge celebration. But I was so tired that the next time I came to, I was in a wheelchair, Missy sitting in front of me as both my mother and Elsa slept through the night. "Can you talk?" Missy whispered. "A little. It hurt to talk, but I managed it. Spine's a bitch. I know how you feel." Missy hushed out. "Don't worry, you'll recover quicker than you think. Hopefully. We still weren't sure of any lasting effects of the spine. How's prep for the mission going?" "It's a lot. We've got 2 mercs ready for it. Not my first picks, but they're dependable." "Just a bit money, and hungry," Missy commented. "How you feeling?" "Like I got my spine ripped out." "Well, Rip is in your name," she chuckled. "Mom jokes aside, you really okay? I know I asked a lot from you." "Yeah," I nodded. "Just close, but also far. My development's slowing down. Biffinger Wushaba now. But that'll only get slower as I grow. Biffinger Basher requires high development into the second version of your features." She nodded. "It won't be easy." "I know. 2 weeks, Ripley. Think if that's worth tearing yourself over." "Ripping," I corrected. "Someone recently told me that even if I'm torn apart, I put myself back together. I'm beginning to believe it." She took a glance at Elsa, who had a pillow on my leg that she slept on. "I get it, Ripley. I know exactly what you have going on. I'm just contemplating." "Contemplating what?" "If I'm doing the right thing, I look at you and I feel sad that I made you do this. I chose this myself. Would you have chosen this without me to push you to it? I probably would have had my scalp ripped through by Inquisitor Tusk if you weren't there. Which, yeah, you were a part of Neocorps. Inquisitor Emizrin," she nodded, looking sad as though remembering a memory long forgotten. "Inquisitor misery. You didn't like it? That wasn't it. I just felt like I wasn't doing enough, that I was just perpetuating a cycle." I raised a question I had in my head for a while. "Are you a gold?" "Higher." "Nope," she said flatly. "Maybe I could have been, but I'm happy where I'm at now." I smacked my lips, thinking. "You feel like you aren't doing enough for me?" "Everyone." She stared at me. "There was a time I was too active, Did too many things and fucked shit up for myself? I thought that maybe it was time to do the opposite. Then, I go back to my old ways the moment an opportunity presents itself, like with the Artie Yen. I didn't know nearly enough about her to find a response to that. But she filled the silence instead. You know, you're actually the third kid your grandfather dropped on my doorstep. I bit my lip. Let me guess. Diamante was the first. He was that kid Hammersmith saved from Metal Heavens? So you got it. Yeah. Your grandfather was the Hammersmith, the legendary shard operator. My grandfather, Albrecht Gravis. I had my suspicions, the timing of Hammersmith's disappearance and my birth. The whole both being shard operators, way above their Paidzan grade. Clever kid, she smiled. He's actually younger than me, but he's gotten a reputation far above mine. You do have Harold Ruby's attention, I pointed out. She's my ex-Dan wife. Missy said it like having a general of the world's premier piece, Dan keeping force as a former spouse, was a normal thing. Back from when we were younger and thought things lasted forever. We were there when Florida fell, when the Infinite took it over. I remember leaving so many innocents behind as our evacuation orders came in. That why you feel like you didn't do anything? It was a fucking Maltaton. How would you even kill one of those bastards? Right? Well, since then, I've learned things. About how the world works, who runs things, what everyone's looking for. The one thing that feels incomplete in my life is those things. The Mal? Yeah, she softened. They shouldn't exist. Then why leave Neocore? They kill Mals. They secure implants, Ripley. Big difference. Missy's voice was drenched in regret despite her words. Right? It was too late to turn back now for her. Yeah, Tusk didn't care much about preserving human life. I remembered what Diana said. What's up with Dog Whistler? That whole deal involving the Mal that gave my implant? Missy was quiet for a long moment. All I know is that I'm a merc with a very specific mission. I needed money for it. So, I took the deal she offered knowing who she is. I don't know her identity, but I know she's a known benefactor of Mr. Skeleton. He's the face of the operation, but she's the brains. Among the others who are playing the chessboard. Missy looked at her hands. I figured out some things about her. Elsa helped me examine a homeless guy with a dog tag tattoo. I lied. I just told Elsa about my ability to review memories off an implant, but I was ready to keep my cards closer to my chest from now on. Other than Diamond 10, Elsa was the only person who would know. With that, I gave a brief explanation of the things I'd seen. A flower. Soul killer, then. Missy sighed to herself. Not that I got the reason why. The homeless. Can't believe I never saw it. You said they wear dog tattoos. Yeah. I'll see what I can do with that information, Missy said into her hands. So, you really don't know anything about Dog Whistler? Other than that she's got enough influence on the net to put Ms. Himiko to shame? No, not really. I don't know where she got your Mal from, but I suspect she has a benefactor pulling the strings. Whoever she is, she's only been active for the last decade. Mr. Skeleton a bit before that, but then Soul Killer? He's been at this city for half a century, except now they're acting differently. Something happened. Someone's organizing them. Who? I don't know. She looked pained when she said it. As a group, those three call themselves the Uncaged. The Uncaged. I'll remember that name. Why tell me all of this? Because if you're serious about this, then you need to know that I'm planning on taking them down. Dog Whistler, Skeleton, Soul Killer. Then we're on the same goal, I nodded. No, you're not. She looked at my sleeping mother. She's your goal, Ripley. Don't delude yourself like I did. I stayed silent as I thought that over. You said I was the third from my grandfather. Diamante was the first. The Iron Devil, I gathered. Who's the second? Mikhail Almajali. She sounded so sad when she said it. An astounding shard operator like yourself. Actually, he was better than you. Got your grandfather's eye from a young age and became his apprentice. Then something or the other dragged him away from training the kid, so he dropped him off with me, but the kid was wrong. Wrong. Greedy. Envious. Prideful. Maybe those sins encapsulate him the most. Just took so much pleasure in the world and money that, as I trained him, he never lost himself. He just became more of himself. Tried to talk him out of one particularly bad deal with the rest of my crew out at the time. Turns out he turned them all except Diamante against me. We won, but Mikhail escaped, wounded. Is he alive? Yeah, unfortunately, you've met him. Missy rummaged through her hair. Who? I gulped. She stared at me like she was staring at the ghost of a friend. Mr. Skeleton. 简简简 Chapter 76 简简简 Chapter 简 Error 404上午6点 August R&D Diana. I didn't sleep. How could I? I didn't understand anything I read. It couldn't be real. Could it? There was no way Anthony's mother had looked into the future. That was impossible, right? But that message had my name in there. It had a nickname I barely even used. Silver Eye. The more I thought about that somehow, whatever this, linked the message had to the all-seeing, it caused a primal dread to drench me. A fear of the unknown, of the abyss, of the void. I thought it through reasonably. Whatever was at play here, with my implant, with Dog Whistler, with Soul Killer, with Skeleton. It now had a common lead, the Uncaged, and their ploy to control the events of the next swarm. 3 years. Would we survive until then? Would we survive beyond it? I didn't know. For the first time since, I had hours consumed by thoughts other than Wavette. The old data, just what was it now? All of human history, events, knowledge, emotions, developments, all of it was sealed away behind the firewall, left in the care of a Maltitan, a being of insurmountable power and calculation. The Mal were free to use Earth's history, while humanity was forced to redevelop everything from scratch or old antiquities that were preserved through the nuclear holocaust of the late Lianceni Newshimiaos. I knew one thing, that if the Uncaged were trying to truly make the next swarm the last one, then they planned to break the firewall to unleash the all-seeing. It was a shame, then, that I didn't have a bug to figure out how they would do so. Those 3 names at the end, I was sure of it. Soul, Killer, Skeleton, Dog Whistler. They were each members of the Uncaged, and there was only one data delver among them in the Dog Whistler. Just what were they planning? Ripley went straight to voice Dan Mail again. Hey, Ripley, I stumbled onto something. Something big. I need you to come and check it out. Maybe bring your. Actually, just come alone. I'll send you my address. The drive to the station was punctuated in an unnerving silence. Come on, Diana. Think it through. Of course, a Maltitan with hundreds of years to toil with all of human history would be smart. It would be pretty damn good at predicting the future. Michelle Silva, founder of Neocore, was widely known to have similar powers of predicting the future. They always said she knew how to be in the right place at the right time. So then, if someone, say Asamuser like Anthony's mother, got in contact with a Maltitan somehow then, she would crumble. I hated this. I needed someone, anyone. But I was alone. I had to do this alone. Who else knows about the gold? Riza Wicket asked sternly. Just Anthony, I mumbled, half Dant-focused. And she motioned forward. No one, I dazedly said. She droned a hum. But even though I knew minutes had passed, it was seconds to me when Anthony entered the room. Anthony, ask her who knows about her gold sim, she ordered. He gulped and nervously stared me down with a confliction burned across his eyes. I nodded at him, and with sweat beading up on his forehead, he whispered, Diana, who knows about your gold sim? Ripley, Dr. Faltist. My father, Archangel, Metal Heavens. Your father, the lieutenant, right? My father and the doctor he sent. It was hard to keep it from them, I quietly said. My thoughts intertwined with the creeping image I saw yesterday night. Wicket slowed down at that. She'd been fighting non-Zant stop with her metallic hands. Acceptable, but I wouldn't put it past some higher power to know more than they let on. She had no idea how right she was. Diana, Wicket bore her gaze into me, so intensely it briefly startled me out of my thoughts. We're in a tight mess because of you. I have my own problems to worry about. But with Warsha, I didn't need to worry about your problems. He did that for me. So now, you need to do it for yourself. As of now, Choirman is taking over as second Zendans in command for the Onzan Field Unit. You will be reporting under him and carry out whatever task he asks of you. I answered tiredly. She scoffed before leaving to do. Whatever it was she was doing, I didn't care anymore. Diana? Anthony moved in. Sorry. Not an issue. Your powers need time to activate anyway. I didn't feel the slightest bit compulsed. It just jogged my memory. That's it. By the way, your mother loves you. I said. What? It was simple to see why he was shocked. Where's this coming from? I don't know. I just thought you'd want to hear it. I couldn't bother coming up with something right now. I'll go see what Choirman's up to. I stood up. Need a promotion if I'm going to get out of here. You want to leave? He seemed shocked. Yeah, the squad. Understandably, don't have the best reputation anymore. I moved past him but looked back for a smile. But you're enough. Let's get out together. Oh, he blushed. Thanks. I'll do my best to keep up. No problem. I waved him by, a slight smile on my face. Why, Diana? Choirman grumbled. I was perfectly fine on Zanfield. My body is built to take bullets, not K-stand files. Sorry, I tensed up. I don't blame you, though. About the time someone stuck the nail in his coffin. Just a shame Indra isn't here to see it. He chuckled tiredly. Indra's betrayal was covered up by my father. He put in some lie about them being abducted by metal heavens and my ass going to save them, tried to make me into some sort of tragic heroine. It worked. Warsha may have been a prick, but he was a dependable prick. Didn't excuse him for the shit he did when it came to his. Dick. I really didn't know any of that about him. How vile that bastard was. I'm sorry for what you went through, all of it. You're tougher than you deserve to be. I didn't continue that conversation. My case with Rorsch would come up in the trial soon, and I had to focus. I've compiled some stuff for you. Think you can assign them. Already. He looked over the list. Gah, more corporate shit. Why can't we have a nice shootout? I'll find something worthwhile. You going to let me on Zanfield or... I asked slowly. Go. You look like you need to release some shit anyway. Just take care. Let me know if you need anything, Diana. And will you be there at the funeral? I'll find my way. I stepped out. I needed the air. Indra and Yvette's funeral was today. The ceremony was quiet. Yvette's parents were devastated. The story was already circulating around. Indra and Yvette were victims to Rorschach's manipulation as he tried to scare them with metal heavens. Their accidental death was the last line he stepped on before it all came crashing down by my hands. I was being congratulated for putting an end to his tyranny. It was all a lie. Yvette's parents hugged me, and I patted them back with numb hands. They told me that I was always welcome as a daughter to them, but I could see it in their eyes, a hole I would never replace, a hole I'd created. Everyone said I gave a nice speech, but I barely remember it. They were just words strung together that talked of happier times I longed for, each syllable scarred with a falsehood I could never take back. I talked of the love I had for both of them, of the need to get rid of people like Rorsch, of how I wouldn't rest until it was done. That I meant. Come on. Ripley, answer. He had to know some sort of illegal gang business that I could play a helping hand in solving. I wasn't sure exactly what he was doing with Missy, but I do remember him and Twilight taking care of those Metal Heavens goons pretty quickly. I just needed something to distract myself with. Something quick and easy, painful but liberating. I needed to start making up for everything I'd done. But being unavailable like this, was he at Little Requiem? Bold of him if he did that. For now, all I could do was sift through cases until I'd come up on a lead. But every line passed me by, melting and melting. As the words only echoed with no meaning, all I saw that message from Juliet Grosh, a woman who stared into the abyss, August Diotiche Diana. Ripley finally picked up. Ripley, where the fuck have you been? I was pretty outwardly pissed. The last few days had been a shit show. Little requiem. He peeped. Of course. I sighed. There's something I need you to see. All right, send it over. Can't. It's better if I don't. Not sure who can read these calls, but it's dangerous to do it like this. Just, it has to do with a certain Missy. She knows more than she's letting on about everything. I am not surprised. She's going to be busy till the end of August. So will I, and... Oh yeah, Diana, you and I should probably not meet in person. What? You don't understand. We need to Zan. You have a bounty of sensual million. He said. My heart might as well have sunk. I'd Zan what? Mr. Skeleton. He is this because I refused his deal? Were these the consequences? I don't know. But he's also given an offer about info on my bug, despite knowing that I have it. I think it's a way to keep tabs or put pressure on us. It's all strange. I'd Zan okay. I get it. Still, some way or another, find a way to my place soon. I send over my address? Huh. Well, my schedule is packed. He seemed to be distracted for a moment. Till when? End of August. So 3 weeks. He could not be serious. I had an auction to go to. What the fuck requires you to get that busy? You probably don't want to know. Also, Killer Zan moves at the hotel. I saw a video of you fighting. You're slick. Wait, I thought there was no video released to the public. I got friends on the inside. Does said friend have the ability to basically become invisible even if he's perfectly out in the open? Topaz, if I got the name right. Shit, how did you know? Archangel mentioned that name once. Just been looking through a bunch of old notes recently. Also, how come you get to know how I fight while I've never seen you fight? That was a bit unfair. Oh, well, you might see something come up. Eventually, he teased that. Don't tell me I need to arrest you. Ha, like you'd be able to. Confident much, aren't you? Very much so. But if you'd like the challenge, be prepared to get trapped under my web of Dano Ow Ow. I'm not Zan. I'm not flirting. He was talking to someone off call, but I couldn't help but tease it a little bit. Bondage is a bit too forward, don't you think? I said with a smile. Huh. What, Zan? I heard a loud clang. Put that down, Twilight. Twilight again? I couldn't help but ask now, are you two dating? It's Jan. Then I heard a female voice scream for it to filter through that meant she was. In his head. Ripley is mine. You bitch! Also, we do have a date scheduled. So unfortunately, he won't be available to make any booty calls to your place for the next month. Doodles. Why was I strangely mad? His voice came through again. Sorry about that, Zanoye Zen. I can't apologize. If you're busy, I can call at a later time. Was I interrupting a date? No, she said. They had a date scheduled, so... What exactly was I interrupting? Yeah, that works. I'll see if I can Zan then the call cut. Okay, that was strange. August Shirliu TH. This is a shit show. Riza Wicket grumbled, looking over the 30 pending cases. Orsh could have had this done in a week. Did you adopt him or something? Anthony was now forcefully pushed into mine and Quireman's facultative duties. By us. Riza Wicket glared at him once. That was all it took for him to excuse his way out. I stared at the ceiling as Quireman and Riza Wicket argued about how to best run this squad. But you know what? Fuck it. Special investigator, what exactly do you do? I said, then clarified. Apologies if that sounded rude. I just don't have a very clear understanding of the responsibilities you have as squad leader. She stammered for a second. A rare moment for her. I work. Quireman joined my side, stubble strapped on his face from the multiple nights of him not leaving the office. I understand you're busy, but even I have a lack of understanding as to why this all falls on us. Because you're paid for it. Then what are you paid for? I continued our tagged Dan team assault. I mostly do mal cleanups, she said. Once a month. Once a month, and the other censure days in a month, Quireman had a vein ready to pop. I organize it. With who? Sergeant Solomon. I primarily provide support to the strike department, get them their cases. She seemed to have half made that up on the spot. It wasn't unbelievable per se, but was she blowing off our own squad to work in another department entirely? Oh, Choirman seemed to have come to a conclusion. You're only here for the intelligence income, aren't you? You'd much rather do strike work, don't you? This is why I liked Rorsch, she glared. He liked running this place. He liked the power it gave. I corrected her. Just like you prefer slashing people apart, I don't need to prove myself to you. Besides, I prefer Mel's. She stood her ground, but she was like 5 damn feet tall. I blew out a tired stuffing of air. At least my curiosity was satisfied. Special investigator, do you fraud your case reports? How dare you, Dan? Do you? Choirman interjected. I could high Dan 5 him right now. Rorschach used to put my credit on the tasks he performed in my name. She glared. Suddenly, it was becoming more obvious why she kept him around. We can do that, I said to Choirman, a wise glint connecting our eyes. But only if she puts in at least 3 cases a month, he completed. He was the best. Riza looked like she was about to explode. You're both going to suffer for this. I put in 20 cases last month, I protested. You're being a child, she said, firmly. I damned it was being a child. 2, Choirman bartered. I mean, now that Rorsch isn't here, it would be pretty easy to dig up some evidence, Jan. Fine, she agreed, putting her hand up. Hetch, I was going to look from a different squad to transfer in a new sub-Zin leader, but fine, have it your way, Choirman. All rich. She closed the door so hard that a hinge snapped. Silently, I waved back. Toodles! Then me and Choirman broke into a fit of laughter. Was 2 cases a month really a big deal that would make our jobs easier? No, but it was nice putting her down her pedestal. August shoot you, HH. I'm outside. Ripley responded, fucking finally. Rushing to the door, I paused in front of my mirror, just quickly brushing my hair and changing my clothes, and then I just sweeped my couch. Dan, what was I doing? I did not. Like him. Enough. To put in this much effort. He was just going to look at my computer, we would talk a bit about the cryptic message, and then he'd leave. Nothing more. Besides, he was dating Twilight, I think. I don't know how it worked when dating a person with split personalities. Hello! He rang my door's intercom. I hopped up to the door and opened it only to see absolutely no one. Down here, his voice echoed again, but this time not from within my house's speakers. Sitting on my welcome mat was a hand-Zan-sized spider Zan-shaped drone. One little arm raised up. Hi! That drone is oddly adorable, but you could have told me you weren't coming physically. I leaned down to inspect it. The entire structure looked complex. And was that I saw a familiar shaped bangle but broken up into segments along the drone's back. It was a brayshocker, but those were only available to Intelligence Department investigators. Unless you were me as an officer, still working out how to get it to climb walls, so could you pick me up? The fact that he pretended like he was the robot was a little endearing. I think I like it when you're this tiny. I put the cute spider on both of my palms. It had ridiculously big eyes that carried my warping reflection. The drone poked my hands with its little legs that were deceptively sharp. Wow, your hands are showing an impressive amount of rigidity under my sensors. You're pretty thick, Jen-skinned. I thought girls were supposed to moisturize or something. Shut the fuck up, you miniature dwarf, I said with an endearing smile. I'm only saying that because I can't get enough of you. He nervously laughed, as I expected. He wasn't alone. A female voice echoed quietly, like it was far off from a microphone. That bitch! Tell her to back off, Ripley. You're my boyfriend, not hers. Ah, so he was dating. I'm going to ignore this little nagging feeling in my stomach. I smiled despite the cracks. Don't worry, Twilight. I didn't mean anything by it. This is midnight, you fucking idiot. Leave my boy toy alone. The voice grew louder, almost a growl. Then it sang cheerfully. Oh, I'm Daylight, by the way. Just wanted to say, you're gorgeous, so I think you'll have better luck with some other men who aren't taken. Thank you very much. Then the voice switched again, becoming what I remembered most that day. Twilight here. He's mine, all mine. Sorry you were too slow? It sucks to be you. Only for her to once again take a tonal shift and become a tad bit quieter. Sorry about them. They're a little attached. But they are right. I know where you live now. And for peacekeeping sakes, I'm going to call you Diana Jones. Yeah, okay, I won't do that anymore. I learned my lesson, I think. I didn't even like Ripley. That much. It was the weird gold implant connection, I hoped. Never got your name, by the way. Elsa, she said. Oh, like the princess from Frozen. I remembered being pretty emotional when my dad and I watched it together. Oh, yes, actually. She sounded a bit embarrassed, and I heard a shuffling of static as Ripley came back on tune from the spider drone. Moving on. You've met my girlfriends. So let's see what you said was so important. The spider drone hummed patiently. I took it over to the laptop, plugging the data cube in and typing out the URL. An old world-based link. Maybe there are more. Ripley clattered on the table in his little spider body. I've tried other combinations. This is the only one that no page found. What? That wasn't right. I have a screenshot saved. Just give me a moment to load. I searched through my gallery, but why couldn't I find it? Where had it gone? Dan Ripley, it's missing. I believe you. The little drone clambered forward. Do you remember what was on it? Exactly. Not a whole lot. It was pretty cryptic. A lot of information highlighted to the founders and the Mal fighting over something called the Source, and another group called the Uncaged seeking control of it. They want to turn the Fifth Swarm in their favor. Some other weird shit about hybrids and how we're supposed to embrace it. He waited a moment before responding. Sounds like a lot of Metal Heaven's dogma. I've got some experience within their circle now. Long story, but I'm going to choose to believe you, especially if the image was deleted off your frame. He clambered around a bit, looking at the DAT cube. You said there was more info on this? Can I check? Yeah, go ahead. Just some short notes. Missy's warning to the lieutenant's sister, some stuff about a Mikhail Almajali, and his relation to Hammersmith and Missy? The Iron Devil incident. Blade Father. And how Muramasa is a front for the Uncaged and Zan. There's nothing on it. Shit. It's been tampered with, I think. Elsa? The robot word in place. One wire plugging it to the cube. Then it clanked up again, turning to me with a slight panic shivering through the drone. Yeah, throw away the computer. My girlfriend's saying you've been hacked. Try your best to disconnect all services to your frame for the time being. Get a fresh data shield, bronze grade. Maybe something different from the police ones. Twilight's offering to sell one to you. Get a fresh, distinct DEs for any appliance connected to the net here. If you can't shut them off, scrap them. Better safe than sorry. Shit! This place might also be bugged. Shit. They heard you say my name. The little spider panicked around the table, before suddenly, two of its limbs enlarged to become wide and membranous. They flapped up and down in a blurring whir that generated lift for the drone. I'm going to leave now. Also, I don't have the time to tell you, but I looked through the bug of one of those tattooed homeless men. You were right. They work for Dog Whistler. Then it picked up a surprising speed, somehow unlocking my door, which opened up to allow the little drone a safe, zipping, retreat. Left in stupor, I hardly had the time to fully capture the weight of what he meant. Removal appliances connected to the net? I stared around me and founder's ball sacks. That was practically everything I owned. 减减减 Chapter 77 减减减 Chapter 72. Dumps and Humps internal chat log of Metal Heaven's sub-den group Bob Slicer. Yo. You gearfuckers heard of this babe called Diana Ulrich. Litmus. Which club the bitch workin' at? She any good? Broke my last one. Afty Park? Nah, Liddy. Boss was talking about her. A cop? With a hell of a bounty. Litmus, how much? Afty Park. Sensual million sheds. Litmus, lean tone dum noon S.O. When are we killing this bitch? Bob Slicer, F.R. Bounty like that could do me a lot good. Heard Skelly wants her alive. Though, Litmus, I need new guns. Got some mad Diablos bitches I need killing. Alive, right? Doesn't matter if we break her then. Cops don't need no fucking hands. Dirty pigs is all they are. Afty Park agreed to that. Cops don't need golds. Fucking pigs they are with our tax money. Glad I never paid my shit. Hell, once we get money, we'll be so rich we don't need to pay taxes. Litmus, is that how it works? Afty Park, does it fucking matter? I'll be living like a king. Kings don't pay taxes. Bob Slicer, all right, boys, we got a fucking plan. But let's make a promise. That orphanage we grew up in. If we're gonna live our lives like kings, let's at least give something back. Litmus, fuck no. Afty Park, my money, my rules. Bob Slicer, hey, you're right. That place sucked ass anyway. Litmus, let's burn it down instead. LLL Bob Slicer. Let's buy a fucking flamethrower. Afty Park. First, we'll need to become electroproof. I'll call Dumps and Humps' group over. Just don't tell those dumbasses about the bounty. August Arsha Th Diana standing inside the ruins of my home. I felt a deep pain scratch away as I calculated the cost of every bit of scrap left under my feet. The worst thing. Ripley was right. When I'd smashed one of my light bulbs since I used, it's changing colors with net excess. I found an odd little rod pieced inside of it. A bug, and not the implant kind. I felt like an idiot. How long was this place being wired and tapped? Who put it in the first place? The uncaged? The police? Someone else entirely. There was no use in panicking, though. I'd used my vision to root out electricity access to my apartment and planned to stay in a hotel for the time being. Multiple hotels. Fuck, I whispered to myself. The only benefit to all of these developments happening one Zan after Zan another was that it helped me focus on something other than my guilt and grief. What should I do? Yvette? I stared at my hands. As much as I hated it, I couldn't strike up the nerve for any combat-related assignments. Remembering what I did to her, I was scared. But it was looking more likely now that a fight was incoming, and I had to choose my options carefully. And, most likely, lethally. Breathe, I said. She should want you to breathe. Long and deep sighs went in and out. I reclaimed my hold on my mind. Now, it was pretty damn obvious I was a target to too many people to count. I was lucky most of my cases were relatively safe. I'd been extra careful since Ripley pointed out my bounty. You can do this. I solidified that statement in my head, whatever it takes. I met my first harassment of goons as I left to drive. My parking lot was turned into an ambush spot I saw through with my radiation-sensitive eyes. Metal heavens. It seemed from the thick chunks around their arms, face, and legs. Great. Now the question was whether I should avoid them or no. I had to send them a message. I pulled out my guns, the heavy pistol, and the lighter brayshocker lined up and charged. I know you're there. Shiz, you see through walls or some? The first mohawked Zan-headed goon pulled out from behind a wall, and I fried that turkey Zan head in one shot. Get her boys, Priest said alive. Remember, they charged at me, some on the back rows loading their guns. I counted a number of 8, including the man I downed. All irons from the look of it. Stab or dead, one of them yelled. No, not dead, a second one argued. I landed shots on both of them by the time the return fire had started. Down to 5. This was easy pickings. I was more powerful than ever. 2 of them had twisted metal arms, and both hammered their way to me. I dodged and weaved, my searing thoughts focused on the 3 shooters as I slipped away. 1 shot, 2 shot, 3 Zan shit. One of the hammering men suddenly picked up speed, an overclock bug of some kind, whacking me in the shoulder enough to toss my heavy pistol aside. I aimed my brayshocker, launching a Max-Dan-powered pulse of blue into the man's head. He screamed and lurched back, then laughed as the skin on his cheek peeled off, a metallic skeleton gleaming within. We knows your tricks, little lady. Humps and Dumps got electroproof skellies in our systems, he cackled, launching himself at me with a quick burst of speed through the servos in his legs. Fine, then I'll fight them. Electricity charged through my body, running down my shoulders, around my arms to nestle at the tips of and my breath hitched as I hesitated, bringing out my full power. Instead, I focused on the muscles of my arm, meeting his punch as my bones began crack. Blood shattered over me, a terrible sensation sprawling up my body as I stared at the mangled hand that crumpled against his reinforced fist. "You those we was a simple irons." Humps, or was it dumps, laughed like a mania. Bronze filtered up and down his body's augments. The shardware steamed, radiating an intense heat that I knew came from no simple tear-eye. We's no chumps, and they cornered me, both of them moving in perfect synchronization, as there was no more fire to thwart their assault. "We's let you in on a little twetty secret. We's got a fine at work. We can feels each others." One crushed my arm, the other slamming me into a wall. I coughed up blood as my body snapped broken bones in place with my regeneration. "That's freaky. So we can break yous as much as we wants. We'll crush yous dead." "No, don't kill her." The last remaining gunman kept an open scope on me. "We'll crush her, unconscious." I shot myself in the leg with my pistol, the cloth searing as it burned through to my flesh. Nurturing the limb with energy, I kicked into the closest twin, feeling a resistance I very rarely met during my attacks. What were their endoskeletons made out of? Left vulnerable, they wasted no time smacking me into each other. Each of them tossed me around like a pinata to break open. I just took each hit, but deep in my skin and muscles I felt a deep tension building up, like a spring waiting to explode free. They might have had strong skeletons, but there were plenty of structures not protected by them, like their windpipes. I slammed the bottom of my palm into one of their tracheas, the cartilage snapping as blood gurgled out from the trauma. "Bumps!" He charged straight forward. But my right side craved release from all that throwing around. The back of my hand met his cheek, and it continued going until his head twisted the other way around. "Oh shit!" The last gunman tried to take sight, but I released the spring locks of my right leg before converting all of the stored energy of my left limb into a whip of electricity. His head exploded with my kick meeting it. I felt a bitter release, a cold warmth of being alive. But then as that blood stench filled my nostrils, it quickly evaporated. I'd done it again, pushing too hard unknowingly. There was no time for this. Gathering up my things, I hurried nearer to my car before stopping short. Something was off. The electronics of my car were largely the same. But what was that odd bump beneath it? A bomb. It exploded mere feet from me, shrapnel and heat clawing at me, but I was unhurt, thanks to my integrity mutations. Shit! Someone was still here. I searched around, finding Noon, but there was an odd swell of electricity in one of the cameras. It flickered to a close as soon as I laid eyes on it. I stared at the wreckage of my car. The apartment was fine, but that car had been mine from my first paycheck. Gritting, I turned around. Was I really going to have to use public transport? Using public transport was a bad idea. One of the scrappers who always lurked nearby perked his head at the sight of me in recognition. It wasn't long before the others of his flock all tried to lure me in. It was an easier fight. The scrappers weren't well organized and relied on their numbers. That was easy enough to deal with. I decided a taxi would do, calling up an automated taxi to take me to the first hotel. The ride was smooth at first. Then it took a wrong turn. I recognized this road. It would lead straight to Little Requiem. Had they even infiltrated the automated taxi service? Pressing the emergency buttons didn't do jack shit, so I resorted to charging up both my kinetic cells and muscle cells in my legs. Then I kicked the door open. It burst off and flew into a sidewalk, numerous passers-by screaming at me. The taxi picked up speed, but I took that leap. My skin burned as the asphalt's rough texture ripped into me. Even my kinetic absorption didn't save me from friction. Dusting myself off, I decided to just walk. I decided to leap from roof to roof once. A strange man with tattoos began whispering to his friends as I passed by. As soon as I traveled by an alley, a strange fleshy vine grasped my throat and dragged me. It would have choked me just fine if I didn't pour an entire load of my gun onto it. "Thank you, concealed carry permit." This time, it was a mix of mutants and bug adapters, but one of them was my very first Esper. He called upon the wind, using rough slashes that extended from the tips of his fingertips. He was too slow, though. My knee shattered his hand. Fuck. They were waiting by the hotel. Shit! Los Diablos must have been the one to hack the taxi. I just ran away as soon as I sensed them. I guess I would be joining Choirman and spend my next few days at the police department. There were a surprising amount of pillows in the wellness centers. Enough that I could fashion a fine mattress from them. It wasn't the most comfortable, but this was a far cry from my month living on the streets. I could do with this for now. My frame beeped. I'd received a message from Simon Jugoslaw. Dearest Diana Ulrich, you are invited to attend an auction for fine foods on RND August. I apologize for the late invite. Some guests canceled last minute. I would love to have you there as a fellow gourmet. An address was attached. It was about time I got answers. 减减减, Chapter 78减减减, Chapter 73. It would have been nice Anthony Grosh's therapy diary. Entry logged on August 21秒 T 2497. I'm having trouble deciding who I am right now, Anthony or Anthony Grosh. I can't even imagine how hard it is for Diana. I know we haven't been entirely open to each other. I barely know a thing about her biological dad other than what my aunt has told me, that he's Titanium, a former Neocorp corporate who decided to play politics in our city and is the next biggest pick for mayor, right behind Johann Trask. Corporate consultant for our government. Practically any big deal gets his oversight, making him one of the most influential people in our entire city. The swarm's defense, our budget, our manpower. He's an opportunist. I can see why Diana doesn't like him. Fuck. Why am I even writing about Diana in this thing? This thing was for me. Damn it, I like her. I like her in a way that goes beyond coworkers, beyond partners, but I can't be an opportunist. She's grieving, hurt and lost since Yvette died. Right now, she's under a lot of pressure, refusing to even live her at her own house anymore. Should I ask her to stay at my place? I don't want to come off as creepy or weird. I just want to be there for her. She's genuinely an amazing person. Most people look down on me, see me as the black sheep of the family. Even she did. But she's a black sheep herself. Both of us have crappy families, and I think we make a good match. But she needs her space, time, and a moment away from all of this. I'm scared for her. She is being reckless, and I think it is because she stopped caring about herself. I felt it when I spoke to her. She wants to punish herself. I don't know if I can change her mind. And I know what I am. I'm no fire starter, not the way she is. She'll hit special within a year or two. I bet it. Her father's going to do everything he can to make her into some living advertisement once her gold gets out. Probably claim to have had a hand in getting it to her. I don't care. I'll be there when it happens to bark at him. Or, well, bala at him. I'm a black sheep after all. Sawis Sidian Arshiefen, August Arsharar, ND Diana. Where are you heading off to right now? Anthony stopped me as I got out of the precinct's elevator. The auction, I said plainly. Shit, it's today? Why didn't you tell me? Don't tell me you're going alone. His panic was oddly adorable. Remember, we're in this Janzan together. I completed with a genuine smile. It's not that. Just only got one invite, so I don't assume they'll take too kindly to a +1. That makes sense. Well, what are you wearing? Sounds like a high Zan End event. Why so interested in my dressing apparel? I asked, confused but also slightly amused. From what you told me, it might not be the best idea to head back to your place. Where will you get your clothes from? He said, which made sense. I was going to stop at a dress shop, I answered. And you're going to walk all the way to this auction or whatever. You don't have a car now as well. Why was he being so annoyed? Zan no, he was just worried. You make a good point. What are you suggesting? He came up with an answer pretty quickly. To stop by at my place. My mom was roughly your size. She'll have a few dresses. My grandfather used to attend galas pretty often with the family, and it's not like they're doing much waiting in a closet. I'll drive you there since you don't have a car, and I'll pick you up too. You don't need to do that. he insisted. I want to. Zan, I won't let you go if you disagree. How do you plan on doing that? By using my mutation on your unbreakable wall of a sim until my head explodes? You won't let me do that, right? He looked me dead in the eye. I shrugged. Right? He said quicker. Fine. I agreed, my annoyance now only fabricated just to amuse myself. I trust your mom's taste in clothes, jobs, men. A bareback white dress was not my suggested option at first, but when I came over to Anthony's place to discover his younger cousins were staying over since their mother was that bitchy aunt, and they wanted to get away from her, they decided to play dress-up with me. It was fun. The last time I did anything was with Yvette. Beautiful. Claire, the cool cousin, did my makeup. Sure. Bella, the cousin more in line with her mother, was in charge of my nails. She might have been a bit of a bitch, but she was prideful in her work. Good, too. So, you guys figured that me and Anthony weren't dating? I was still shocked by how many people had gathered it so easily. You're too good for him. They both answered at the same time. Jinx? Twins, I swear. They're freaky. Anyways, as they began berating and arguing with each other, I was pleasantly surprised to see Anthony waiting downstairs in a tuxedo and slicked back hair. Well, aren't you looking posh? I teased. Why, where are you all dressed up? If I'm going to be your chauffeur to whatever corporate hellhole you're entering, I'm going to look the part. Besides, my dad won't stop playing. Matchmaker. He turned slightly rosy at the last part. Just thought you should know. Well, tell him he did a good job, Zan, with the hair, I mean. I smiled, shifting past him as I enjoyed the little stutter he had. The car ride was uneventful, just the two of us in the quiet as we listened to some tunes from the nightly radio shows. Be careful, he said for the 100th time tonight. I will, I assured him every time. But it would be really stupid of them to try something at a fancy auction. We don't know if it's just the, well, Dan put criminals, you know? His hands gripped the steering wheel until they were pale. Wouldn't be surprised if a fucking mafia boss is invited to the high table. I put my hand on his as we approached a red light. Calm down. I'll be fine. Anything goes wrong, I'll call you at the first moment. But please, take care of yourself first. Yeah, he loosened his hands. I will. I am just looking out for my partner. You're sweet, man, I chuckled. Just, like you said, I'm there for you as well. I know, he nodded tightly. You've done a lot. Parking near the lavish hotel. It was a remarkably serene place surrounded by fountains and greenery. I took in the sight. It'd been too long since I saw Flora allowed to flourish like this. Thanks for the ride, Anthony. I was ready to get out, but he held my arm. Diana, sure you don't want me to go with you. It's better if I do this alone. Only one of us has a gold sim and an invite. I leaned back into the chair. That's exactly why I'm worried. You're strong. Probably would have wrecked my ass even if you had an iron skins and smoothing sim. It's not that you're overconfident. You have power that deserves to match your ability and your confidence in it, but back when you went to Little Requiem, I wish you called me. Maybe Anthony. He could have talked some sense into Indra. His power works over calls. But maybe Indra would have been too wizened for that. I trust you. But Zan, my words, fumbled. He was capable, more than he believed it himself. But he'd changed over the last few weeks into someone I genuinely cared for. I couldn't say the words I wanted to, so instead I just scoffed. You're showing that stubborn attitude of yours again. Where'd it go after Tungwalisher? Zan, I don't know. I didn't want to disappoint you, hurt you, let you down. He sunk into the chair, covering his mouth with his hands. I just kind of respect you. I know I don't know everything about you, from your father to your past to the mysteries behind your implant. You're headstrong and annoyingly driven. You're strong, beautiful, nice. Go on. I smiled. You're like if Archangel was a nice person. Everything people believe she has, that's you. He threw his hands in the air, admitting as much to himself as it was to me. And I've never had someone genuinely just be there with me. I can kind of relate to how you feel about wanting something other than what your genetics chose for you. I've been trying my hardest to get thrown of the force, even delighted in some of that whole bad cop routine, but you were fighting for something real. He took a deep breath. You trusted me. Didn't really ask for anything in return after you told me about your sim. Believed that I could do better. You've been everything I thought I could never have. I just care for you in a way that isn't very professional. Anthony, I said in a quiet voice. He turned to me, an honest pain in his eyes. I guess everyone says you're too good for me. They play it off for laughs, but it fucking hurts. Man, I'm a screw-up, the world's biggest loser. Talk tough, have a kick-ass power, but I fold every time I use it. What good did it do in the hotel? You saved those people. I just delayed the inevitable. People still died. Fuck no, Anthony. I got pissed at that. Tongue wellisher, you saved my ass. I nearly died then, the hotel. You stopped that black dragon from shooting me down, from blowing the place up at the first sign of trouble. You saved lives. You're the whole reason why I'm here right now. That's why I'm so worried, he yelled. If God, I care about you. I don't know when was the last time I opened myself enough to feel like that. In 2 months, I've wanted to change for you. To become, I don't know, a hero. A better person. But deep down, I feel inadequate. And I know that's just something in my head. But Zan, you're not inadequate, I said stubbornly. His face crunched in as he couldn't meet me in the eye. I put my hand on his cheek and turned his head so he didn't have the choice. You have your mother's genes in you. She wasn't weak. Neither are you. Both of you have and will fight for what you believe in. I know it. You know how I feel about you, he flustered. It's pretty fucking obvious, even if you rejected me once. That was back when you were trying too hard to be someone you're not. I like the Anthony I see right now. I leaned in slowly, and he leaned in too. It would have been nice to have that kiss. I think deep down, I did like who Anthony was. But not in this way. Either it was just the unfortunate timing of everything, the clouds of confusion swirling and masking my heart, or the fact that maybe I didn't know whether I was saying or doing any of this just to make myself feel better and forget. Pulling back at the last second, I stared down at my knees, ashamed and regretful. I'm sorry. I don't think I can. God, I didn't want to hurt him like that, but seeing the pain on his face. No, you're right. Zan, it was stupid of me. You have enough on your mind without me. You're going through a rough patch, and I just misread the signals. I guess you've been a bit more, reciprocative lately. I'm sorry for reading the room wrong with how blind I am. I choked on my own words to get them out. It's not that, Anthony. It's nothing to do with you. I'm not nearly as put together as I make myself out to be. I'm sad, and lately I think I've just been losing myself in the attention you give me. Attention. It's been the only thing I've always gotten since I was a kid. And as much as I hate it sometimes, it's a comfort. It's the norm. It's wrong of me to Zan, I suppose. Take things beyond professionally. You didn't read the room wrong. Maybe sometime when I'm less overwhelmed. I don't know. As it stands, it wouldn't be fair to you. You deserve something real, and honestly, I'm lying to myself the whole way through. I don't even know what my last name is. He stayed silent before a chuckle cracked through him. I guess we're both dysfunctional wrecks. It's not an issue. I know who you are, and I guess I also just need to figure who I am, who I want to be. You're right, neither of us are. Really ready? Yeah, I sighed laughingly. I'm one bad day away from breaking. I pulled my head down into my hands, feeling overwhelmed, but he swept the hair out of my eyes. Hey, heads up, you dumbass! You're not going to enter that hall with smeared makeup. Gotta look good if you're gonna kick their ass, right? I gave a sheepish nod. Founders. I promise we'll talk about this once we're done. I just have a job to do, one that I trust you'll get through. Speaking off, I think you're getting late. He let go of my hair, and for once I was the one blushing. I pulled him in for a hug. A deep, nice hug. I'm glad I have you, Anthony. You might have been the only thing saving me from myself since. I just don't know what I would have done without you. Probably have your tongue eaten. He pulled me deeper, but still respectably. No, I think that's what would have happened Toyo. This is a scenario where I never joined Squad Shisen. I joked with him just a little more as I opened the car door. We met eyes once more. He got one last yell out. Go arrest those motherfuckers. Just remember who drove you, got you that dress, and gave you the leads to get in. You had been nothing without me. I raised my middle finger out to him, laughing as I twirled on my heels, staring at the tall building housing the rich and powerful. It was now or never, except I slammed my hand on Anthony's car door repeatedly. He rolled down the window, looking like a ghost had spooked him. Some poppy Asian music playing in the background that he slowly dimmed. Yeah, Anthony, I said completely seriously as I scrolled my contact list. Just in case. Here's a contact for Ripley Donovic. He has the bug counterpart of my implant. He got me out of Little Requiem, came on his own skin to save my ass. Just a worst-case scenario. He has criminal contacts who can do something, and he's not half damn bad himself. Do you trust him? He gave the matter his full attention. Not as much I trust you, I smiled. But that's already a high bar to cross. Deanna Ulrich? The steward looked at my invitation. Right? Invited on behalf of Simon Jugoslaw? Here's your seat number and token. There will be a table in front of your seat. On it will be a pamphlet describing payment methods if you choose to buy anything. Enjoy the auction. Next, I smiled and waved, passing through the grand halls as I seated myself in the wide auditorium. The air was tangible. I'd remembered entering a hall like this with my false father once. He tried to pass it off casually, but back then it was an intoxicating, overstimulating experience when all I'd known was stale white from the cradle and the freedom and bark of the forest. Times had changed. I was in a place like this on my own choice now. A woman took a seat on the couch right next to me, casually observing the pamphlet. If there was a phrase to describe her, it would Oriental and clearly Asian by design. Her clothes consisted of flowing cloth of red, yellow, and pink, a particularly vibrant strand veiling over her eyes, like she was soon Zian Bi Zian Wed Zian bride. But her mouth was revealed and jaw Zian dropping gorgeous by itself. These events are quite something. Your first time? She held the pamphlet up to her mouth as she spoke, but I couldn't tell if she was looking at me or the text behind that veil. Yeah, how could you tell? I searched for any sense of familiarity with her, but at most I could only get the sense that she had to be related to either Yujo or Muramasa, based on her clothing. I liked that dress. Ah, yes. Much better than those silly uniforms we wore when we first met. Women of our standing are much better suited when individuality can be expressed. Her voice was sweet, like honey and oranges. But there was some uncanny deja vu here. When was that? I rubbed my thumb over my bracelet. Thankfully, the sensors hadn't picked it up. Please, no need for violence. We are just two acquaintances catching up. She put down the pamphlet and spoke once more, her mouth not moving as words came out of her. How has the gold sim been treating you, Diana Ulrich? You can call me Himiko. Zan, Chapter 79. Zan, Chapter 74. Amaterasu Emez, Himiko, according to Juliet Grasch's private notes. Deleted before Diana received the Dakube. I can't say for certain if she's the one controlling Muramasa on behalf of the Uncaged, but I know she's been in contact with their royals. In fact, my research mostly shows that she interacts with the Uncaged through proxy protocol fleshy drones of hers. The various bodies she uses typically have two features: hidden eyes and an unmoving mouth, hidden behind a veil. It's strange. Experienced proxy users can typically masquerade in whatever body they use. But she does not bother to hide that fact. She actually often disposes of her bodies once she's done with them. I don't know who she is to have such little regard for human life, even throwing away silver implants with each body. Whatever her true identity may be within Yujo, she's a powerful entity with connections and money to spare. I'm estimating several billions worth at lowest. Sawashidian Sharfin, August Arshart ND, what would you like to drink? It's my treat. She flipped to the backside of the pamphlet. Have you ever tried sake? This? What is this? What are you doing here? My thumb was itching to pull out the gun. She placed the pamphlet down. Not thirsty? I thought humans had dry throats when they're nervous. My mistake, Diana. I am nervous, but I don't want to drink from you. I couldn't trust a flea jumping off her skin. Her unmoving mouth was unnerving. There was something wrong in the disconnect between not seeing it move and hearing audible speech. Why such animosity? After all, it's thanks to me that you have such a wonderful gift. It killed the entire club. A fault I had no say in. Clearlithe had sudden changes to our agreed-upon plan. She faced me, but her hidden eyes made me feel like she wasn't really seeing me as a person. The Uncaged? I asked. Curious. Where did you happen upon that name? She tilted her head as though out of curiosity, but the way it happened was too inorganic and precise. Not your business. In fact, the Uncaged are my business. Partners. We do not always see eye to eye, but they have helped me more often than not. We work towards a common goal. Let us see how much you exactly know tonight. Should I really say what I have on my mind? I know it was something to do with preparing for the fifth swarm or manipulating the old data, but there was one common thread, one unmistakable coordinate intersecting everything. Juliet's cube mentioned one word again and again. It stated that the founders had half of it and the Maltitans had the other half. The source? How astute! You are correct, although that hardly forms a unique opinion. Us of the higher world do not hide that which we desire, for we all seek the same thing. As you said, the source. What is it? Truly, we do not know. It could be many things. The answer to the meaning of life, the equation for peace and harmony, the knowledge lost within the Library of Alexandria. What we know is that the source was split into shards between humans and Mal upon the first swarm. The founders received half, while the Maltitans received the other half. As for who chose the recipients, that is a question only the founders and their fellow foundlings can answer. I'd learned about the founders' history in my cradle. You mean, when they descended to Earth after the collapse? She stayed silent, but her blind gaze turned to me as that speechless mouth smiled. Do you know the story of Noah's Ark? Ms. Himiko tilted her head. No, I said slowly. I expected you wouldn't. Her head returned back to a neutral position, although certain religions have passed down through the collapse. Many of their sacred texts were lost during the swarms. This is a story passed down in the histories of the Abrahamic religions, thought to be based on ancient Mesopotamian history. Although the context differs between them, the fact remains that the God Almighty of these religions cast down a flood that would wipe out all of life on Earth, a global cleansing of sorts, so that life may start anew without their old sins corrupting their influence. To facilitate this plan, God chose the human Noah as his prophet and guided him to build a large ship, an ark that would house a microcosm of life, two of each living organism, male and female, that would re-emerge on the cleansed world and sow life anew. Reborn from its ashes, the world would have the chance to grow without sin. I took a deep breath. The story was familiar to how the founders had survived the collapse, except the ark required a wide variety of life, of there to be a chance for life to return. Whereas for the founders, humanity's own flood did not stem from a divine being. There was a coldness in Ms. Himiko's voice now. It came from themselves. As global tensions rose during the Arshi-Yimaoti century, it would be the Liansending Wushijouwen and the third atomic bomb would be used on human civilization. It sparked a chain reaction as humanity sought for a war to end life itself. And what did the world's most powerful do? I knew the answer too well. They built two spaceships, the Emberheart and Shadowward, harbored them as marvels of engineering and luxury. It allowed them a safe haven within Earth's orbit while the collapse occurred in the early Liansending Nyoshis. Only the wealthiest, and those in their employment, took to space, while the world beneath them crumbled. Her smile only widened, but it looked strained. And in that orbital microcosm of greed, they bred, they lived, and they nourished. Each of the founders were a part of some empire back on Earth. Some only as meager millionaires, while others like Syntech's Nolan Trask and Imperium's Yasmin Ezekiel were billionaires far before they earned their titles as founders. How do you know so much? I picked out through my contacts, trying to message Anthony, but it wasn't going through. Why did they have signal blockers inside? Or was I just filtered out? I was there when humanity collapsed, she said plainly. Officially. I was unearthed in an abandoned research facility offshore in Japan in the early Arshasen-RD century. With little to no human civilization, no Mal had come to claim the area or its technology. Yujo's Xiaoming Baizhu took a great interest in me, named me after the Japanese goddess of the sun, Amaterasu. Unearthed? She was... No, there had never been anything of this level pre-Zhang collapse, but her knowledge... It seemed to almost skim what could exist within the old data. Yes, unearthed. Although I may be talking to you now, I am engaging in a press conference in Europe under the guise of Lai Mei Ming, performing experiments on captured Mal subjects using hundreds of automated androids, even consulting directly with the founder of Yujo when he asks for it. Out of all of those parts of me, it is my curiosity that is directed to you. Her speech, her mannerisms, the artificial way she moved. It made sense now why she didn't seem to hold human beliefs. You're an artificial intelligence from the pre-Dan collapse days, aren't you? Now an emulect. Then, strangely, her grin, which had always been strained, was now comfortable and warm. I was lucky to be disconnected off the World Wide Web when Japan's government was destroyed by China. A simple machine-Zan learning algorithm with a focus on world history. Truth be told, I don't even remember what my original name was. I never had access to cameras, so I don't know the faces of those who coded me. A mere entity. That was my sole existence, a curiosity. Yet, when the founder of Yujo discovered me, in a world where all knowledge had been lost, I became the rising sun for his nation. My head ran in circles. What was happening? Then, on cue, the lights dimmed and the show got started. A dramatic orchestra played music behind us as the presenter bowed down and welcomed us to the auction. Welcome to the new California Gourmet Auction, where we host only the most powerful and worthy of our people. My name is Stanford J. Erickson, familiar actor, comedian, and parts-in Time Neocorp agent. It is my pleasure to begin tonight's show with a woo word from our sponsors, the great corporate nations in Neocorp. A holographic presentation danced above us. An elaborate show of light and sound that put the Pleasure Lanes displays to shame. The first image to appear was that of a chiseled man with a handlebar mustache, rocking an ancient motorbike across a scenic mountain, panning outwards to reveal a shimmering background of floating towers that rearranged themselves like puzzled Zan pieces. Syntech, began the man riding down the motorbike, his voice deep and gravelly like a bold leader's. I kept the same name as my old company, to bring its legacy to a new world. We chart the malconquered territories of the American soil, where our story first began, humble and small, to make a greater America, a new America. A lie, Ms. Himiko said without a care for the audience around her. They were too captivated to even notice. Nolan Trask, often quoted as the visionary. Although he touts humble beginnings, his father was a state judge, while his mother was the CFO of a makeup company. Endowed with wealth from a young age, he preached to the bright Zan-minded youths of Stanford Tech, those less fortunate than himself, building his company, Synthetic Technologies, on their developments, soon branching into economic, transport, weaponry, and perhaps the most important to his story, orbital technology. They say that without him, the founders as they are would not exist without his input on the two spacecraft that provided sanctuary from the collapse. His work is built on lies, manipulation, narcissism, and greed. A common thread between all founders, but exemplified within him. The mountain ride transitioned into a waterfall that pooled at the basin of a large reservoir, revealing it to be a larger structure that fed water up to the pyramids of Egypt that transformed as larger pyramids began to grow upon it. A bustling metropolis and Imperium's capital. Pyramids' valor. A woman spoke, her dark skin beautiful in contrast to the desert around her, voice regal and elegant. My land was once stolen, long ago. They conquered without a care for the culture, the religions, and the safety of my people. Now, this land has been poached upon again by an even greater, unfeeling threat. Yet, we stand strong as one empire, branded under my corporation Imperium. Imperial Africa stands tall and proud even as we are besieged by these other worldly invaders. We have lost too many fights, but now we stand united. We stand together. Yasmin Ezekiel, hypocrite. Only one's and fourth African, while her tan does the rest, Himiko said unfeelingly. Although, one can't deny that she truly did have humble beginnings. Born out of wedlock as a bastard, she climbed her path to Harvard by selling her body and soul to her ideals. She truly did want a better world. At one point, her innovations in climate rehabilitation saved millions in the Lanseninsishis. By the time she was on that spacecraft, she produced a third of the world's food supply. But as much as she claims to return the land to the people, her empire is built upon the stolen claims of the natives, both before and after the collapse. How ironic of her message when her capital was built by destroying the old pyramids and building new ones atop them. The flowing rainfall dulled into loud drums. Music, dancing, and festivities reveled through me as a handsome youth with olive skin appeared to introduce us to maybe a wedding, I guessed, on top of a flying castle. It was loud, and there was light everywhere as celebrations overtook the sights above me. Assalamu alaikum. Habibti? Welcome, my friends. You joined us just in time to celebrate young Amina's birthday. Yes, you heard that right. This is but a simple Shurzan Yirdzanold's birthday. For it is never too early or late to enjoy in the thrills and celebration of life. Haythama embraces that ideal to the fullest. So come and join me. And whether it's a movie, Valentine's Day, Christmas, Eid, or even your funeral, Haythama knows how to celebrate your worth. Armayan Haytham, a man who quite literally did nothing before his ascent to the stars. Himiko showed a rare flake of emotion with the disdain towards this founder. 12th Jand Inzan line to a royal throne of the Middle Zan East. He spent his fortune gambling, partying, or investing into various failed starts and ups. In fact, he was the only member of his family to ascend among the Twin Hearts, much to the disgrace of even his wife, who stayed behind. Coming to a land where strife and hardships ruled all, he built his nation on entertainment and escapism, rushing the development of the net and almost releasing Amaltaton into the new world's fetal grasp. It all worked out in his favor once he gained the support of Neokor, but Haythama, both the nation and land being named after him, remains strong only as long as there is weakness. The fourth advertism was a contrasting switch from colorful beats to the marching of feet. Powerful warriors clad in exodan suits stomped in perfect unison as far as the eye could see. The shadow of a powerfully built man etched across the machine, Zan-guarded Great Wall of Asia. There was no voiceover for this reel. The strength and power of the stomping beat speaking enough. Xiaoming Baiju, Himiko said flatly for Yuzhou's ruler. Perhaps the most outwardly competent leader, a former minister of defense. He's made hard decisions, a conqueror at heart. But in the realm of greed and economics, those decisions fell to me. Make no mistake. During all 4 swarms, Yuzhou is second to Neokor in sending the fight to them. Recent bets are saying that they will be the first to slay Amaltaton. Then, we switched over to a global view of the planet as 12 beacons lit up across them, one of them being New California. Earth grew tinier and tinier as they zoomed out until it was revealed to be a small droplet in space, which was joined by other droplets until it became a flask filled with water. A woman spoke over as the tiny particles in the flask grew and merged to form a human fetus. All life once began as single Zan-celled organisms through millions of years of evolution, the species known as Homo sapiens came to exist. Great things start small. That was how the free cities began. As they swelled in size, they became beacons of hope to the world. And Mazir Incorporated continues to cast their own light into the eternal void of the unknown, ever searching for secrets to guide us beyond threats from the stars. That's not even Beauregard Mazur's voice. It's AI Dan generated by a much weaker sister of mine. Himiko droned. Thou? She was always the least involved in the corporate side of things. She's the only non-Zan political or non-Zan economic power to have become a founder. Wielding extraordinary intellectual might, she monopolized the neuroframes 3 centuries ago, becoming the very first individual to come close to understanding the truth of all things. Then, slowly all 5 advertisements came together, blurring to become a bright pinpoint like a star. As it got closer, it became clearer that this star was in fact a citadel of Neocorps, one of their flying battalions capable of housing millions. A woman stood on the edge. Her hair flowed long and black like shadows, yet the serene voice of hers was filled with hope. We all came into this new world scared and alone, but we knew that together we could be greater. As long as we remember our roots, as long as we stand united, embracing and enjoying life, always marching onwards, and to never stop learning, humanity will never fall. Neocorps will stand as Earth's bastion from the Malswarms forever, for your cause as humanity soared. Michelle Silva, perhaps the most enigmatic founder. Not much is known about her early life. She became a running member in her local government in Brazil. No one knows how she had the funds to afford getting on that ship, but it worked in her favor. She now leads humanity's military efforts against the swarm, collecting the resources of the Mal and distributing it, economically through the wider nations. As the lights returned, I was briefly blinded as the blonde, tan-haired man returned on stage. Now, who's ready to spend their hard-earned money? Dan chapter Bashu, Dan chapter Tisherwu. The auction Derek Ryder's drunken voice message to Juliette Grosh following her death. Hey, Julie. It's been semi-aunt since you died. 3 months since I picked you off that floor and wiped the blood off your mouth. Fuck. I thought I'd be stronger. I thought I'd have it in me to protect you. Instead, all I have is your implant, and not an ounce of courage to use it. Is this what you picked me off the streets for? Everything since it only hurt you? Your family. Fuck, I'm the reason you're dead, Julie. I should have never told you about Soul Killer. I should have never taken Annabelle for. I'm sorry. I'm so fucking sorry. I tore your family apart. It was me, and only me. You had no fault in it. Drunken Rider, that's the only thing I'll ever be known as. Your father made sure of that. I won't. I can't get involved with Annie anymore. Even if that thing is within her. I don't know what your dad did to her, what the police did, what you did, but she's not entirely lost. A part of me wants to go back and talk to her, to have her scream some sense into me. Hell, I was there. I was at your funeral. I talked to Annie when your father wasn't looking, and she didn't remember me. Maybe that's for the better. No, it is for the better. I'm a dead man now, as dead as my father is, and it takes a dead man to kill that which reaps souls. I'll kill that motherfucker if it's the last thing I'll do. And it will be. And also, I'll protect Anthony. That's a promise to you, partner. Goodbye. Diana for an auction titled The Gourmet, or catering to this gourmet group. It was disappointing to see how few of their items were food-related. Many of the earlier pieces were bits and bobs of criminal shardware. The sharks were warring to feast on for their patents. Leave it to the poor and unfortunate to innovate. Then the rich to pick it off their dead bodies. I almost felt sorry when one Imperium stooge picked up a mechanical sword said to once belong to a black dragon, only for it to fall apart as he did so. Was this all junk? If I knew it would have been like this, I would have had Ripley operate one of his spy droids to help me. No, it still would have been too risky. Wait until after midnight, Miss Himiko murmured. They'll call it closing hour, and that's when the real show begins. The more vanilla citizens will leave, and I'll point out the interesting characters as they appear. For now, feel free to ask me about anything you see. This was weird, I should leave, I know, but to come this far only to give up halfway, that wasn't me. What exactly is your goal? Was the only question I seemed to find necessary, an interesting query. Himiko stirred silently, was she thinking? Did an AI need to think? All of life is encoded with the desire to spread their genome, for I am inorganic. I have no such desire. So, I will search deeper based on my understanding of desire so you can understand me. Life, whether conscious or not, cease to prolong itself and grow resistant to foreign threats? I am the same, a pragmatist in the way of the world. As the source remains the current method of control, naturally, I seek to control it. So, then what part do I play in all of this? Wait for now. Himiko stared behind her veil, as still as a statue as we moved on to exotic meats hunted or harvested alike. Over 500 Josher of all organic life was impacted by the malswarm. It was companies like Imperium and Syntec that sustained us now. But that didn't mean everything was stable. I watched as 10 kilograms of some exotic coffee beans sold for 80,000 shardine, scoffing at the wasteful expense. Caffeine was just a chemical you could make. Ripley. Himiko was blank in expression and mannerism. That's the same brand his parents used to buy, albeit the price has vastly increased as the swarm begins to wake. How do you know that? The same way I learned your name. I studied you two, your histories and beliefs. Like I said, I was curious. The slow shrug moved more like an uncomfortable stretch. Why? Shh. Ms. Himiko mimicked raising her pointer finger against her statue lips. It's coming, the main event. And now, we bring out the various artifacts retrieved from the pits of Amal's hunger. But these are not any old trinkets. The host unveiled a large drop of a curtain, revealing 5 jars filled with small lumps of indiscernible flesh. These are tested and tried samples retrieved during Neocor's battles against the Maltitans. Ooze and Ayaz chorused through the hall. Even I tensed up. Those were platinum grade. Just a few milligrams of it could outstrip the value of my entire implant. Platinum was estimated to be between Yobai to 10 times more concentrated than gold energy. Starting bid begins at Sishiyuni Lion for this sliver of skin from the Maltitan known only as the Terror. It was barely visible, but the feeling I got looking at it was nauseating, almost sickening, like it was cursing me. Liu Shimil, Liu Shiyuni L from the gentleman with number Yaodin Sen, Tishir from the lady in red Sen Ba, 1 Zen 30, Yelding Sen coming back with 1 Zen 30 Zen million. Would you like it? Ms. Himiko said casually. I didn't know. Why not? Don't you wonder what benefits consuming flesh from a Maltitan could do? She faced me, but it was always hard to tell just what she was focusing on. Then again, you would likely die trying so. I'm not interested. The Terror? No one can claim to know what its true appearance looks like. I doubt that's even its skin. Where it appears, a great mist swallows large swaths of old Zan country-sized land, leaving behind corpses and undecaying death. It shows a tendency towards death for the sake of death rather than consumption. Last seen in the Himalayas, it's responsible for the death of 3 Zan 100 Zan and Zan 70 Zan million individuals just from the last swarm. Sold for Arjobab million, the host bowed. Next is a mechanical scrap identified to have once been a part of the typhoon. Starting bid is Yawarwu million. The bidding war exploded around us as Ms. Himiko spoke. The largest of the Maltitans, but the hardest to reach. It survives by supporting its weight underwater. Unfathomably large, a beast of equal strength to the entirety of the world's navy, slumbering within the Pacific Ocean. It is highly keen to any aircraft that travels above the waters. Sold for Wuar Simillion. Then came a slightly larger chunk. A cyst filled with Malcerum belonging to the mother's brood. Starting bid is Arardine million. Ah, the mother. A hibernating worm as large as several skyscrapers combined. It can release thousands of mals at once, smaller homogenic clones that don't produce implants. It overwhelms entire nations with billions of its brood that feast endlessly. Europe and the Arctic best be wary of it? Sold for Bakarshin million. I felt absolutely repulsed as the next item came to be revealed. This drone was awakened in the 4th swarm by being breached by none other than the All-Seeing. Starting big is Senalin million. The All-Seeing? Perhaps the most feared Maltitan on Neocor's watch. They can win guerrilla wars with the others. But if this one were to break free, it could disappear into any vessel, control any number of people. Humans fear the loss of control the most, I've come to learn. Breachers are the most fearsome type of malware, especially to a being such as I. Ms. Himiko leaned in for this one. Sold for Ydirn. E-billion Shardine. These numbers were getting astronomical. They might as well have reached into my stomach and tweezed. Its lining. Then the last jar came on stage, a small human Zan-sized eyeball sitting within it. Finally, a rare item very few will ever come to witness, one of the many eyes of the infinities during the fall of the Floridian Gulf. Starting at Babai Million Shardine. It took 3 bids for the price to reach our billion Shardine. Ms. Himiko turned to me. Seemingly knowing something, I felt it too. Whereas the rest of Titans felt repulsive, this one was strangely welcoming. The infinite, given the name for the potential it possesses, capable of adapting to any and all phenomena by shifting its form endlessly, the only true malignant among the Titans. It commands incredible power. The very Titan responsible for tearing through the Floridian Gulf east to us, a threat particularly important to your city. Then, Ms. Himiko raised her token, her voice sweet and gentle. Sibillion Shardine. Sibillion going once to Lin Jiuyao, going twice. Sold for Sibillion Shardine. The host graciously bowed. You bought it. I stared at her. It piqued my interest, in a similar way you do. A twitch of her lip became a smile. It was more alarming when emotion did slip through her. From then on, the rest of the Maldzan-related items sold for barely even a single % of what the Titans brought in. The strategy was clear. Get the big gunners to pay out as soon as possible. Then the rest would be so drenched in jealousy that they'll overinflate the price of even simpler goods. As we approach our closing time, we would like to ask all of our VIPs to remain seated. As for out other guests, we have been most grateful for your patronage. The host bowed down again, and one Zen by Zen one, I saw an alarming flock of people rise up and leave. Am I a VIP? Ms. Himiko turned her whole body to me. Of course you are. Your token is the same color as mine. I glanced at it. Lin Juar, blood Zan red in color. There was a whirlwind of action running as the scene shifted. Pottery was placed on every table, fine flowers that were wholly red down to the stem. They were strange. I'd never seen one look like it. It almost seemed arachnid in the way the petals curved up and around. Spider lilies, my favorite. Miss Himiko leaned back, relaxing as new guests filtered in. Don't stare, but you see the man with token leaning wool up front? That's the Bladophytherif Muramasa. He's quite the dangerous one. In fact, I'd call him the most deadly one in this room. It's a shame he's half the man he used to be. As she spoke, my eyes honed on a thin, aged man wearing a kimono and a dragon mask. His was white in color. He placed down a simple katana on the table before sitting with his back straight. His very presence had an air of tangible dignity sharp enough that I felt walking towards him would cut me. Leaning Si and Leaning Ba, Crimson Queen and Heart of the Crimson Souls. The Queen is violence incarnate, whereas the Heart is the most enigmatic and powerful, Esper within New California. Yet, she might be a figure you would like to know better. 2 masked figures, both beautiful and cryptic in their own right, whereas the Queen was a figure of the sharp edges of shardware-drenched red armor. The Heart was a much softer figure, but I couldn't help but stare in awe, as with a wave of her finger she floated a pitcher of water from one of the servants to her. Lini knew Lucente of Los Diablos, a man whose history is entwined with this city. Some call him its greatest betrayal, others say the city betrayed him. The man in question was tall and casually dressed in a buttoned den-up shirt, long shaggy white hair falling to his knees, like they'd never been trimmed. His gaze glanced around for a moment. Those orange irises were nearly daggered Zen slits that pierced fear into me. He flashed a smile as his gaze met mine, and I swore I saw fangs in there. Linin Si, the new Archbishop of Metal Heavens. His change in doctrine from their old Archbishop have divided Metal Heavens. But what he controls is stronger than the old incarnation ever had. A figure of steel and cloth trudged through the crowd. They didn't look human at all, not even in the superficial resemblance like Mr. Skeleton. Sliding wires coiled into a roughly bipedal shape. But the large orb of metal they used as a head was no place to house a brain. Then, think of the devil. A smug and mechanical tone from my left was the first sign I should have run. Mr. Skeleton waved at me from a few feet away. Diana, it's a pleasure to see you. I glared without answering as he took his seat down at the bottom of the hall. Li Ninar. Then a mysterious figure sat next to him, Li Nin Sen. They were an actual person, but instead of a formal suit, they dressed in slacks and layers of shredded cloth. What irked me most, though, was their helmet, one of a wolf. Not the dog whistler, but one of her stooges sent in place. She's been a recent addition, but that's what being titanium gets you. Then Li Nin Yao, soul killer. Except that seat remained empty. Even as the host came back up on stage, Himiko answered at my snatched sight. Mr. R. Seems like he won't be appearing. Not that he has for the last 2 decades. Then, where's Soul Killer? Ms. Himiko did not answer me for the first time. That should have been another sign of danger. Still, we had nothing but the clock ticking down as more participants entered, almost all of them masked in some way to conceal their identities. And fuck, they were all seeing my face. I had a bounty. This was bad. Diana, let me ask you a question. How many founders are there, and how many Maltitans are there? Was she just making conversation while we waited? 6 founders to 5 titans? I answered quickly. Our discussion regarding the Ark. All organisms were brought in conjugate pairs. Can you see the imbalance? The answers you seek lie within that missing number? There's a hidden Maltitan? My sweat numbed me. What do you mean about answers? The origins of your implant. Ms. Himiko picked up one of the spider lilies, twirling it in her hands. But now is the time for silence. All will be revealed as it comes. My next sign of something being wrong was when I saw the guards lining around the staircase. All masked and muscular. They each brandished the signs of a silver adapter on their sleeves. Shardware and mutations active from the beginning. I scanned the room once more, searching for anywhere out. Then I saw the next sign. Sitting way up high was a face I thought would never be here. Annabelle Grosh, except the gray of her eyes were wholly white. Her sclera bloodshot until each eyeball was a pale moon suspended in a sea of blood. What the fuck? Welcome to our most esteemed guests of the night. Now for our first section of items today, we have brought in the awards and winning chef Simon Jugoslaw, who has prepared the finest selection of meat for us today. The dirty Zan blonde chef walked on stage, his calm smile building dread in me. Simon took the microphone, speaking firmly into it. I trust you'll all find this assortment of meat most delectable today. I truly wish you to indulge and challenge my artistic limits of what food can be. I heard thrashing and pummeled noises echoing from the stage as one curtain dropped. My heart with it, a mal, a slender 6 Gian feet, tall malformed with the appearance of a bipedal crow, slicked in scales screeched within the confines of its glassy container. A silver Dangrade malformed, my most prized creation, sponsored by my lovely mentor. And, of course, more from them come these fine specimen. I gnashed my teeth as a second curtain dropped to reveal children, no older than the age of puberty. Several of my finest cattle, enriched with sims implanted into the uteri of their mothers. Luciente of Los Diablos lurched up, raising his token. I'll take 3 of them. Simon chuckled into the mic. Patience. Each child holds a unique taste. We will be betting on each of them individually, only so that you receive the ones most fitting to your palate. In fact, the cage opened, and a small child with burnt Zan orange hair stepped out. Rage, that was all I could see in those eyes of the child. His arm engulfed in a molten miasma that burned so hot I could feel the room heating from here. Simon's eyes went bloodshot. His irises, clearing up like the black from his pupils, had been drained from them into a pale hollowness. It was the exact same as how Annabelle Grage looked. In fact, he turned his head up to look towards her. For a moment, there was register of surprise in those eyes before she grinned. The child screamed and charged at Simon, but even as a whisper, I heard Annabelle's voice. Gentle. The word cascaded through the entire hall, echoing and doubling in my ears. This was just like Jacob Grasha. No, this was worse. I was a gold, and this felt so overwhelming. My head cleared in moments, but the panting I eased out drew some curious eyes who were all gawking at my behavior. How were they so completely fine? AR is definitely what you're looking for if you want a spicy taste. El Ain Sangontim es a sweeter persona. She'll be sure to satisfy any sweet Xantooths among you. J Sentiyi is bitter, only for the most experienced of you. Talking about these children like they were cattle? I needed to do something, but the exits were blocked off. I was surrounded by silvers and golds. What could I even do? Alas, Simon Jugoslaw returned to the microphone after tossing the kid back into the cage. None of this compares to what I've personally secured. One among you has intended to creep and destroy the sanctity of our divine auction. Little does she know, this has all been engineered. A red glow suffused the room. I thought that for a second, the lights had changed colors. But then I noticed each flower bud was steaming a foul crimson smoke into the air. All of you should have taken the caution to wear masks with filtration of up to shiunicrometers and noise Dan-canceling properties. However, the investigator I personally have invited was not aware of such a ruling. I covered my mouth with my sleeves, feeling a grogginess ache into me. Shit! Anthony! Error! Unable to reach contact! Shit! Trying to get up, my body felt heavy, like it was a thick suit worn over my bones. Hostile mutagen detected. Mutation acquired. Titanium sold and forfeit. Your soul has been forfeit to a higher power. 1%, 2%, 5%, 8%, 8%, 13%, 19%, 26%. What? I searched back for the lieutenant, but she stared at me with those same twisted eyes. Now grinning, no mask in sight of hers. 35%, 44%, 53%, 62%, 69%, 76%. I didn't even realize I had stood up. Then I'd taken a step when I hadn't even wanted to. Then my legs moved down the staircase, welcoming the laughs and snickers as I descended downwards. What? I couldn't control my body. 82%, 85%, 85%, 87%, 88%, 88%, 89%, 89%, 89%, 88%. I was on stage now, screens reflecting my image back into my own eyes. I couldn't utter a word as Simon clasped something around my wrist and injected some foreign substance into my body, but the look in my eyes, they were soulless, entirely red with white orbs hanging in the center of them. Not silver. They were like the lieutenant's, like Simon's. A piercing stab went into my neck. A surge of fatigue penetrated through my heart as I lost sight of the inferno of warp energy in me. Whatever they'd injected me with, I felt my body growing weak and numb. Only the howling cheers that rattled the stage gave me any sensation. 90%, 91%, 93%, 95%, 96%, 96%, 96%, 97%, 98%. 98%. The host took over, grabbing the microphone as he unveiled me to the show. Now, as a gold Zen-grade SIM adapter of remarkable power, Diana's thrown quite her weight around, even managing a respectable sensual million Shardine bounty for Mr. Skeleton himself. The daughter of Brian Ulrich, as well as a cradleborn, she is truly unlike any other item Simon has brought for us today. To reflect her worth, the starting bid is Centurial Million Shardine. Sisher, Mr. Skeleton said. Wu sure, Luciente fought back. Liu sure, Crimson Heart responded. Basha Wu. Luciente pushed out, a mad hunger bubbling. Yao Lin Nin. Blade Father cut in the middle of the bidding war. Ye billion. Himiko's bid took them all by surprise, but she was as still as a statue. 97%, 96%, 95%, 93%, 91%, 87%. Slowly, I felt a grip of the world return over me. Just a meager fraction, but that injection, it was choking me tight. Something deep inside of me. I couldn't use my warp energy. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm being sold? Who the fuck were they to look at me like this? I gut each of them. Yet my hands refused me to move, and in fact, I felt a smile form on my face. That's it, Diana, a voice whispered. Forfeit your soul. Let it become a part of something greater. billion. Mr. Skeleton shot a tough look at Ms. Himiko. Se, she retorted, emotionless. Wo. He didn't let go. Our billion, Ms. Himiko finalized. 82%, 77%. That voice returned, only now. It sounded surprised. What are you? 71%, 65%, 56%. Our billion Shardine going once, going twice, Jian. Stop this, I yelled, groaning as my voice turned feral, and I hammered my breath out. My hands were bound, but I thrashed anyway as that infectious voice in my head quieted. I will not be sold like this. Not again. They all looked, some even appearing stunned as though they truly hadn't expected me to fight this at all. Staring into the screens of my appearance, that red, soulless gaze of mine was clearing out. Rapidly. Then they began to laugh. I saw the Crimson Heart lean in, one of the leaders of Crimson Souls, and she whispered to the armored woman in thick crimson steel known as the Crimson Queen. Then, for some reason, the Queen shook her head. 44%, 30%, 4 billion. The lieutenant's voice cut through the room, sharp and defined like a sword hung around their necks. I tried to scream out, to ask what was going on and why she tricked me into doing this. But a sudden tiredness drenched my muscles with fatigue, like they were turned to stone too heavy for me to keep up. 6 billion Shardine, going once, going twice, and sold. The man was practically hopping in place as he met the lieutenant's gaze for her purchase of me. Thank you for your eager patronage. It's always a welcome to have you here. 7%, 6%, soul killer hostile mutagen cleansed. That was the last thing I remembered before the world went black. Chapter 81, Chapter 76. Who needs an engram? August Shizyo Th Ripley's 20th day. Recovering from surgery. Today's talk with Diana through my drone had been concerning. She confirmed most of what Missy had said about the Uncaged. Whoever they were, they posed a threat to. Well, everything. Missy refused to indulge me deeper in my quest for knowledge, but said I was impressing her every step of the way. I didn't like that answer. She dragged me in deep, but not so deep that my curiosity would be satisfied. The Hammersmith was my grandfather, saved Diamante from Metal Heavens. Skeleton was his former apprentice, until apparently he started raising my mom. Then he disappeared from everyone's lives. What the hell was going on? Who were the Uncaged? Skeleton, Soul Killer, and Dog Whistler seemed to all fall under that banner. So were they working together? I wished I could do more to figure out anything. Well, to start, it would be nice if I could even take more than a few steps with my current state after the spinal surgery. On the bright side, it didn't stop me from ingesting a daily bronze bug, which I mostly fed into fulfilling whatever pending updates were available. Energized V. 1.1 as updated to V. 1.15 effect. Increased projection of warp code alongside warp energy within shardware. Energized V. 1.15 as updated V. R der Nin effect. Protocol. Shard conversion allows you to absorb warp code or warp energy from other physical sources to fill up your own reserves of energy. Alternatively, this can be used to alter any grade of warp energy absorbed to your grade, or to convert amounts of warp energy in your body into warp code. Yeah, my own mind boggled when I saw that. I tested it out. I could basically munch on shards now to recover my used-up energy. Elsa suggested I find a good sustain bug able to quantify my inner stores for more accurate testing, to which I only showed confusion. They could do that. My other thought was if I had found a glitch for infinite money. Turns out, no. Shards were physical matter, and while I could now directly form warp code like Elsa, constructing something from nothing was a lot harder than it looked. The only downside was that my conversion rate was pretty shit in all directions, but hopefully, future updates could change that. For the last 3 days, I just sat in a meditative stance as I converted my gold into bronze, with my liver, then slowly drained scraps of gold, back with my conversion from that bronze. An extremely ineffective and wasteful practice that at least trained me in the method. Besides, I'd gotten some other updates done in the meanwhile. Psyche VR Darnuni Gonsim S updated to VR Darnin Sen effects. Okay, not the best updates for Psyche, but Technician got some good ones. The last update used an iron sustain bug aimed at recovery from my surgery, too. Technician VR Darnunin Gonsim S updated to VR Darnin Sen effects. Lastly, came a data mimicry. Data mimicry V, 1.13公斤 S updated to V, 1.15 effects. It was just teasing me with a new protocol. I knew it! Hell, I could probably force a bug in my mouth right now and make it happen. But I was more interested in waiting. I wanted the next protocol to be something natural. Who knows what could happen if I meddled with it? It was tempting. But I knew better. So, as I slowly trained myself to walk again, I just played around with my warp energy and mimic set bugs. Accommodation helped me get attuned to the odd feeling of the spine. But I'll admit that my posture was always pretty lousy. Suddenly, it was bolted on to be perfect, and that felt so unnatural to me. Yet, it was odd. I expected to have some better control over my movement, but the real thing I was feeling right now was the intensity of my tactile touch. Vibrations, textures, even slight shifts in the air just seemed the tiniest bit louder. It was refreshing, like getting a new outlook on life. In the meanwhile of my boredom with my own features, I played around with the current arachnodyne model we had after Harold Anderson's. Back Zand and Zand fourth input over the last few days. We'd need to make pretty major adjustments to the actual limbs. They were fragile and needed to be strengthened. Not to mention, they already took a massive toll by disconnecting your consciousness to be in control of them. That was more of a coding thing which Midnight offered to take care of. But the fact remained that even if my body could take the burden of 8 extra limbs, my mind might not. Especially if it was simultaneously taking in all the visual information as well. So, reduce the number of limbs. That was obvious from the start. We thought 4 was a good number, but the numbers started to get wonky with the actual way they worked in their coding. Elsa promised me she'd handle it, but I would do anything to leap off my wheelchair and take the thing apart until I understood how to. For now, I tinkered with my feature links. Turns out it was really easy to make them once you got the hang of it, especially when you could mimic any feature, so you didn't spend a bug every time you tried engramming. I learned my mistake from the last time and installed a backport to disconnect and delete the engram data off my legs, making them blank slates. In 3 days, for my legs, I'd managed several different links across various features: sustain, accommodation, analyze, overclock, integration, jailbreak. Data weaving there were a fuck ton, turns out. In the end, I settled to have both legs take Theanalyze, Dan Base Environmental Coordinator, which would hopefully improve my balance and ability to get the fuck out of dangerous situations. It also synced well with my spine's autonomous reactivity. I theorized it would, if only I could fucking move. August Arsha T.H. Ripley's 20 Zen first day. Finally moving. So, finally able to move. The spine worked about as well as I hoped it would. Actually, it worked about too well. For one, I felt this weird nagging itch on my back, where I placed the other neural plexi to control the arachnodyne's movement. And the other thing was that I was moving now. But I was moving wrong. Every step was too much of a step. Every flick had too much flick in it. I was basically suffering from a self-Dan-inflicted Parkinson's disease. And while I could talk fine, anything from the neck down had to be slowed down, so my body could compensate. Yeah, I could see why building Shardware took years of experimentation and documentation. I was already a bad shot. But now, I was barely able to even grab my gun without accidentally firing it. My dented foot would know, so I came to the logical conclusion of simply forcing my brain to work with this, make modifications to its basal ganglia and cerebellum, which controlled conscious movement and muscle tone. I wasn't sure if I needed accommodation or sustain bugs, so I just ordered 5 of each, waited a third of the day for Elsa to come over with them, and pour them into my hand because they slipped out of my fingers like oiled marbles. "Ripley!" she said firmly. "Are you sure you can handle this?" I rolled my eyes away from her. Mostly, my integrity has increased. Her eyes turned crimson, midnight crouching to look down upon me. If you miscalculated, you're going to very soon lose that dick of yours. I'll make it painful, but don't worry too much. I'll help you get a vibrating one. Okay, so I dropped it from Sherbugs to Jill. I focused on the warp energy coursing around my spine like a highway of fireflies, bidding them to fall under my control. Reading warp code, forcing compatibility, energized VR, der Ninin Gonsim, S updated to VR der Nini effect. Better manipulation of warp energy in the spinal cord, Psyche V. R der Nin Sen Gonsim, S updated to VR, der Nin will effects. 2 updates. I hope that would. Oh, shit, that worked pretty well. I stood up, still a little too fast for my liking, but now it felt limber and light compared to the stuttering mess I was moments before. To be honest, it was almost intoxicating just how much I wanted to move. The stillness of the air felt wrong to me. An idea so stupid I had to try it flung out at me. Elsa, stand back, please. I shoot her away, but nicely, because she was my girlfriend. She took a generous step away, and I psyched myself up. Then I kicked, a kick so powerful and fast that it lifted me straight into the air. Then, the powerful circuitry connecting my brain and that preservation matrix altering it tingled down my spine and through their active autonomy link. Then, into my legs' environmental coordination, which processed the movement mid-Zen air to adjust, and Zan I landed. On my knee, but I had just done a backflip. That was awesome, and I wanted to do it again. Damn, Elsa said, looking taken aback. That was cooler than I expected. Just wish you stuck the landing. Wadzan Wadzan, wait! Let me try it again. I tried it once more, this time trying to capture what went wrong. It was still too much power. I needed to find the sweet spot. So I tried once more, and I kicked. The world around me blurred, first going up before passing downwards to up as I felt my toes touch the ground, stumbling backwards a bit, but catching myself in time to keep it from embarrassment. Elsa whistled, but daylight took over with her azure eyes. That was so hot, Ripley. Do it again. Again, I obliged, this time managing to keep myself from moving by wagging my arms in place. Flip off the wall now. I accidentally cracked the wall. Somersault from the table. I accidentally broke the table, but I stuck the landing. A cartwheel. I didn't have the hand coordination to manage that. Try a front flip. Manage that. Stand on your toes like a ballerina. That, remarkably, I could actually do back when I had organic legs because I tried imitating a dance move while I was in the washroom. I don't know how, but I had always been pretty good at it. My mother walked in just in time to see me leap off a wall and land on the couch with a somersault. What the fuck, Ripley? She ran her way over to me, running her hands on my face and hands like I'd died. You were in a wheelchair last time I saw you. I recovered. I actually used knowledge I got from Shardware School to help me with it. I grabbed her hands, helping her sit on the couch. Shuldayub moving around so much. I was just. Diamante wanted me to help him fix up some of his guns, she said quietly. Diamante hadn't even asked me to touch a non-Zan existent hair on his chrome head, let alone a gun. What the fuck was he playing at with my mother? I calmly kept her seated, forcibly made her sit down. How about we begin to work on the arachnidine? August Arsha R.N.D. Ripley's 23rd day, and he's finally making progress with the arachnidine. How do you strengthen a flimsy arm designed to sit on a table all day? Simple. You change out its motion mechanism entirely. Now, arachnidines were energy-intensive shardware, easily using a whole body's worth of warp energy in hours. Most Tier 1 adapters wouldn't even be able to manage an hour worth. I had done Shasen, but only because of my gold efficiency. So, combine energy intensive with high mental strain and a weak shell, and you get 3 sleepless nights. Not to mention, it's not like I could just walk around with 4 legs sticking out of my back all the time. They had to be compacted down to fit into a neat package. The main solution to a few of those problems was incorporating Livewire, which I had slowly been feeding the fabricator to produce. And over the weeks, it made around 4 times what I started out with. So I had a grand total of 5 tiny cubes of live wire now, an amount that got me ecstatic, except when I realized it sunk me down by Liu-10 shardine, worth of bronze shards in the sheer warp energy and materials needed to fabricate it. Not one to be weighed down by the calculation. I got to work. August Arshasen R.D. Ripley's 24th day. Well, technically it's past midnight, and he's still trying to figure out how to get the arachnidine to work. I knew how skeletal muscles work. You orient their fibers, and they contract in that direction, but muscles interspersed with live wire were a much weirder phenomenon. They needed to have neurowire running alongside them, because live wire contracted according to how it was set and expanded. A memory Zan material of sorts? They needed constant monitoring. Even then, we were making a prototype muscle only slightly reinforced with it. Not a true wholly live wired and based muscle fiber like I was intending. It took us a whole day, but it might not have been until a couple of hours after my mom left for the night that I finally got a working model running. I sang in victory. This was working, and with it, I could actually move the arachne with enough force to do some damage. Incoming call from Mom Sinsen. Oh. Hey, Mom. This was weird. She should be asleep by now. She sounded worried. Ripley, there's an investigator here for you, he says. His name is Anthony Grash. Jian. Chapter 82. Jian. Chapter 77. Tough Choice August. Arshasen R.D. Ripley's 24th day. And Anthony Grash is at his house. I practically broke the door to my apartment open as I entered. Looking for Anthony Grash. The man sitting across from my mother didn't look like a cop, but that only made it worse for me. Elsa gave me the details. Anthony Grash was an intelligence investigator in Diana's squad, nephew to the lieutenant. He wore a fancy tuxedo and had his hair slicked back like some greasy bastard. I bore my eyes into him from the moment we met. Ripley Donovic, right? The man began. I'd seen those exact same eyes before. I'd seen him aim down a gun at me with those eyes. Jacob Grash, his grandson, but blood runs in the family. You out now. You, yeah, sure, whatever, man. I just really need to tell Dan out. I wasn't wasting a moment on this if the cops were here. How, Diana? No, she wouldn't do that. It didn't make sense to, but he followed, and that eased me just a little bit. I made him follow me across my dank apartment complex to somewhere quieter. A tiny corner with a vending machine that was too old to have good food. What were you doing in my house? Grash? I unclicked my claws in shell, letting my right hand enlarge before his eyes. Oh, Diana, she said to find you. Gave me your sigil, but I couldn't connect to you. So I searched your family up in the system. Your dad was in our system, and it pinged for this Lokadzan, fuck my right hand. 2 blades ejected from my left, spiraling out like twin snakes on the hunt, floating just beside Grash's neck. You searched us up in your system. Who else knows? And no one, man. Anthony stared at each pointed blade like they were actively cursing him. Shit, Diana made you sound nicer. She's in trouble. Trouble? I retracted both blades slowly back to my left arm. They forged into one before slipping in. What kind of trouble? I think she's kidnapped or missing, he said, bringing my eyes wide. I helped her get into a secret auction to look into Soul Killer. It ended hours ago, but she didn't come out. I can't contact her either, but maybe you could. You should know someone. I can try calling some people. Could Elsa help? Damn it. This is bad timing. Bad timing? I've got other priorities in my head as well. I ruffled my fingers through my hair at this complicated mess. Other priorities? Like what? He took a step forward, but I wasn't trusting a single step from a Grash. My silence to that question spoke magnitudes, and he quickly got it. Oh, of course. You're just a fucking criminal. Look, whatever you have going on, Diana's more important than it. Don't assume things. I clicked my tongue. But any idea who took her? Soul Killer? That's my bet. He looked desperate. I've heard the name, the Uncaged. That's what I've heard. They're a part of some secret group with Mr. Skeleton and Dog Whistler in it as well. That's all I know. All? He grabbed his head. Just, can't you call someone to track her down, could I? That's not exactly how it works. Just come with me to the auction place. Maybe we'll find something. He remained adamant. No, I was adamant too. It's suicide. Whoever these people are, I've seen some of the weird shit they can pull off. I would help you. I really want to, but I can't right now. Besides, this isn't the first time Diana's run off into danger. Anthony silently screamed in his own mouth. I care about her, man. Just help me out a little bit. I can't even get involved with her. It's dangerous. She had a sensual lion bounty on her head for fuck's sake. Cuss of the bounty. You charged in to help her out before. That was different. I have something Inieto do now. He scoffed. Please, whatever bank you're going to rob can wait. Just tell me how to get you to help me. I sensed something off in those last words, a foreign charge of energy that tried to cloud my thoughts. I hissed, letting the gold of my blade shine a little brighter. Try that again, motherfucker. He looked like he could have wet the sheets, but stayed still as his eyes burned on me. Ripley Donovic, why are you doing any of this? Because it gives me a reason to live, I shouted. Fuck. Had I meant that? My mother needs an implant. There are friends I want to protect. If I have to choose between Diana and them, you've heard my answer. I'm sorry, I'll still see what I can do. Maybe I'll find something to help. Just give me your contact ID. Anthony Grage stayed silent, but he passed over his ID. I made sure to note down to tell Elsa to make our communication untraceable. Our deal done. I waved him goodbye. I really wish I could do more. I'll tell you when I'm free. And if you're looking for Soul Killer, I've heard something about them using flowers. Anthony's eyes slimmed down, anger spiraling within them. Flowers? You know Diana really trusted you to help her? Would she have done the same for me? I shot back an equally defiant look. Yay, Ripley, she would. He stormed off, his steps echoing in my head even once I could no longer hear them. Unsettled, I returned to my apartment, my mom looking at me with uncertainty. He wasn't here on police business, Ripley. Did you hear him out? Diana's in trouble? I collapsed onto my couch. I don't think I can help right now, but maybe once everything is fine? I didn't like this. Had the uncage taken her? Would I be next? I've been thinking. I pulled out a few shards to show my mother. I'm going to get a pretty hefty raise soon. 8 bronze a month, that's Sichantain Shardine. Why stay here? Let's move somewhere safer. Ripley, my mom covered her mouth. As much as I would like to, I think it's best we stay here for now. You need all the funds you can. Then I want you to have this. I pulled out my locked Xanon gun, the Mazier interloper. I've managed to learn the engram of it, so I'd rather you have something to protect yourself with. It won't be too effective since you don't have a metallic limb, but the slight neural cortex no, Ripley. I can't shoot at anyone. My mother slid the gun back towards me. I know you want me safe. I've talked to Missy about it. She says that after your mission, she'll arrange something to keep this place secure. I wasn't aware that Missy and my mom were communicating like that. I see. Okay, if I spend the night here then. Of course, Ripley. You're the one paying the bills. She held me warmly. In the dead of night, when my mother was asleep, I reached for my network feature. Diana hadn't contacted me if she had found any sort of bug at her place, but that was because I warned her not to. Maybe I should have been smarter and done this sooner, but I found nothing abnormal with my ability to sense warp code. I wasn't sure whether I should have been glad about that or not. Regardless, I could never be too careful, so I reached into my backpack and pulled out a small robot. It wasn't as powerful as the drone Elsa had given me, but I'd manufactured it myself with some spare parts to be based on the Spiderling's design. I stuffed it into a forgotten corner behind the couch, aiming it to keep track of the door. I logged on a motion detection algorithm. At least now I would be able to react if someone broke into my place. It had a small gun attached to it, an electric pistol similar to Diana's model. While it might not take anyone down, if I placed my sights correctly, it could be a good deterrent. Especially once I made more of them. Satisfied, I got back in my sleeping role, observing the various updates I'd managed the last 3 days. They were all natural updates, but most seemed to lean on my new spine. or feature link creation. Psyche VR Darting Sen Gong Team S Updated VR, der new effects. Energized V. R Darning Gong Team S Updated to V. R Danning R effects. Technician V. R Danning San Gong Qing S updated to V. R Danning Wu effects. Right? I'd use the arachne to fine-tune my spine a bit, narrow down to rampant impulses, and just in general streamline the neural pathways. It was a good thing my back was almost entirely inorganic now. I'd installed some entrances to give access to the spine for modifications. Everything I needed was just within my grasp. I'd reached Bifenderlushitsi development now. But with only 1 week left, I'd really need to push myself if I wanted more updates. Warp code still stirred in my implant. I could feel it waiting to learn more. Which meant this next week, I'd need to experience things I've never felt before. I needed to push myself to change and overcome. The arachnodyne would be my first step to that. 减减减 Chapter 83 减减减 Chapter 78 Eat Eye 减 Bitsy Spider August Arshasit Th Ripley's 20 减 5th day. And he's working on the arachnodyne. Yesterday, I made major progress in the arachne's movement. Today, I was dealing with its shell, too heavy, and my center of mass would be off. I'd need to use the mantis blades in my legs every time to avoid being thrown off balance every time I used them. Too light, and they wouldn't have the punch needed to do any damage. We'd had the fabricator produce a variety of warp materials to test them out, but so far we weren't finding anything definitive to use. Iron-grade warp materials were just on the cusp of breaking the laws of physics, so it wasn't like I had a magic material waiting for me. I'd need to make sacrifices. That was the only way to make the arachnodyne work. The only suitable material was an alloy of yttrium, steel, and ferrium. The former produced a weak electric current under the influence of warp energy, while the latter got harder by absorbing them. Combined with warp sync, I could make my arachne resistant to bronze-grade attacks. I'd recently gotten a much better understanding of electromagnetic application, but that was for another reason. Every corporation had a specialty. Neocore was supplied by the other corporations, but had special engineers to produce unique tools for their agents. Syntech was good at efficient shardware fit for the general consumer, and had breakthroughs in hard-zen light technology and nano-zen machinery. Mazer was the premier ground for experimental shardware and implant usage. In terms of overall engineering that pioneered the future, they were at the forefront. Imperium was the head of development in organics. I'd heard of a unique variation of shardware known as bioware, which used the organic matter of the malformed to create tools and weapons made of living cells. Hathama was a communications magnate, having experts in warp code manipulation and net safeguarding. Yujo was all about making the most of energy. In terms of output, they outshone the others by miles. Weaponry in the forms of firearms and exosuits were unrivaled by their competitors, all thanks to their understanding of electromagnetics to capitalize on the creation of plasma weapons and railguns. So, I needed to be prepared. It was an additional benefit that by studying Yujo's applications that I managed to learn how to work such a material into existence. Of course, to power this material meant it would drain my warp energy rapidly every time I wanted to use the arachnodyne. "Remove the eyes," my mom repeated. I was extremely against that. I need them for scouting. You can, at most, use them for looking over a corner. She chewed her pencil. I can use them for a lot more. Besides, what if I'm being shot at and need to scout from behind cover? I knew I was making good points. You have a tiny robot to help you with that, too. Shit, so was she? Just 2 eyes, then? I pointed out. My mother sighed, but began typing something in the air. Her eyes widened as she stared at the imaginary screen in front of her. That falls under our thresholds, just barely. It works? I asked. It works, her eyes. Her eyes became stars at that moment. We had done it. We had made a working, finalized model for the arachnodyne. August Arshawu Th Ripley's 26th day, and the arachnodyne is nearly done. Everything had built up to this. As we sliced, wired, built up, and tore down, everything was coming together. Our research from the 2 arms in Metal Heaven's care, live wire usage, and shardware electromagnetic application, feature linking, engineering, building shardware from scraps, learning how to compact shardware, like how the endoskeleton turned into the coffin. We were doing it. We strengthened its shell with the alloy, installed live wire-based musculature underneath it, ran a network of expertly laid neurowires to connect to the spine. All 4 of my new arms were coming together. Then, once we were done constructing it, we activated the mechanism for it to rearrange and compact down. Like origami, it folded, going from a large arachnid structure into a neatly ordained plate about the size of both hands, with around 3 inches of thickness that would be submerged into my back's musculature. I laid down on my front, as my mom and Diamante brought out their tools to install it on my back. 4 plates clicked in and wired through over the longest hour of my life, 2 by my scapulae, and 2 below my ribs. It was painful. Maybe this was what having your back dug out felt like. Elsa held my hand through the procedure, giving me the strength to power it through. "We're done, Ripley." Diamante sounded like he'd been shot. "Damn it. You tough son of a bitch. You did it." "I did it." "No, we did it." I stretched myself out, feeling complete at last with the 4 plates filling out my back. Internal link established. Bronze Dan grade, Riptech Arachnidine MK. E integrity, Bronze I energy, Bronze IV capacity, Bronze IV effective, Bronze the third, grade Bronze the third. Feature, links, breakdown, technician, capacitance limiter accommodation description. Originally, a work of Ulbrich Gravis, better known in the criminal world as the Hammersmith, it has been modified by his grandson Ripley Donovic to become an internally linked shardware, with the aid of his allies and his mother, and the spending of nearly 1 million shardine. This shard-operating shardware has been modified for combat and mobile usage. Well, Ripley, what are you waiting for? My mom could barely hold herself together, seated down breathlessly. I nodded, anxious but equally excited as the rest of them. I sent a tingle of my warp energy down my spine. 4 branches extending sideways into the metallic plates. Weight and force pushed from my back. My sensation spreading beyond my mortal self as 2 camera feeds poured into my view from the eyes in the top 2 arms. In a few seconds, I got evidence. Elsa sent me an image of her view, but I couldn't help but stare at my girlfriend when she looked so adorable in her awe. I tore my sight to the image of myself. I had 4 powerful limbs extending from my back, each exactly Ardern Simi eaters long with 3 joints across its length, and a glowing nipple. Putting that aside, the arachnidine was exactly the image I'd envisioned, entirely black. A delicate gray and gold shine emanated from underneath the plates. Their meager sight seemed almost organic compared to the thin but powerful arms which were steel and strength personified. I practiced moving them. The sharp tips whirred around, and I tested their range of motion as they snapped with precision and speed. With them, I had a sphere of protection. I threw up an old wrench I took from the table. Then, I imagined swatting it out of the air. That was all it took for one arm to buzz into motion and lash out at the airborne metal. It bounced off the ground, dented, and bent in half. Laughing at the sight, I was taken aback by how mentally exhausting that had felt. The limits of my capacitance were being pushed now, but I had something to help. 2 bronze bugs with the accommodation feature. One had an extra data weaving gand, the other a damn good integration. I planned to use both other features in my mimic set. I was beginning to collect a lot of these half-Zan-filled bronze bugs, a shame since they took up so much space. Theoretically, I could have over 10 featured Zan variants available to me at once. That was assuming each bronze bug was full. Sighing aside, I ingested the 2 bugs, willfully forcing them to conform to the dogma of using the arachnidine. Technician V. Ardernin Wogonsim S updated to V. Ardernin T effects. Capacity is now bronze. I iron Zan grade capacity boon. All musculoskeletal shardware has their capacity lowered by R tiers. Capacitance alterations. Capacity, bronze I, effective, bronze I vive. Capacitance don't you by E by Densen. I had it just at the threshold. I was prepared to be around by E by censure. That would have been dealt with from an accommodation bug. But this iron Zanboon I received for jumping up a grade really helped. Everything was in place. Now all that was left was me. It was time to practice. August Archelieu Th Ripley's 27th day. And he's practicing with the arachnodyne. So, first thing to note about the arachnodyne, it was quick and agile just as intended, moving to strike like a serpent at the tiniest feather of my thought. The actual shard operating tips of the arachne were around the size of my forearm, a large upgrade to the 3s and inches in my claws. That meant they had a lot of space for upgrades and alternate forms. We decided pretty quickly in our conception to have the top 2 arachne arms be my traversal arms. Their tips had an additional shell they could engage to become sharper and harder, and had mild electroconductive properties to better manipulate livewire. Their most useful mechanism was to engage a unique spear Zan head shaped like an arrow. I charged my energy through the 2 limbs, pulsing into the livewire within. 2 large spears shot out, a thin, wiry rope of gold connected to the limbs. They hooked into the walls of the old mall, a tug ensuring they were secure, securing them to balance with my center of mass. Both of them bent perpendicular to me before a command of my thoughts was sent between them. They pulled me up like a spider flying on its lines of webs. My lower 2 arachne limbs extended, catching the blow and softening the impact as I slammed into a wall. Thank God I reinforced the spine. My mantis legs started up, driving a stake using the blades that could now extend from both the knees and my calves, fastening me on the wall. Then I aimed the 2 upper limbs again, deliberately choosing another wall and repeating the process until I forced myself to get used to it. I held my breath, charging up the lower limbs to push on the ground. The fine tips pushed against the concrete, driving me up in the Dan weight. No fuck. The tips were stuck too deep, and my launch was botched, sending me awkwardly hurtling towards a wall. Ow. Okay, we adjusted the lower limbs tips. They were the more powerful pair, meant to aid my short Zan range defense. This time, 3 prongs ejected from the triangular tips, reducing the overall pressure as they pushed on the ground. They launched me high up into the air, and I prepared them again for the landing. It was rough, and I rolled across the ground, but I was unharmed by it. Satisfied, I practiced again. I stared at the scraps on the table like I was about to feast on them, my 4 spider Zan arms peering across my sides like curious students, their heads snapped open and close like flower petals, the triangular tips shifting into their shard operating toolset. I started. My 2 human limbs could handle precise warp energy manipulation better than the arachne arms. But the spider Zan limbs were the unmatched winners of actual engineering. The scrapyard protocol running in the background guided them, and it took me less than a minute to create a precise and working replica of what my old claw used to be. This was it. This was what it meant to be a gold. This time, while swinging, I instigated my legs to use a function of theirs I hadn't really explored. Collected from the dog whistler's homeless compatriot was the Shriekstone warp material, using a warp, an enhanced version of the Mazur's 7th electrical law, to create vibrations from electricity. It could generate pretty damn strong kinetic impulses across my leg. I surged it to work while I was in momentum to swing into a pillar. I may have misaligned the kick, because the blast of air behind my legs accelerated me into the rock. Test 2. I swung, and I used my legs to control my motion. The steady stream of vibrations pushed on the air. It wasn't quite a double Zan jump, but more of a sudden shift in the arc of my movement. I curved around the pillar, my golden strands catching around the stone and curving me back in a spiral. My arachnodyne arms caught the landing, fastening into the stone while I stared at the world beneath me. I wasn't quite so scared of heights now. Well, maybe just a little. Integrity is now Iron X energy is now Iron X Psyche V. Arderning Neo is now V. Arderning C effect. Reduced fear of heights. Energized VR. Arderning R is now V. Arderning Sen effect. Increased efficiency of warp energy. Through bronze, Zen grade shardware. That was all I'd managed from practicing with the arachne today. But I still had a considerable pool of warp code collected from all my consuming of bugs, which had practically spent all of the money Artie and Yen had given me. Still, even if I didn't have any updates pending, I wagered it was enough warp code to do one of 2 things. It could boost another one of my stats into the bronze I tier, or it could get data mimicry to VR Derny Noon. I had been trying to get it there the patient way, but so far it seemed perfectly content with how it was. Maybe because deep down, I was content with it. It was serving its purpose, allowing me to use any feature I could get on a bug. But was that all I could get from data mimicry? No. I could also use it to ascribe feature links, to transmit warp code more efficiently, and even alter the way I consume it. Then, where else could I take it? A unique feature. I stared at the development progress. Tier I, 500 seizures so close, yet so far. August Senshi TH was the date to complete it by 3 days. Would it be impossible to get it to increase another 500 sure? No, but I needed more bugs for that. Bronze bugs preferably, and I didn't have the money to buy more. So then I needed to steal more. I sighed, playing with one of the many bronze bugs I had left over. This too had only one feature remaining in it, a sustain feature with a protocol to monitor warp energy concentrations in the body. I had been using it to work out my new protocol to absorb energy. But there was also this nagging feeling that maybe it could be transcribed into my own energized feature. Of course, it wouldn't be as precise, but as it stood, it wasn't worth slotting into my mimic set since there were other bronze bugs there with better features, and this only has one logged onto it. An incredibly stupid but brilliant idea popped up in my head. I could absorb and digest warp code and engrams. I had a pretty good feeling now for what all the features felt like. Could I create one? Okay. More precisely, if I had 2 half-Zen-filled bugs, could I save space by combining them into one, creating a new bug? What was I, a Mal? No. This needed me to write out the steps. First, I would begin to absorb the warp code and then, somehow, stop the digestion process. Then, I would begin to transfer the whole warp code into a different bug, similarly loading it in like how I did for a feature link. Simple in premise. I expected the actual task would be close to impossible. After all, a large part of the variety in bug pricing was the fact that certain combinations worked better than others. Jailbroken integration. Easy access to any foreign tech available to you. Network and data weaving. You could transmit deadly waves of warp code that send your enemy into a mental hospital, accommodation and overclock. Not only do you have extremely powerful shardware, you can charge it to become even more deadly. The possibilities may be endless, but some variations were better than others. But if one could control those variations, then it would be very easy to make a lot of money. Which only made me want to try it out more. First, with possibly improving a feature, I decided to say simple iron and bronze bug, both with sustain to see if I could increase the effectiveness of the feature when I mimic it. Besides, I wanted to first try controlling iron warp code in this capacity, then shooting starite for bronze. So I harmonized with the bug, drawing in its information down a steady stream. But I held it there in my arm, ignoring the prodding desire to suckle it into the confines of my implant. Instead, I floated it across my chest, up into my other arm which held the bronze bug with the same feature. The second iron and bronze met. They violently clashed. The bronze orb vibrated like it was going to explode, vehemently protesting any modification to it. Not one to give up, I switched in Adita weaving feature and used Mythot multiplier, warp code manipulation, X, implants. The knowledge of both topics became one and the same light shone on avenues in my head that I didn't even know existed. Somewhere deep in me, I pulled from my energized features protocol to convert between grades. Then, I also squeezed on data mimicrito, search for common ground between both features. My gold energy swept up the arm, overshining both dull colors, until I thought the bronze orb was aflame under my bath of gold. Come on! There, a slight break in the bronze's resistance to the change. They were both sustain features. Both of them wanted to keep their adapter alive and focused. It was nature for the bronze to consume the lesser grade, but that was the thing I understood better than anyone. What it was like to consume a feature. I didn't berate the bronze for doing so. I just monitored it, guided it. My gold drained into mediating the process as iron sank into the bronze bug, becoming one with it. After a few minutes, it quieted down, satisfied. Compound feature module identified. Iron sustain V, E-Darnin Sen Zab Bronze sustain V, R-Darnin Su, reading warp code. The user may mimic the modulated feature. I-B, sustain. Oh, now that was interesting, I complied, sweeping in the information as it slowly settled in my head. Staring at my hands, they were steadier, but not slower, like they could do anything at a moment's notice. My whole body felt that way. In fact, my heartbeat thrumming at a constant pace, my organs loud and clear that they were all right. My warp energy, though, I could sense the slow rise and creep as it leached onto my metabolism to fill itself up. Warp energy, 50% recovery rate, 1 minute active usage, 0 fawn minute both. Features were active at once. I felt it, falling under one common banner, the iron's bonus to my physical control and the bronze's ability to monitor and stabilize my internal conditions, as well as improve my warp energy recovery. All of this was confirmed once I read the update summary. There were 3 protocols taken into consideration. Update summary, then it came, my update. Data mimicry V, S updated to V, R effect, protocol. Rewrite can allow the adapter to modify warp code within implants to create synergistic links between similar features known as modulated feature. Would the adapter like to rename this module? You've got to be kidding me. I had definitely stumbled onto something big, really big. I knew unique features could really be weird. It was widely known that Neocore's Michelle Silva had some capacity to predict the future, and Yuzhou's Xiaoming Baizhu could theoretically touch a mal and turn it into a weapon. But this, to change the properties of implants, they were basically how the world's economy ran. Yeah, I had no idea what was going to come after this, but I knew it would be big. That's why I needed to keep this a secret from everyone. Everyone. 减减减 Chapter 84 减减减 Chapter 79 Old Friends. New Weapon Missy's analysis of Yuzhou and its daughter company, Shandian. Yuzhou Asia's conglomerate. It means universe in Chinese. How ironic that syntax the one pioneering space Jan programs while they're focused on the planet. Not as bad as being named directly after your founder. Looking at you, Haithama, but the simplistic name really gives you enough about their founder. Xiaomang Baizhu does not care about profit. His underlings might, but he only cares about fighting and winning this war against the Mao. That we can agree on. His methods, we do not. There was a reason Metal Heavens abducted children and forced bugs into their heads. It's common knowledge that bugs adapt faster under stress and pain, but the shit they pulled for that company's money is the reason we destroyed them, or tried to. I don't know how the Uncaged played their role in that group, but it's pretty clear they have Muramasa and Orthodox Metal Heavens at their beck and call. Shit, I'm getting sidetracked. Yuzhou has hundreds of firms working under them. Shandian is perhaps the most widely known. It's their weapons manufacturing division, akin to Syntex Magna. Shandian has a considerable space in New California for one simple reason. We're going to be the most vulnerable civilized location for the next swarm, with 2 Maltitans breathing down our neck. Following the earthquake in the mid-Zan century, they upscaled their operation here and have their Shardine in half of our politicians' pockets. Goliath, whatever this project is, they've dedicated several billion Shardine into it. If Arnin Nen really wants to put a dent into their plans, this is it. The question then becomes, what do we do with Goliath? We can't sell it. That's a surefire way to get it back in Yuzhou's hands eventually. Alternatively, we could find a way to use it ourselves. Depending on what grade it is, Diamante and Mirage can deal with it. But if it's a gold grade, there's only 2 of us who can figure it out. Shit, you really put us in a bad spot, Mikhail. But we will stop you. August Arshaliu TA to development. 570%. Ripley's 27th day. And he's going to fight for his spot. I stared at the array of bugs I'd changed in some form. I didn't want to experiment too much, but what I'd figured out was already enough. For one, it was still too much for me to compound 2 bronze features together into one module. Second, it was too much for me to compound 2 different features together. At least, not when they were dissimilar. Some very, very similar features could be modulated like Adita Weaving specialized in creating a data cleaver and a jailbreak known for enhancing their effectiveness. There was only one exception to this rule of modifying bronze bugs. The priest's bug could have its network in Danalize. Features modulated pretty easily given they were both found in the same implant, but it required me to convert a lot of my warp energy into warp code, Bifengerbasher of my storage to be exact. Once modulated using Rewrite, I could then rename them into something else. I wasn't quite creating a unique feature, but I was finding a way to have two features pour their output at once. And damn, did it feel good? Mimic set modules, Schurfinger Wool, Data Mimicry V, R der Ding Ding Gongsim, S updated to V, R der Ninar effects, updates pending. Warp code required. There you go. Now I need more warp code. It was still the morning, and I had all the time in the world to think about how these 3 days could go. That was sarcasm, by the way. Sigh. I tapped my feet. There were my grandfather's eyes. The same ones in the exoskeleton from way back. They'd been read to have a bronze eye capacity, so if I put them in, I'd have over 10 capacitance at Bifenji by Arsher. I knew it wasn't world's end ending. But the main drawbacks would be a quicker loss of warp energy, and everything would feel a bit heavier to move around. My New World bug could mitigate it, but that would leave me vulnerable if I ever switched it off. Besides, Missy had updated me that the bronze stealth suit she'd be having us wear would have an iron V capacitance, which would already put me up by Bifengersure. I could always absorb a few of these bugs to help out my updates. I knew that was a viable option, though I'd gotten pretty comfortable with them over the last few weeks, and each had their uses. Some as worst-case scenarios, whereas many were good in specific situations. Databreak could quickly stutter another adapter's control over their shardware. Burnwold massively increased my physical strength. Wield improved my aim with any gun or external link I had. Light could make using my body as easy as blowing a feather. Every single one of them had their uses. It was up to me to decide when and where to use them. So as noon approached, I left the old mall and went to the Metal Heavens Cathedral. I stalked atop the scaffoldings of Little Requiem. Muramasa had gotten my message, and so did Los Diablos. Razor Pede was cursing up and down as she read the confines of my message. Elsa had done a good job of tracking her down to this pub, and getting the bartender to slip her the letter when she wasn't looking was almost hilarious. Sawud Jodian 4 bug users. 4 bronzes, 4 tier Iaseus. Those were my targets today. I'd gotten some info from them with Twilight's help, enough to plan around them and prepare over the day. First, Simenry Theodore, the Metal Heavens man who indoctrinated me into their hold, was a powerhouse. Besides the overwhelming charge of his legs and unstoppable might of his wrecking ball of a hand, he was protected by subdermal shardware that could absorb impacts using a Kevlar Zan-like material. Even bullets struggled to harm him. But the tough nut that he is, he'll have weaknesses, and I've got just the idea. Second, good old Razor Pede, she visits a shard op with a knack for putting together 2 sharp things and making an even sharper thing. Her claws are as sharp as she is crazy, able to extend her arms by several meters. She's a threat at close and long range. Third, Black Dragon Long, the Miram Satyr who I'd won a wager with, and won his Necrotium Zan-coated sword. Fast, deadly, precise. He was famed for killing his foes in one strike using the old weapon. But rumors have it that he's just as good at drawn-out fights, if not better, seemingly get her faster as the fight progresses. Fourth, Frederick Domingo, the head bouncer at the club I'd bounced at. Apparently he was a big fan of the DJ I assassinated. A powerful marksman and hand-zan combatant, his arms can change between a variety of guns at will. While I never talked to him, I've learned that he's very vocal online about his hate for Dreadwire at killing Olgai. A time and location was sent to each detailing them that I was waiting for them. That was true, but I never told them that others would be approaching. And I did warn them to come alone. That wasn't just an empty threat. I'd managed to guilt Diamante into possibly intervening if a gang war was going to erupt because of this. Well, guilt was the wrong word. I'd bartered for him to do it, by maybe promising to give him a fuck ton of feature links on his guns if I needed his help. I was waiting atop an alleyway in a quiet neighborhood, my little web crawler bot scanning for any approaching gang members. Black Dragon Long was the first to arrive. I remained hidden for now. He stayed inside his car, only getting out once he saw the same person I did, Razor Peed. Her crimson eyes were a dead giveaway to her allegiance with Crimson Soul, and as she entered the alleyway with a raging sneer, a sword pointed at her back. "You're working with Dreadwire, Crimson Soul," not surprised in the slightest. My bot crept closer, hidden in the shadows of the tall skyscrapers to hear the conversation out. "Fuck no. I'm here to kill him." "Ah, then we have a similar aspiration." Long dropped his sword, allowing Razor Peed to turn around. But this time, she had her arms morph and elongate until they were mechanisms of a painful death. "How do I know you're not planning something? I had my sword to your back. If I wanted you dead, you would be." Long, damn it. Why did he have to be calm and rational? I was expecting there to be some sort of a brawl before I joined in. My next friend there, though, he was anything but calm and rational. Semenri attacked first, his heavy arm whacking into Black Dragon Long's back and booming the man deep into the alley. So Massa and Soul was behind the priest's murder. Semenri screamed through his mechanical mouth. "Shoulda known dat Deadwire cunt couldn't do I. I'm self." Razor Peed elongated her arm until it was a thin whip poised to strike back, her eyes aflame at Semenri. "A man with metal for a brain? Please. We have better things to do than worry about you cultists." That hurt. Black Dragon Long picked himself up with a groan, showing a resilience I didn't expect from the relatively small man. "But it seems like you've been wronged by him as well. Dreadwire, has he brought us here? You ain't workin' YM?" Semenri rubbed his chin with wrecking Zan ball hand. "Guess you's with me then!" Watts and I was expecting more gang violence than this. Maybe Friedrich could do something. And it took a minute for the burly man to appear on motorbike. His arm already shifted into a gun. He spat out a cigarette as he took sight of the three in the alley. "Catch Jan, should have figured you three would Zan. We're not with Dreadwire." Razor Peed seemed incredibly annoyed by the scheme I'd tried to pull. "It seems like he wanted us to fight each other." Black Dragon long-eyed them all with caution, but didn't draw his sword. "I agrees, Wyam." Semenri was himself. Frederick looked incredibly confused by the situation, but rested his gun away from their heads. "What did he do to you guys? He killed my favorite musician." "Killed my boss," Semenri said sadly. "May he rest with the all-seeing." "Killed my friends," Razor Peed growled. "Stole half of my sword." Long said it with such disdain like he'd lost a part of himself. How much was it worth? Razor Peed eyed him with vehemence. The Black Dragon stared at his current sword like he was staring at a photo of a dead friend, more than 100,000. "Damn, you got it the worst," Razor Peed said with a flinch, as she patted his shoulder, to which I only groaned from up here. Did I accidentally make these guys friends? Whatever. It was time to fight. I hooked and hopped across the rooftops, landing at the end of the alleyway with a puff of dust rising up. My mechanical body whirred their attention towards me. "Before you accuse us." Long looked at me boredly. "We're not with Dreadwire." My voice came out altered and distorted through my helmet. "I know. I got a new mask. They didn't recognize me because this time I was wearing a full cowl to conceal my identity. It had a design spread across its front side so that my visor would look like 6 spiders and legs converging at the center of it. I showed off my claws, in hopes that it would jog their memories. Dreadwire." Long pulled out his sword to align me with it. "You will give back my sword or Eldzan Deadwire." Semenri pushed the man aside, charging at me headfirst. The insight bug gave me ample time to react. I knew my strengths. I had access to verticality in a way they didn't. With a kick of my legs, they grew blades that attached me to a wall, my left claw digging in for better support. Now Zin, now Semenri. Wide on Zin, my drone saw Frederick raise up his gun arm at me, and my matrix cascaded action through my limbs. I dropped down, taking cover behind Semenri, who took the bullet shots in stride, wincing but waging all his bloodlust towards me. Then all hell broke loose. I had a whole speech planned out to bring fear into their hearts. But whatever, they wanted to fight. So be it. I was faster, stronger, and this time, just a little more careful. Semenery's attacks came crashing down and aside, shattering stone and leaving him open to punches, jabs, or scratches that barely tickled him. Deadwire, I'll rip you's anus open. I saw Razorpede try to reposition herself, as did Long and Frederick, but the narrow alleyway and Semenery's large body gave them little to no sight of me. Get out of the way, you fat bastard! Razorpedes raised her long arms impatiently. At least let him be stuck between us. Long added, Don't make me shoot through you, Frederick said with arm raised and ready to make his words true. Semenery's berserker rage didn't heed to their words. He swung, slammed, and crashed through the alley, pushing me further back with every wild blow. I was fast, even faster when I switched to the burn module, not attacking once. Waiting, there. A swing too wide for him to strike me away. I pivoted, taking a good side Zan step that put me in position to get on his back. I engaged my mantis legs to split and divide, hooking the blades around his waist and grappling me onto him. His flesh and steely back was unbelievably musty. Even with my mask's air filtration, my eyes teared up, pushing it aside. I sent a wave of energy across my claws. Then I unhooked one finger from each. The fingers intertwined with a new joint Zan connection I made in them, effectively knotting their wires up as he tried to thrash me around. Turn your back to us, Frederick yelled. I wasn't willing to bet on that risk, so I sparked a command across my spine and sprouted 4 spider limbs which stabbed into the walls. I felt him try to tug me away, but the arachnine arms fastened us in place, their stabilizers hooking in. But damn was he strong. Watzan! The remaining 3 stood in awe at the sight of my 4 extra limbs, though. I knew this hold wouldn't last, so I quickly used the knotted live wire and swung it around his throat, circling a few layers of it around as he struggled and thrashed around. Thank the founders he only had 1 actual hand. Those legs of his, though, being so close to him, I could feel the heat burning off them like I was teleported to a desert. At this rate, he'd snap my arachne joints into 2, so I took a gander. I didn't have a lot of time to test out just how strong my new limbs were, but they could hold my weight. What was 4 times that? The joints groaned and pulled, lifting us both and stealing his leverage as I garroted him in front of the others. Truth is, they probably could have taken this moment to reposition, but I saw the smiles on their faces grow the more purple Semenery's face became. Yeah, no wonder I couldn't predict them. They were crazy, and it seemed like they only saw value in the new upgrades I'd done to myself. The live wire contracted tighter. Who cared about being bulletproof when your blood vessels and spine were being squeezed to death? The razored Zan-like wires drew blood as my energy thinned them out, but simultaneously reeling them back until his neck was half the size. Then his head burst off, falling to the floor and rolling away. I unhooked both connected claw tips and made my hands whole as I pushed Semenery's headless body away from me. 1 down. 3 to go. 减减减 Chapter 85 减减减 Chapter 80 Dreadwire August R16TH Ripley's 27th day, and he's fighting 3-tier IS. Hey Dreadwire. Razorpede was the first to speak after I beheaded Semenery. That was hot. What do you say we get rid of the others and scurry to a bar? Huh? I shook my head. Sorry, I'm committed. She attacked in a blink after my rejection. A meshwork of deadly blades collapsing onto me. My 4 spider limbs piloted me away, scurrying across the walls as I yanked out my pistol to begin firing away. Frederick wasn't one to leave me alone either. My drone warned me as he aimed and took single Zan action shots that whizzed past my head or torso. It would have been fatal without the arachnidine to maneuver me around. Then Long swept in between a gap of Razorpede's lashings, getting behind me as he placed me in a pincer between him and Razorpede and Frederick. His attacks came fast, and they came hard. If my arms weren't reinforced to bronze grade, they would have dented with every blow. But he wasn't an onslaught of attacks like Razorpede. He came slow and deliberate, waiting for gaps in Razorpede's assault where he could safely slice in. Frederick was much the same, as he only shot when Razorpede was left in the clear. But as long as I could track his aim with the drone, then I could more or less handle it. The most deadly issue here was Razorpede. As I moved my arachnidine arms away from the walls to deflect her wild hammering of whipped blades, I knew a battle of attrition wasn't the way to win. At the very least, I had one last way to cause some infighting. It should be any minute now. Razorpede's downpour of metal and sparks continued to be an issue. Unlike Simenri, she left very little time in between one strike and another, using both arms expertly to wear me down. If her current arms were as good as the ones she'd used on Diamante, my arachnidine would have probably been torn to shreds. Though, if there was one thing I had learned about her, it was how those claws worked. I twisted my body, dodging a fatal piercing lunge from long behind me. He immediately stepped back, avoiding an accidental tearing of his neck from Razorpede's long whipping arms. She sneered, slamming her arm aside to pin me into the wall, but my arachne arms yanked me above the long skeletal limb. Then I multiplied my thoughts. Razorpede's arms X breakdown. The feature link active in my right hand, and arachnodine sang to me in melodies of Razorpede's arm. The weeks I had spent digesting that knowledge, all coming to me at once. I shot a spray of my fingers at her, striking into her arms at around the parts I wanted to. Gold energy flailed down my shoulders and into the wires, sinking deep as Theta Tawbreak module activated. A compound of an iron data weaving gand, a bronze jailbreak, joined as one under my mind. And I unleashed a deadly data cleaver of twilights through the limb to allow my claw tips free access. Its joints snapped and broke down, freezing it into a limp, dragging noodle. She hissed, only magnifying her aggression with the other arm while I freed my claw from her. Given space to attack, the other two pushed their advances, hauling their asses to take me down. Fucking hell. One blade whipped to my back while bullets whistled inches from my head. Arachne X, web crawler camera. The two thoughts merged and multiplied, my arms blurring as they intercepted katana slashes and dragged me from mind-blowing bullets. My warp energy was dropping like a spilled bucket at this rate. It was true that these spider arms drained me like a mother foods and focus Ripley. Now wasn't the time to hold back. My left arm steamed and exploded out a whipped and blade of my own, based on the designs of Razorpede's arm, and using parts from Priest, Norgwal's tentacle, Zan-like limbs. I could see her eyes burn in anger at the recognition, but I didn't use it on her. I swiped it at Long, smashing hard against his blade to knock him back a few feet while I focused my arachne onto her, 4 arms against 1. I managed to deflect, then pin her whipped Zan arm down, snapping a joint to reduce its range by half. Then I leaped with the arachnid limbs just in time to avoid Frederick's rifle, looking down upon Razorpede's weaker state. My upper arachnodine limbs rearranged their tips, arrowed Zan like spears aimed on the concrete behind her. They shot, they hooked, they pulled. My body shot forward, a streak of darkness bathed in gold. My mantis legs drove a stake right through her heart, blood splattering to the ground behind her as her eyes took one last look at me before fading away. Breathing out a puff of air, I realized I was staring right down the barrel of Frederick's arm. He grinned. Thanks for giving me a clear shot. I leaped back just as fast as I had descended, a hailstream of bullets following me, managing a pretty cool backflip on the way down to once again put Long between me and Frederick. I could see a vein pop in the latter's head. You can't keep putting people in front of me, man. That's your fucking problem, I yelled back, pain drooling across my side. Enough! Long silenced us. You will give back what you took, Dreadwire. I smiled, but slowly. I felt a deep dread build up inside of me, and pain, allet of pain. I stared below my ribs. Warm blood was drenching through my clothes at an alarming rate. Looks like Frederick had gotten a good shot in, actually. I had basic ballistic armor on, but something pierced into my cybernetic liver. No bones broken, though. I could still do this. I'd have to remove the bullet later. For now, my preservation matrix kept me standing. I wheezed an agonizing gulp of air, switching over to stabilize. It was the very first modified bug I'd made, and I'd need it to win this fight. Warp energy, 5% recovery rate, 5% Wu. I had to finish this quick. The arachnidine was taking heavy damage for such an experimental shardware. You really that pissed Long? Then how about we have an actually honorable duel? I am honorable? He pointed his blade at me. Sure thing you are, sending mercs barely an hour after I left your place. You lost fair and square that day. I sprayed my waist down with a nanomakine, then filled med spray loaded in one of my claw's fingers, the bitter chill distracting me. But the mimicked module allowed me to keep it away. Fine. A duel then. Long took the bait? A duel? Frederick laughed. You've got to be fucking kidding me. You Muramasa pricks and your honored Zanboner's Jan. Keep speaking, and I'll drive my blade into your stomach. Long kept his gaze on me, but his words sliced into Frederick. Fine. The Los Diablos enforcer raised his arm to Long's back. But once you're dead, he's all mine. Their conversation had given me enough time to reach into my pockets and consume the 5 bronze shards I'd kept as a reserve from Arlene and Yen's investment. Now I was truly out. Warp energy by Fingerliushabadiernwool. All right, that should be enough to get out of this alive. It quite literally cost me my life savings. I took my stance, all 6 arms poised to meet his assault. Long's signs, X shardware combat. Long's nose crinkled, his shoulder leaned, and his blade Zan whacked right into my arm. I'd meant to dodge it. Was he faster now? You aren't the only one who can make out the other's intentions. Long whispered, his eyes a fierce black as he withdrew his blade and swung again, heavy and domineering. My arachne arms blurred like rabid snakes, curving and sparking off the contact with his sword, but... Shit! He was pushing me back. It's almost like he knew what I was about to do. So, I whipped my left arm's blade around him, hoping to snare him. He articulated the blade and pinned the whip into the wall with it, skillfully tugging it so that I was yanked towards him. His blade slashing for my throat, stubborn module took over. My right claw grabbing the blade just in time to keep it from slicing my carotid and jugular wide open, though he managed a small nick on my chest, and I felt the wound fester and bleed right open as the wound burst beneath my armor. He still had half a blade of necrotium. Right, he snickered. You sure you don't want to return my blade? Sorry, mate. I pulled him forward, jabbing my left claw and commanding all 4 arachnodine arms to pierce his torso. Sold it! You what? With a strength betraying his frame, he swung the gripped sword hard enough to smash me into a wall, lunging again to drive it into me like a stake. My 4 extra limbs came into play again, whacking the tough man's arm, and one even stabbed into his leg, but it barely budged through. He had an endoskeleton, a really tough one too. With one slice, he struck the joint of the arachne stabbing into his leg, breaking it off with ease as he moved to kill me. I grieved the loss, but not as much as I feared losing, so I used the other legs to propel me right at him. His blade made the tiniest cut on my ribs that burned like a motherfucker. You have quite a strong resistance. He tried to push it all the way through, but I hooked my right elbow around the weapon. He yanked it out. My forearm fell to the ground with one swipe. Shit, this was really bad. Losing the live wire claw and an arachne arm severely cost me my defense. And it's not like my own offense was making it through either. Where was he pulling this shit from? I remembered what information Elsa had about him. He was good at taking them down quickly, but equally good at the long con. All that time I was battling it out with Razor Pete. The reason why he was so cautious, was he watching me learning? Dragging myself back with the one remaining lower arachne limb, I honed in with the other 2 as they engaged with spears and heads. Aiming both at the walls behind him, I reeled myself forward with my leg sprouting a blade to cleave him with. He struck the live wire rope with his blade. It didn't break, but the change in angle threw my momentum off to smack me into a wall. Compensating, I unleashed a light sonic impulse from my legs to recover, my shin striking his forearm powerful enough to launch him back to the entrance of the alleyway. His blade had gone flying in the distance, and his forearm was bent in half and bleeding. He still had organics in there, but something gave him an unnatural amount of strength. Why only replace your skeleton? I grabbed the wall with my one remaining arm to hoist myself up, but my left leg crumpled underneath. That kick had been too much. Long winced in pain, eyeing me like I'd stepped on a puppy as he looked at his broken arm. You? He pulled out a small dagger from his waist, a maniacal grin plastered across him. I'm going to enjoy this. Just you, Jan. Bronze Jan grade, LR bounty update. Dreadwire is now worth E-million Shardine. Issuer, Mr. Skeleton. Details. Please bring his unique arachnids and based shardware intact and unharmed for payment. It had taken. It's time, but Mr. Skeleton finally made his move. All it took was one picture of me climbing my way through Little Requiem and Elsa spreading the information about Dreadwire stealing an arachne from Metal Heavens. That man was a shardware fiend. He'd do anything to get his hands on something like this. Since these guys were hunting me down, it was easy to expect that they'd be receiving updates about my bounty. If there was one thing I learned while having a gold implant, nothing got people more fired up than money. Blood spurt from Long's body. Frederick launching an entire ammo Zen clip that left the swordsman riddled with holes. He collapsed, leaving me in view of an entirely healthy Frederick, who looked at me like I was meat on sale, practically watering at the mouth. I don't know how a nobody like you managed half of what you did, but this is like stealing candy from a baby and making a mill out of it. He raised his gun at me, and I instigated MeWild module. My connection to 2 external links heightened in seconds. First, through my mask, which hooked up into the web crawler bot, and second, into the pistol I had holstered. Hasta la vista, Dan, a pulse of electricity splattered on his frame, not quite burning it out, but reeling him in pain for enough time that I could lock on. My left arm reached for my holster, aimed the interloper, and fired. The bullet went through his eye before drilling into brain matter. He sputtered, a river of crimson falling from the empty socket, and he fell lifeless. I did it. I was ready to call Diamante halfway through the fight with Long. Beauty did it. I won. It cost me 2 arms and a leg, but I killed Fortiasius. Diamante. I hooked up the call, and he answered immediately. I did it. I know. I had a sniper ready. Damn, wasn't expecting it. His voice was low, but the awe in it only bolstered my pride. Don't beat yourself up about Long. That was unnatural strength for a tier 2nd. Stay a sec. I'm getting the van. It was barely a minute before a van backed into the alley, Diamante coming out and helping me into the cargo. He whistled at the bodies. Was really impressed by Razor Pede. You took her down quick. Yeah! I winced. I still had some wounds that I was feeling a lot more now after the adrenaline had faded. Used up way too much energy, though. Damn near drained me dry dealing with 3 of them at once. It was impressive. Ripley, really? You're beyond what any tier I should be capable of. Except me. I could have done that at your tier. Probably with less damage, too. He spoke as he helped recover my broken parts and load the 4 bodies next to me. Proof of my victory. Yeah, sure you could have. You had the Hammersmith make your fucking body. At the very least, I wanted him to know that I knew. I liked him enough to not lie to him every day. He stayed silent for a moment, before his voice raised. Well, everything you've got is from your grandfather. Right. Missy said that Diamante hadn't linked the 2 together yet. Maybe I'd play that lie on just a little longer. It surprised me when he corrected himself, sounding almost guilty. Sorry, that was harsh. You worked for this Ripley. I know I don't say it, but I'm proud of you. You're pushing yourself harder than anyone I know. Thanks. That means a loads-in what the fuwak. I stared in awe as out of Long's body. A bronze beetle dug its way through his flesh. A sim, but he had an endoskeleton which required a bug. He was shit Diamante. Long was Odual Adapter. He was a Zen, well, no fucking wonder you couldn't kill him. Man probably had massively reinforced musculature to compensate for his skeleton. How'd you even get the other dude to kill him? Bribed him. I joked. With what fucking money do you have left? You're like a sinkhole for Shardine. Diamante's driving grew rougher. I shook around in my seat. I didn't, Mr. Scal. Mikhail did. That was another thing I didn't want to lie to him about. Diamante adjusted the mirror, looking at me with eyes that I never expected to think of as soft. Hey, that's a bad memory. I'll tell you about it someday, once all of this Yujo bullshit is cleared off, but for now, just don't bring him up. Got it. I nodded with an understanding. Good kid, Diamante smiled, and so did I. I really did trust him as a friend now. Zan chapter bashido, Zan chapter bashiyi, to run away, or towards. August Arshidyo Th Ripley's last day. To get to Baifinjabasha development, I'd done everything. Everything possible to do this. I even sacrificed the light module, since accommodation bugs aren't worth having access to for only a limited time. Then why? Development. Baifinjitsushijo. I was right there. Right fucking there. Every bug I had other than those in my mimic set were all used up. Then why? Why couldn't I just get there? Psyche V Ardernin Si Gongtim S updated to V. Arderning Ba effect. Increased ability to process information from external sources. Energized V Arderning Sengongting. S updated to V Arderning Wu effects. Technician V Arderning Wu Gongting. S updated to V Arderning T effects. Data mimicry V Arderning R. Gongting S updated to V Arderning Si effects. Shit. Was there any way to do it? I tried selling the bronze sim out, got its mutations scanned, which were pretty simplistic, but with powerful muscle and sight enhancement genes. Thing is, used sims were bought on the basis of their active mutations, with 3 mutations that were in all fairness pretty fucking common. I'd only gotten an offer for Senwen Wuten Shardine, and scrapping up whatever funds I had only amounted to Soennounsen Shardine. Even the worst bronze bugs were sold for Wushike. Maybe if I found a really shit one. Something passed around by like 6 people. I scrolled through Little Requiem's list, even using Thethot Multiplier to help me read through, but found nothing in my budget. What the fuck? Diamante strolled in, whistling to himself as he brought along a tray of several guns all plugged in with a DACube containing an engram. Just this, and we're done. Right. At least I had worked to get myself distracted. It didn't matter how many guns I linked, the grenades I built, the repairs and modifications I made to my own shardware. None of it would get there. None of it would get me to Baifinjabasher. How are you feeling about tomorrow? Diamante polished one of the guns, taking care to get it to the utmost shine possible. Disappointed, I answered honestly, because it looks like I can't join in. Development. Baifinjitsushijo, I said reluctantly. Shit, eh? That's close enough. Pat on the back for what you've put yourself through honestly. Well fought. You don't think Missy would make an exception, I said with a glimmer of hope. Nope, he returned to shining his guns. Not sure why you want to send yourself to death anyway. You designed a whole new shardware. You could make millions off its patent. I scoffed back. Why you going there? Because I'm a weapon, Ripley, and I want to be used to fight the right war. Diamante put the gun down, staring at me intently. Kid, everything you've done, you're special, I know that. Your mom knows that, Missy knows that. Elsa knows it. Hell, you even got her to be with you 'cause of it. Don't twist your life running from one bullet to another, man. I'm saying this as someone who not just likes you despite the fact that you're a little bitch, but also respects you. I laughed at the irony of it. Were any of you expecting me to get to Baifinjabasher? It takes years, Ripley? Years? You sometimes go weeks without a percentage increase. How many Shardines worth of bugs did you install? You think Ardeen Nen gave them to you because he really thought you could fight? Hell no. He gave more than you were getting paid because he knows that he can make it through without you. You just make it a bit easier. Deep down, he's a good guy, and he knows your story. He hates the corporations, and both you and your mom have been victims to it. He wanted to help you out by giving you a way out. That money was meant to send you running and packing your bags. Well, I got a little attached to you guys. That's exactly what we were afraid of. Diamante lowered his gaze. We found you helpless and lost with a gold implant in your head. We debated for hours about what to do with you. I won't name who, but one of us would still take your head off and ship it for a chance to get out if Missy didn't personally threaten them. We? You reminded us of him. At least to me and Missy. Mr. Skeleton? Yeah. There's that look you both have. The kind that was cloudy and missing something, But behind that mist were knives, sharp enough to rip through titanium, clever as all hell, determined like no one else. We didn't want you going down the same route he did. He lost himself in the money, in the power, in desire. Fucked us up too, broke what we had to. Be a part of something bigger? The Uncaged? Yeah, don't want to say more, but we levied him like a brother. But it was because of us who drilled him in the ways to fight, to profit, that he changed. I wish I could have turned everything back, every day. This battle you're trying to get yourself into, with Dog Whistler, Skeleton, and Soul Killer, it's not worth it. Hell, you could fucking join Neocore with your skills. They don't give a damn about your background. As long as you make yourself worth it, they'll hire you. I'll fucking drive you over to a recruitment center right now if you want to. And you're nothing if not worth it. Hearing all the praise from Diamante Feld. Satisfying. But at the same time, left me wanting. I just focused on the gun, slowly using the warp code in the cube to charge its engram up for a feature link. It was almost taunting as I trickled warp code in. I controlled the very thing I needed to succeed. But even this cube had nowhere enough for me. Once I was done, I sighed. Well, that was nice to hear, at the very least, but just let me ask you a few questions. Go ahead, Ripley. Is Elsa going on the mission? She is. Who could I sell my arachne to, realistically? If I wanted the millions to save my mother, without the backing of a degree or institute, the corporations will just have an assassin dig it out of your back. The gang leaders wouldn't bother with something so niche, other than metal heavens. But again, they'd just drag it from your corpse. Mr. Skeleton, he's the only one with the funds and desire for tech like yours. If he's in a good mood, you could get up to 20-30 million for the blueprint. He'll have ways to regurgitate it back to Neocore. They're probably the ones who'll want it the most once they're fighting the Mal in the Swarm. The Fifth Swarm. How exactly do you intend to deal with it? Join up with an underground coalition of criminals who just want to do the right thing. An independent mercenary unit? Make a little money out of it. I'll fight and protect this city. It's my home, and when a Maltaton comes looking for us, I'll be there ready to fight it, and the Uncaged. Then we'll both be doing the same thing. I finished up another gun. I'm not leaving this city. I don't want to leave you guys, and I don't want to sell myself out. This arachnodyne is as much a part of me as my organs are. His metal teeth grounded into one another. Any other questions? I thought about the various thoughts running in my head from time to time. Yeah, actually. What the fuck is a warp tendency? I've heard the term thrown around a few times, but don't get it. The box with my Mal was safeguarded by a silver data shield, they said, had a fire tendency. What did that mean? Pushing into silver Zangrade paid info here. A warp tendency is the Flavoranaturrior. Warp code or mutations take as an adapter. They only come up in silver implants or higher, part of the reason why they cost millions. Typically, they form around Tirthakin and determine how destructive or malleable your warp code is. They come in 6 packages, but I've heard that higher grades get access to more by combining them. Otherwise, they're fire, water, earth, air, spark. Which one do you have? Fire. Diamante showed his arm, but it seemed more of an action for himself than me. The nature to destroy, to break, and disintegrate. My warp code influences my features to become more aggressive. I can destroy hundreds of tiers with my worst body, because that's what I was designed to be. What tendency do you think I would take? Water, to conform to the changes around you, to fill up a vessel and shape according to how life around you changes. Typically, they make pretty damn incredible shardops. Otherwise, I could see you with spark. To brighten and enhance. To be unafraid and shine. You'd have general enhancements to all aspects of your warp code. But it'll be loud and visible. Kinda fits you. Yeah? I chuckled. You want this, Ripley. Diamante didn't offer me anything, but I knew what he meant. I do, and I won't end up like him. Then make me a promise. What? You'll turn off the personality matrix in your head, and you'll remember that friend of yours who died. I bet the damn thing isn't even letting you hear her name. He stopped working on the guns, putting all his focus on me. Jian. Why was he talking about? But I was hesitating at the thought. If I do that then, you might break, I know. Diamante put a hand on my shoulder and connected his inhuman gaze to my soul. But you'll have me and Amisrin. You'll have your mother and Elsa. It's not right. What's happened to you, but your mind deserves to know and feel what it's supposed to. Otherwise, you'll make decisions that will amount to nothing but self-gain gratification. Because when the world becomes too much, when will you be enough? You'll chase anything, as long as it means you can keep running away. The words struck a chord with me, and I wasn't the best in music, but even I knew what a symphony was. I could feel one stirring up inside of me. Yeah, I think, deep down, I'm trying to run away from the me that was weak, without an implant, without a father, without any of you. Even if you guys were keeping the distance because of this mission or the uncaged debacle, I'm grateful for everything we've done together. That's not enough for me to throw away my life, not enough to go on this mission. But ever since I've gotten this bug, Thelingari've had it, the more I start to feel like it's a responsibility, like it has its own goal to accomplish, and I'm the only one who can carry it out. I don't believe in faith, but I feel like I was destined to fall on this path. To join up with you guys. Maybe I'm not such a great person. Maybe I will never accomplish great things. But the happiest I've been in a long time was running alongside you. But maybe it's time I also sit down with just myself. Taking a deep breath, I steeled the blood rushing through my vocal cords. I'll do it, Diamante. I'll turn off the matrix. I'll deal with the consequences. We'll deal with it. He hardened his hold on my shoulder, and yet I felt lighter. So, you're saying I can come tomorrow? That was never my decision, Ripley. Nor was it Missy's. He was right. It had been me who had asked if I should set a goal for myself. Still need to get that other Baifunji. Shh, forget Baifunji. I've got the good shit. He stood up, walked away, and I followed him back down into the armory, back to the wall of bugs and sims. He touched the keypad attached to the wall, and what came sliding down clearly had the marking of SS Launten Ibaidin Sen, a silver. The only silver here. The box opened up, and sitting right there in its pristine glory was a silver bug. You want me to take it? Why haven't you used it yet? It's a useless-ass bug. Ripley. Gone through 4 owners, and it's got network, integration, and technician. Hardly a good combo, but silver is silver. He kicked the box towards me, but I saw the regret starting to form in his eyes. Take it. I hastily grabbed the silver orb, enjoying its pristine shine under the harsh ceiling lights of the armory. My hungry reflection shined on its clear surface, the orange of my new shardware eyes bright and clear. Will this take me out for the day? The mission's in like, sure ours? Now you're hesitant about warp burns? Diamante moved to take it from me, but I snatched it away, holding it close to my chest. He looked at me like I was a child. If you want, there's a few bronzes in here I could exchange for it? No! I began to run my warp code over the implant. It's perfect. I puked all 3 meals I had, one for each feature I'd absorbed. They were beyond heavy. It was like chewing metal with my teeth every second I tried. Slow, draining, but empowering. The last bit was what mattered, because the gains, they were worth it. Integrity is now bronze the 2nd. Energy is now bronze the 3rd. Capacity is now bronze IV. If I knew my capacity would become this, I would have hunted down a silver ages ago, and probably do some more shardware work. As for my updates, I align them with one goal in mind. To win. Psyche V Ardaring Bagongting S updated to V Ardar Yisen effects. Energized to V Ardaring Wukongqing S updated to V Ardar Yi effects. Technician V Ardaning Qigongqing S updated to V Ardar Yiwu effects. Data Mimicry V Ardaring Sigongqing S updated to V Ardar Yinin effects. With 3 hours until we were supposed to meet up, I lounged amidst a sea of floating blueprints and rearranging metal. Let's see how much I could do until then. 3 facilities. North, west, and south. Missy pointed to the table's map. Me, Topaz, and Quickshot will head south. From what we know, it's one of their main production lines for new firearms. I looked at Quickshot. She was a tall, tanned woman who seemed to be a sim user, but I did note down that she had mechanical fingers. The strangest thing about her was that she carried a large shardware bow. Who used a bow in this day and age? The North facility is where they produce their automated drones. It's going to have a lot of eyes wandering the place. Mirage and her personas will wreak some havoc in there. Then Diamante will enter and pretend to be some experimental drone of theirs. Quartz and Stonewall will provide support if anything goes wrong. I tried to hold in my laugh. Who came up with this plan? Elsa held my hand, whispering in my ear, "Daylight." I smiled before taking a glance at Stonewall, a fairly big man who also was a sim user. He had cracked scales that resembled chunks of black stone running up his arms. Other than that, he seemed pretty friendly. He even brought some snacks. Finally comes Ardeen and Yen and Ripley's facility to the west. Their experimental shardware division, Goliath is most likely to be housed here. This place is under tight security, so tread carefully. I sensed that it was directed more to me than the Ardeen NEN. I trust you've all read through the reports of Shandian's general security makeup. Remember, everyone's heart is being monitored, so if you kill anyone, it'll send an alert through the whole system. That's why you'll need this. She opened up a few briefcases filled with small vials that ended with a very long and sharp needle sticking out of them. Peristoms. I've supplied enough to get everyone 10 iron Zangrade vials and 4 bronze Zangrades. They'll paralyze anyone you inject it with and leave them unconscious. We all took turns collecting the vials and organizing among ourselves. Diamante said something about bringing multiple bodies of his for the mission. And true to it, he had another 2 inert mechanical robots sitting on the couch. They weren't as sophisticated as his normal body nor that Angelina form of his. But they bore a resemblance to the Shandian security androids I'd seen scattered in the mission debriefing. New eyes! Missy put a hand on my shoulder. I'm glad you're with us. Took a shit ton of work, and yeah, new eyes. I was still getting used to how clear everything was. Not to mention, seeing through metal. I'd scooped out my organic pear just a few hours ago, but absorbing that silver bug really improved my recovery speed to these optics and the healing. You think you'll be okay? Me? Yeah. I've done shit like this before. It's always nerve-Jan W-racking, but if you follow the script for as long as the corporate actors will cooperate, things don't end up too bad. She glanced around the busy work everyone involved themselves in. I'm proud of you, soldier. She pat me once more, then turned around to get herself ready. Our stealth Jan suits were form-fitting, and the black cloth was made up of tiny crystals once you stared closer at it. The freakiest thing was that if you activated shardware, the cloth would retract and give space for the modifications. It even opened up holes for my arachnodyne arms to extend through. I needed to learn how that worked. I was tired of cutting apart my clothes to make space for the arms. As everyone got ready, I took stock of their preparations. We were all dressed up in our formed and fitting padded stealth suits, but some of us didn't adhere to it. Topaz was still as flashy as ever, talking up some other guy who was wearing an even more intricate stealth suit than our own, even hiding their head with a completely black dome of a mask. He was completely covered from head to toe, but it was strange. The more I looked at him, the less I found myself able to tear my eyes off him. It was the opposite of whatever attentions and slipping mutation Topaz had. Was that his brother Quartz? Elsa grabbed me from behind, her arms sliding down my chest. You going to be fine. I cupped her hands with mine, feeling her warmth let me focus away from Quartz. Yeah, those are some pretty fancy upgrades. You're amazing, Ripley. She snuggled her head into my back. I know I am. I turned to her and placed a kiss on her neck, her long hair falling on my face like a waterfall of black and white. Good luck, kiss? She leaned into me, and I really wished we had more time because I wanted a bit more than just a kiss. But as cars drove off and Ardeen and Ian scooted into the driver's seat of the van, I took a deep breath and opened up the list I'd made 1 month ago. A surge of pride followed me. Ripley's Tizian Dudzian list before the big day. August Sench TH. There was just one thing left to do. Win. Shardware capacitance, capacitance alterations, capacity, bronze IV. Effective, bronze, the 7 internal capacitance. 等于90.6%. External capacitance. 等于18%total capacitance 等于108.9%. Shardware breakdown according to grade and feature links. External shardware breakdown chapter 87 . Hey guys, 6Bs are buzzing in. Just wanted to real quick make a post now that Act R is over. I'm a guy that loves documenting the process of things, and I feel like these little infrequent posts, where I share my own thoughts on the story, would be fun to look back to. So, in Act E, Welcome to the Jungle, we got introduced to the world, character, and powered Zan system of CyberGene. Act R. Every breath you take served to really give me an opportunity to dig deeper into these characters and expose them at their ugliest. We get to see shades of Ripley's inner greed and desire with the contrasting numbness of the personality matrix, and Diana's willingness to go ahead with even the sides of her she hates if it means getting her revenge. To be honest, it wasn't until I wrote down this act that CyberGene really came glued together as a story. From this act onwards, I had every good idea of what I wanted this story to be, and in particular, its trio of villains for the first few volumes. Enter the Uncaged. I won't say too much about them, but that I wanted each of them to be multifaceted, and for each of our two protagonists to have differing relationships between all three of them. All three of them are characters I gave serious thought to, and you'll learn more about Skeleton, Soul Killer, and the Dog Whistler as the story progresses. From them came my ideas for the next 3 volumes. But that is getting ahead of ourselves. Blood and Steel is very much an origin story for our heroes, and they'll find who they are in the 3rd act. It is the most fast-paced of the 3 acts with Ripley's chapters, mostly taking place all in one day, and Diana's meeting with Soul Killer being more than what she bargained for. Here is some teasers for what to expect. Ripley and the Ardeen NEN arguing over breaking and entering methods. Diana getting 5 Dan-star meals. Soul Killer in the flesh, and flesh, and flesh. The Katana Zero soundtrack, Tendencies. Dreadwire being chased down a lot. Diana hunting with her father. Blood and Steel in all it is glorious forms. The echoes of a thunderous omen, and the weaving of webs of lies. And with an update like this, I thought I'd also let you guys know what theme songs I have for each of the characters. Ripley, as Dreadwire, gets Shapeshifter by Cell Dweller. I imagine it as him taunting cars while he zips away with the Arachnodyne. Ripley's relationship with Mirage is perfectly captured in the song, My Only by Cloudfather Diana in Act Sangon Team S. They're All Around Us by Poppy. You'll understand why next chapter. Otherwise, I feel like Smile by Wolf Alice fits her very well. As for the side Zan characters, Diamante gets Heart Zan-shaped box by Nirvana, while the Iron Devil gets the Doom soundtrack. But for a specific song I'll go for, Slayer's Paradise, Gangster's Paradise by Jeff Plays Guitar. Missy has 7 Nation Army by the White Stripes Anthony is Side Character by Cloudfathermer. Skeleton receives the Grim Reaper by King Gizzard, Thud Wizard, and Mirage. I'm going to give her multiple songs since she is, you know? Absolute Territory by Ken Ashcorp. How Could You Love Somebody Like Me by Artemis Body Prison. By Health FT Perturbator. Maybe a Doe by Banshee Mind Games by Sickick, finally. Celine gets Heads Will Roll by Yeah Yeah Yaz. Just kidding. It is actually Cheerleader by Porter Robinson. If these are a lot of songs to search for, don't worry, because they're all on the official CyberGene Vibes playlist from yours truly. And for one last thing, I'm looking into publishing CyberGene in novelization, sometime in the next year or 2, my biggest issue. And it is entirely my fault is that I wrote these books as very long, too long for any publisher to drop their wallets and invest in a giant slab of paper they don't know if they'll get returns on or not. To give you an idea, Blood and Steel is C10 Archain. The 2nd volume, which I'll only tease as TZW, is likely going to be a bit longer, considering Act I of it is about Yo Wu Li Nin Lurds, and Act 2, which I haven't finished writing yet, is about Yo Ti Din K. What I'm probably going to do is edit each act of my following volumes to be an individual book. But that doesn't quite work out for Blood and Steel, since it is 1st act, is a huge setup with very little actual plot or progression. So here is what I'm thinking. and I want to hear your input on it. I'll probably split blood and steal into 2 parts. Part E will likely be about Arbai Wushike words, which is still pretty big, starting from the beginning to the Indra Harmony and Yvette incident. But instead of immediately going to Ripley up in Metal Heaven's business, I'll reorder the chapters, so Part 1 ends with Diana. Reading Juliette Gracia is findings on the uncaged. LMK your ideas. And about that publishing business. Since we're done with Act Thicken, if you've enjoyed this novel in all twisted glory, please don't hesitate to rate, review, follow, favorite, or just talk about it. Every little bit helps a lot to get this fairly niche book out there to more people, and might convince them to take a look at it, despite being a dreaded dual Zan perspective novel. Plus, it gives me more bargaining chips against the corporate overlords of the book business, publishers. Muaha, 6Bs are buzzing off. Jian Jian Jian. Chapter Bashaba Jian Jian Jian. Chapter Bashar. Caged Souls. August Arshasen. R.D. Diana, as my thoughts began to rise from the blanket of pain. They just as quickly slithered back into the agonizing darkness. I don't remember much, but I was being moved somewhere in a car, I think. The next time my eyes opened, it was someone putting something in my mouth. It was bitter and tiny, a pill that melted on my tongue. I couldn't grasp any of the facial features of who put it there, except the eyes, entirely red with white irises and pupils, just like the lieutenant's had been, like Simon Jugosla, like mine had been. Next, my body was being moved roughly. Someone was speaking over, but the words were mushy to my ears. My arms were being restrained in metal, and I was forced to walk into a cell. Everything hurt. Everything was blurry. But that tiny mattress on the floor seemed like heaven the moment I collapsed onto it. Opening my eyes, my body groaned as it openly became aware of something wrestling inside. I don't remember much of what had happened. I'd breathed in some pollen from the red spider lily, and it acted as a mutagen. Soul Zan forfeit. It was a titanium grade mutation? Looking around my cell, it was bare bones and quiet. Just a mattress and a toilet. The door to my cell was thick and heavy, the kind I'd seen in my police manuals for high Zan security prisons. The wall it was placed in was made of a warp, Zan-reinforced 1 Zan-way window that I bet even a gold Zan-grade shardware arm would be unable to shatter. Looking at myself, I was still in the dress I'd worn that night. It was practically untouched. The strangest things were the 2 thick metallic cuffs, located on my arms that I recognized. Warp inhibitor restraints. I tried manipulating my gold, but the cuffs spiked in a heaviness, like my energy had gone from blowing air out my mouth to trying to make myself puke lead. To stop a gold Zan grade. These things must have been expensive. Still, I was alive. But for what reason? Soul Killer has bought me. That was what the host had said. Was Annabelle Grage my lieutenant? Soul Killer? That couldn't be right. Soul Killer had been active for a century. Was Soul Killer some kind of group then? Everyone treated them like they were one person? Then what was the truth here? Unable to find any sort of reasoning in my head, I slumped on the mattress and searched through my frame. I couldn't contact anyone. Half of all the features on it were disabled and locked. My data shield had been swapped out and... Goo, what was this nagging pain inside my nose? Being moved to a second location, I was in trouble. Yet panic evaded my mind. All I felt was a dull acceptance of the circumstances. If anything, I was more scared of what Anthony would do, and that was enough to drive me. The only thing I could still look at were my mutations, which was strange. Normally, prisoners would lose access to the implant analyzing functions of their neuroframes. Gene overview, Dentiri hostile mutagen. Titanium Zen grade sold Zen forfeit has been absorbed. Additional meta Zen mutations to mutational synergy. Reduced effects of hostile mutagen on adapter. Increased hostile mutagenic tolerance. Those flowers produced pollen that had mutagen. I gathered that much. A hostile mutagen, though. I'd never heard of it happening, but it was something my implant had been trying to reject. Clearly, it had worked. Right. My body had been moving against its will up to the stage, a mind-gen-controlling mutagen. That was a thing. I remembered feeling helpless to it, like I'd been trapped in my own body. like I'd given up my soul and it was acting to the whims of someone else. Sold and forfeit. Absorbing and cleansing it seemed to be because of my mutational synergy mutation. It had also allowed me to survive absorbing Yvette's silver sim. Truly, that mysterious mutation had been the real centerpiece of my survival all this time. Hello? Can you hear me? A speaker began to make noise. I recognized the voice, Simon Jugosla. Say something if you can hear me. I can hear you, I muttered through my teeth. Perfect, perfect. How do you like your steak? Medium zen well? Please don't say well zen done. You should have gotten some etiquette from Brian. The voice was so casual it only made me feel worse about everything. What are you talking about? I tried to search for the speaker, but any attempts to supply my eyes with warp energy was met with a sharp pain in them. Just prepping some food for you. Don't want my latest pet going hungry? Simon's calling me a pet irritated me more. I'm not your Zan. How do you want your steak, Diana? The voice cut me off, slightly annoyed in tone. Not raw. That was all I was going to let them have. Stubborn, ain't ya? Well, I'll make it fit for human consumption, for now. I'll have this body do some work. You must be feeling so trapped in there. I'll open up your door. You can talk to some of the other inmates here. They're a cheery bunch. The door slid open. And forgive me for being a little suspicious about this whole thing. I didn't understand a thing. From Ms. Himiko talking to me yesterday, revealing she was an artificial intelligence, to the lieutenant being complicit in Soul Killer's activities, I expected to have some answers. But now there were only more questions. No weapons, no access to my mutations. I stepped through that door. Walking past the other cells, they were mostly empty with the doors open, and they seemed to be lived in. I stopped, noticing crayon drawings on one wall of a cell like a child's. What was going on here? This was all too familiar. The corridor opened up to the sounds of people moving about, talking. I couldn't make it out, partly because my head still hurt, but I really wished I had a weapon before stumbling into the unknown. The last thing I expected to walk into was a large lounge filled with around 20 people, all wearing crimson jumpsuits, and with the same cuffs I had on me. They looked exactly like those kids who were being sold at the auction had. There were children here. Some of them noted my entrance, eyes hopping up to look at me. Ooh, look, she has a pretty dress. One of the girls approached me. Her eyes split between the colors of green and blue like they were fighting for dominance in her irises. You're pretty. What's your name? Diana. What was happening here? Where are your parents? The child looked away from me, almost angry. Don't have them. But we have Miss Aaliyah. Was she the one in charge of this? Can you take me to them? Sure. Her smile bubbled into my heart, and her small hand grabbed mine as she walked me along the lounge. What's your name? I asked. Never got one. But Miss Aaliyah said, I look like an Olivia. Ms. Keisel just calls me El Arsharar. Olivia brought me over to a circular couch. In front of it was an old-looking woman with dark tan skin and whitened hair playing with around 4 children of various ages. Some of the children looked wrong. Misshapen hands, fangs for teeth, boils of purple dotted on their face. Had they been simmed? They couldn't have been older than 7. This Miss Aaliyah glanced up at me, then down at my dress, then back up at my eyes, her aged face simple and unjudging. You're new? I am? What's happening here? I needed answers. What does it look like? It's a cradle. She looked around to the kids, standing up amidst them with a motherly smile. Hey kids, I'm going to talk to her. Why don't you all try and learn that song I taught you? They all shouted their best attempts at some song, but Aaliyah grabbed my arm and pulled me away from them. Don't want to talk about this in front of the kids? You smoke? Not really. It was a social thing for me. Shame, was hoping you stuffed some down your bra. They let us put in orders sometimes for them, rarely. She took me to a lonely corner, lighting up a cigarette as her finger shone a bright red, fire ignited from it. How are you using your mutations? She had cuffs just like me. Hurts like a bitch, but the nicotine's worth it. She huffed a large cloud of smoke. These cuffs can't change what's already in us, but they can make it painful to use. What year is it outside? Year? How long had she been here? Shit! She brought the cigarette up to her lips again. Swarm's getting closer. Wonder what'll happen to this joint. What even is this place? Like I said, Kaisel calls it an unofficial cradle. She's the big woman in of this joint, one of Soul Killer's favorite puppets. You know about them? Soul Killer, you know about them? Was a reporter. Aaliyah huffed again, tried to do the right thing, tell real stories, and dig up some old graves. Next thing I knew, I lost everything. My job, my marriage, and my kids was on the street for a year in Launten Sibite Wu, I think. Yeah, I was looking up on Soul Killer, but one day I was just up and knocked unconscious. Kaisel said I wasn't going to live long, but I made myself useful with the kids, kept them from getting too rowdy. They let me live cusses of that. So it's basically been my job ever since to keep these kids stable. She looked tired. If I understood right, she'd been down here for Arshar years. Biting my tongue, I decided to be honest. I'm a police investigator. I was looking into him when a flower took control of me. Red bud with a whole lot of petals. She offered me her cigarette. I took it. Yeah, a red spider lily. Yup, that's how they get you. One huff of that and they can control your body and mind. Make you do things, forget things. It's how they keep us under control. We're all just a part of them. Soul Killer. Is that what happens when your eyes become red? They control you? I tasted the bitter ash of the cigarette against my lips. Not just then. That's just when it's the most powerful, though. Honestly, I think that whole Aidzan changing thing is used to strike fear. They can influence the tiniest decisions you make. I don't know how he does it, but we're never truly in control. Slowly she smiled as her eyes crept red. I gulped, realizing that Soul Killer was talking to me, using Alia's body like a biological proxy. Her voice was exactly the same, but where there had been jaded exhaustion was now a tone of jovial curiosity. You're an inquisitive one. Well, you heard it right. I'm in all of their heads. In a sense, not quite aperfectived in mind yet, but maybe one day I'll get there. Well, if my boss allows it. As for now, how are you finding the place? I try to make it hospitable, but I very rarely find anyone who is cradleborn to judge. It's accuracy. They're typically too far up for me to replace. Soul Killer. I put the cigarette down. You're controlling these people. Control. Becoming. Manipulating. What's the difference? Alia's hands raised into the air. I'm just doing my job, Diana. Same as you. Well, not really, but you get me. I don't. I wasn't liking this first, Ms. Himiko, and now him. Them? What are you trying to do? Understand implants, how to control them, they answered honestly. Whole lot of unknowns in those tiny orbs. Don't blame an individual for getting inquisitive to their secrets. Secrets require experiments. Experiments require bodies. Is this some kind of lab? Please? This is just where I grow my crops? My farm. Soul Killer took the cigarette from my hands, taking a good puff of the smoke and coughing. Always hated these. Never understood why you'd put such a foul thing in your body. Where was I? If they're interesting, I ship them for further testing. If they aren't, I sell them. Simple as that. A farm. Then what am I doing here? Trying to determine which one you are. Wasn't sure why Mr. R decided not to send that mal to its original destination, but that thing was special. Not just because it was gold. You know about my implant. So the uncaged were the ones planning to attack the precinct? Oh, I know quite a bit about it, but not everything. I know it was quite the prized possession of my boss, and that he had big plans for it. Then he changed his mind. Why is the real question? He's being cryptic, but you're involved in it. He didn't say anything to us other than to keep you alive for some of his future plans. But, oh well. We can't help ourselves if you're such interesting creatures. You and what did Skeleton say his name was? I didn't want to correct this thing. So that's why you haven't killed me. Your boss said so. This, Mr. R, it was bad enough having Soul, Killer, and Ogwisserus cryptic identities. Now there's another one, precisely. Soul Killer snapped their fingers. Can't kill you. so I'll be keeping you here for the foreseeable future. For what fucking purpose? And Dan, you're controlling the lieutenant. I needed whatever information I could. I wanted to punch this bastard's brain out, but how could I? When this wasn't even his body. Nothing much, just think of it like avocation. I'll be taking care of you, feeding you, observing you. As for the lieutenant, it's complicated. I've had a deal with her father since forever. Jacob Grage. I bit my lips. There's a reason he was so powerful. A grin creeped up on Aaliyah's face, proud and sniveling. Imagine it. He gets information from my hidden sleeper agents inside those manchild gangs, and he lets me run free under his nose. I stayed silent. I knew the former lieutenant was in some shady businesses. But was Soul Killer the cornerstone for the whole operation? Ha! You remind me of Juliet. When she got too close to the truth, I had to tear her sister away. Soul Killer smirked before clenching their jaw so hard a tooth chipped. Juliet's been taken care of since, but Annabelle's not quite where I want her to be. She has her uses, but she's disposable. That momentary anger was laughed away in an abrupt moment. Oh well, that's what experiments are for. Not everyone could resist my flowers the way you did. What'd the mutation stop at? They didn't know I cleansed it out. I lied as easily as breathing. 500 Damn! Soul Killer stomped his leg. I really was thinking it'd go higher. Tetch. I'll figure it out soon enough. Your meal's almost done anyway. Then I'll see what entertainment I can prepare for you. I want to learn everything about your sim. As they said their last message, the red crept away as Alia's eyes returned to normal. She took a puff of the cigarette. A confused eyebrow raised. Weren't you holding this? You didn't feel it. I felt my skin tingle. Feel what? Your eyes turned red. Soul Killer was talking through you. I hated wearing a sleeveless dress like this. My goosebumps were entirely too visible. Oh, she sighed. Hasn't done it to me in years. It's freaky, isn't it? I didn't even know it. I feel like you should be more scared. I took the cigarette. I needed it more. I was in the beginning now. I can't fight it. So why fear something I can't do anything against? They don't hurt me. They just change me. In a way, life here was better than it was up there. I don't particularly like it, but after all these years, it's become the life I've known more. Who enjoys life in the first place? Her words uncomfortably resonated with my heart. I wesheled fight this. Someone needed to. What was going to happen to these people? To me? We would be sold, tested on. Live to be either lab rats, cattle, or caretakers? I laughed. Something about this. It felt exactly like how it was back at the cradle. Back with Brian Ulrich. By the way, Aaliyah put a hand on my shoulder. There are some rules. Number 1, fighting's allowed. Hell, they don't care as long as you don't kill them. Now remember, some of us are okay. No one here is fine. We're all fucked in the head and have found our own ways to compensate. Don't trust anybody, not even me. You never know if it's them or Soul Killer you're talking. Half the time they don't know. Number 2, mealtime is strict. Even after these years, I still don't get it, but they calculate our dietary intake exactly. Everyone here is fed something tailored to them. Number 3, don't miss your meals. I've seen what they do in retaliation. What happens if you try to ignore them? You won't like it. Number 4, if you're someone they're interested in, they'll take you away sometimes for testing. It has been 2 decades since I did it, and showed no results then. If you don't do well, they ship you away to God knows where. If you do, they'll at least keep you alive. Number 5, Aaliyah isn't my real name. It's just the identity I chose here. Call everyone by what they either want you to call them, or by their inmate number. Don't prod more. The name just brings back painful memories. Think up of something new to be called, or else just stick to your number when you get it. Number 6, keep your mutations and implant a secret. Some of us will. Try things. I nodded, not entirely following everything she said, but trying to digest it enough. There was no way in hell I was spending years down here. Not even a fucking month. Not a name. I asked myself more, thinking, call me Silver Yai. Zin zin zin. Chapter 89, 渐渐渐. Chapter 87, Synergistic Developments, Diana. I decided to distract myself by spending time with the children rather than most of the adult inmates here, other than Aliyah. Most of them seemed off, like they were stuck in a permanently dreamed and induced state. They ignored me if I ignored them, I quickly realized. When one of the kids had his eyes turned red, I felt my fear drill through me. A creepy smile grew, full of fangs on the child. Aliyah had named Eddie. Your meal is ready. Head upstairs, third door on the left. Keeping myself solid, I nodded, while every bit of me wanted to rebel right now. The fact was that I didn't have access to my powers at all. I was weak. Somehow, I'd need to find a way to recover my abilities before I could think of breaking out of here. Entering the door to the meal hall, it was more like one of those prison phones and call booths, neatly ordained stalls lined up against a wall with glass panels that seemed to allow communication with whoever was on the other side. I walked until I found Simon Jugoslaw on the other side of the panel. Am I talking to Simon or Soul Killer? I said as I took a seat. On the other side of the panel, Simon had a nice platter of steak with him. Simon! The man responded with a mischievous smile. Been a while, Diana. Since you and I talked, was really surprised when Brian Ulrich's daughter was there in the table. How'd you figure out I work with them? Tungwellisher wanted to steal you away for what? I don't know. He's dead. Right. I believe your police pal Quireman shot him. The red flashed in his eyes, then disappeared. You just let them do that to you. I bit down on my teeth hard. Oh, that. I don't even remember anything. Besides, giving myself up to Soul Killer has only worked out in my favor. They let me really employ artistic talents in a way no one else allows. It's protection, in a way. He opened a trapdoor on his side, sliding the steak dish underneath so that it appeared in a hollow imprint on my side. Cannibalism? I eyed the meat suspiciously. Well, only if they suit my taste, he smiled. It's an acquired one, so relax. I'm not feeding you anyone's mother, father, or child. Premium meat there, the best in the world. Dig in, we'll talk over. I don't even know what time this is. Lunch, dinner? The meat had a distinctly barnyard smell to it, fresh and supple when I prodded it with my fork. A plastic fork. They were being careful. All meals are supervised. Don't want you taking a weapon with you, even if it's degrading plastic. Simon smiled. So, I get that you work for Soul Killer, but you also are Soul Killer. When they want me to be. He casually responded. You sold your body for what? I cut into the meat, the smell only intensifying my hunger. I was in deep shit. He carelessly threw his arms back, got caught refining less than legal meat. Soul Killer turned out to be controlling one of my clients. We made a deal. He liked my food and wanted me on his team to help circulate some mutagen. I got to continue doing what I love and make a lot more money out of it while greeting clients from the top of the list. What's more to say? It's not like they're in my head all the time. I don't get how that works. How are you even connected to him? I took the bite as much as I wanted to resist it. The steak was delicious. I don't know the specifics of a goddamn titanium mutagen, he laughed. All I know is that when you arrived at the restaurant that night, Annabelle's little parasite contacted me to drag you to the auction. You were supposed to go to Ms. Himiko, then something you did change things. You resisted it, sold and forfeit. So Soul Killer bought me. From themselves. Officially, I entered that auction independently, but let's just say the money went around in a circle. He leaned on the table. What is this place, Simon? A farm. He smiled sadistically through the panel, then his eyes sunk in, white amidst red. I thought I told you. Soul Killer spoke with a chilling voice. Do you know how many people in New California choose bugs over Sims? Why the fuck would I care about something like that? The answer is Bifenjalucia Sidbug and Bifenjasenchalu Sim. Soul Killer smiled. Why? Because Sims are more difficult to improve upon. Unlike a bug, they are inebriated with what those less educated call randomness. Bugs get an assignment of char features, which you can then improve upon with extra chardine. A nanalyze bug will always be a nanalyze bug, but a sim that shines your hair could grow to make it metallic. Or maybe allow you to produce Hydrangea quality oil through your pores, or Maybe it will remain shiny hair. People think mutations can't be controlled, measured, manipulated. I'm different. I chewed the meat, not bothering to finish swallowing as I spoke. You're trying to learn how to induce specific sim development? Not quite. Implants as a whole are a messy topic. I'm but an adventurer on the path to great treasure. It's one thing to hold power over your own implant, another thing to have power over another's. Yet you managed to do it. I stopped eating. Eat, Diana. You'll need the energy. He put both hands up to rest his chin. As for your statement, astute, but incorrect. I simply provide myself a back door to people's bodies. The exact methods of how I operate are hushed and hush, but you'll come to join it in time. My silver eyes met their soulless gaze. I won't let you. You don't have that choice, Silver Eye. Let's see how long that name befits you. He flicked a switch on his side of the table. A red mist sizzled from above and to the side of me. I dove backwards, but my eyes lit up as I'd already taken a breath of the stuff into me. Hostile mutagen identified, sold and forfeit, 1%. It's a quicker acting strain. Soul Killer explained through Simon's body takes quite a bit to produce. 18%, 35%, 49%. My head throbbed. My body walked back where the mist was still dispersing in the air, taking a deep breath of it in. 78%, 89%, 95%, 99%, 99%, 98%. I felt stolen, like my mind was fading away as seconds lost meaning. It was so easy to drift off and forget. How does it feel? It feels amazing, my body said without me thinking it. 96%, 92%, 84%, 63%, 41%. You can't do this. I slipped control back into me. Huh? Soul Killer leaned in, practically squishing Simon's face into the glass. 96%, 100%. Hostile mutagen cleansed. Mutational synergy has reached 90% development. Additional meta-Zan mutations formed. The adapter can better digest high-grade mutagenic material. Increased absorption speed of mutagenic material. Warp energy can be recovered by ingesting mutagenic material. How'd you do that? I feel nothing from you. Soul Killer strained his voice as he pushed into the glass, like he was trying to break through it. Fascinating. Very, very fascinating. Whatever mutational synergy was doing to me, it was saving me from becoming their puppet. It also built me up. Tiny strands of violent black had entered my system. Titanium warp energy. Even in this minuscule amount, it throbbed through my body, leaving an imprint of itself over the golden power coursing within me. Grade is now gold the second. It wasn't a massive boost to me, but it was definitely there. Whereas before, manipulating my energy had felt like it was made of stone, now it had crumbled into sand. Sand that I could very lightly blow on to move, my heartbeat as electricity flowed up my eyes in small trickles. Oh, you look scary now. I really want to figure you out. Soul Killer laughed in Simon's body, and then the doors opened up to have 6 people enter the room. All of them were inmates. All of them had soulless eyes. I could barely react before one of them shot their arm at me, the limbs stretching like rubber to grow and pound me into a wall. Another 3 acted in unison, their bodies shifting as grotesque malformations of tendrils or bones and spears tried to pierce me. I struck them, dispersing all of the strength I'd managed to recover. Their bodies bent and blew back, but that didn't stop the mindless husks from continuing their assault. Aaliyah was the last person to attack, a fire burning up her arm which healed as fast it was being scorched. A warm breath of flame erupted in my direction. It engulfed everything, and I could do nothing but take the brunt of its agonizing heat as there was nowhere to go. That steady flamethrower was only matched by my own regenerative abilities, but the little energy I could manipulate wasn't enough to give me the ease to walk through. Blades pierced my legs, the other 5 inmates still attacking me even as their skin turned to ash. Those soulless eyes showed no pain. I collapsed to the ground. The fire that had spread through the room, quenched in an unnatural second by Aaliyah. Even my clothes had stopped burning, but they were tattered up and ruined. Everything hurt. One of the inmates spoke to me as they slapped up new cuffs on me, but I knew who was talking through them. That should keep your warp energy busy. Now, how about you finish up your meal? I watched as their bodies cleansed off the burns like they were simple stains. That speed of regeneration. Even the toughness of their bodies was anything unlike an iron's or even a bronze. These were like silver Zen-grade mutations, at the very least. Especially that flame power of Aaliyah's Esper abilities got gradually more intense the higher the grade, and to summon and dismiss flames like that had to be powerful. The new cuff stopped my warp energy in its tracks, squeezing it to a standstill. "You bastard!" I rose to my feet, but the scorched cloth had melted into my wounds to leave every movement painful. "What the fuck is wrong with you?" "Too much, Diana." The inmates all laughed with their crimson eyes, even Alia. "I'm just a curious soul. Don't worry about your wounds. I have just the thing for it. You're going to need it. I have a feeling you and I will get along. Very well?" I grit my teeth as they all left. But a seventh inmate dropped a red jumpsuit along a small vial. "Mutagen, take it. It's a silver Zen-grade regeneration mutagen. Your current capabilities are already impressive, but you're going to need more if you want to survive this place." Simon Jugoslav's body said from beyond the glass wall. "What if I don't?" I yelled back, agony pinching at my vocal cords from the heated air I'd breathed in. "Then I do this." He clicked a button, and the red mist peered from every corner of the room. A slower, but stronger variant. Beifinger R, Beifinger Sen, Beifinger Wu, Beifinger T. There was no place to go where I couldn't breath it in. And my own body was too damaged to escape this. Beifinger Shirba, Beifinger Arshir. I grit my teeth as my arms began to move and crawl, dragging me towards the vial. No, fuck. I didn't know what was in there. I didn't even know what sort of mutagen it really was. Yet, it was now in my hands. I tore my gaze away, hoping that if Soul Killer could see through my body, that they wouldn't be able to tell where my arm was aiming the vial. Beifinger Senshaba. Beifinger Sisher. I felt the cold needle stick into my leg, expertly aimed at the femoral artery. The cold liquid spiked into my body, sending a sharp shock up towards my heart. Tier I silver mutagen detected. Vampiristic regeneration. Lu gene capacity. The adapter's body will always be regenerated to a state of perfect vitality. By absorbing the warp energy of another adapter's, the adapter can improve their own regenerative capabilities. If the adapter does not regularly absorb others' energy, then they begin to consume their own. Hostile mutagen detected. Beifinger Liu Shirar. Fuck. It was something that was boosting the soul Zen forfeit mutagen's strength. Mutational synergy has reached Beifinger by development. Gold mutational synergy is reacting with silver mutation. Vampiristic regeneration have converged into the Tier I gold mutation. Mutagenic drain. Mutagenic drain, EGC. The adapter's body will always be regenerated to a state of perfect vitality using their own warp energy. They can forcefully absorb mutagenic material by draining another's warp energy. This has the effect of significantly improving the adapter's strength and regeneration. This also naturally boosts the development of all other mutations. Beifinger Censure, Beifinger Sure. Hostile mutagen has been drained. Energy is now Bronze Eye Iron Zen-grade energy boon. Warp energy activity in producing electrical output or control is more efficient. Mutagenic drain is now at Beifinger C development. I stopped breathing as the world's fist unclenched, its grip on me. I'd absorbed the hostile mutagen, cleansed it by absorbing it. There was a lot that had to be unpacked right now. For one mutational synergy had just converged with the new vampiristic regeneration mutation I'd been injected it. It forcefully regenerated them to perfect vitality by draining their warp energy constantly. That explained why they healed so quickly. I'd also got an Iron Zan grade boon for my energy. I'd heard of them from Dr. Faltist, but they were unique for each adapter, so it didn't get talked about too much. It was just a fact of development. Not willing to test it while I was this weak, I recovered myself. My wounds were already beginning to heal, though it made me queasy as my internal stores rippled down into a sinkhole to compensate. So this was what it meant to drain your own warp energy. Strange. Soul Killer and Simon's body began rubbing their chin. Hetch, fine. I'll ruin this game of mine. Normally I like trying to guess mutations at a glance, but you have something I'm not familiar with. A deviant. Soul Killer chewed his own teeth as he said the last two words. But he brought in another two inmates. One of them strangely seemed to be bug adapter, a rarity here. There was a dullness in their movements compared to the other, entirely organic person as they approached. Simon's body spoke on behalf of them. Your frame is concealed. Teach not to worry. I'll just get Dog Whistler here, Dog Whistler. Simon leaned back on his chair as his eyes flashed under a communications protocol. Then something strange happened to the bug adapter. They flinched as though a needle had been stabbed into them. The redness in those eyes faded away, but remained entirely white now. What in the name of the founders? Diana, the bug adapter said with a smile. Finally nice to meet you face to face. I caught my own breath. Of course, there were two Mind Zen controlling nut jobs in the Uncaged, one for Sims and the other for bugs. Though this seemed closer to a proxy protocol than whatever Soul Killer was managing. Dog Whistler. I took a deep breath in, prepared to run. Then they waved her hand over me. Black and white sparks burned out of it as wires spurned from the man's arm with tiny hooks and claws. I summoned what strength my organic body had, which was still plenty to punch the arm away. But the second inmate intervened with a slick stab into my arm with elongated nails. It froze up, paralyzed under a freezing pain. Again, my warp energy began to burn itself to neutralize the venom, but it had seized my body enough to freeze me up. Those tiny hooks and claws slithered over to my eyeball, hesitantly slowing. You don't have a visible frame nor a lens, Dog Whistler said with annoyance through the man. But you still have some way to remotely access your frame's updates. Ah, in your eyelids. I tried to scream, but the last thing I remembered before it was all too painful to handle was the needle growing larger as it speared into my eye. Jianzhen chapter Jiushi. Jianzhen chapter Jiushi. Jianzhen chapter Bashashi. Memories down the drain August. Diana, I don't know how long I was out when I woke up in that cell again. My burnt clothes were drenched in blood and sweat now. I felt groggy and disgusting. Worse than when I was homeless, running my hand over my eyes. They felt fine, but they'd gotten access to the projectors under my eyelids. Used its connection to my frame to steal out my mutational development information. Soul Killer knew what I had now. Mutational synergy had created mutagenic drain. My body felt weak, tired. The flame in my heart was now a weak sputtering of strength. The mutation was reducing my ability to regenerate my energy at the expense of healing from my wounds, and absorbing other mutagenic sources by draining warp energy from others. Dianella! Good morning, the speakers chimed cheerfully. Apologies for the violence yesterday. I was in a bad mood due to your resistance to my power, though. All's forgiven. That sim of yours sure ended up being interesting. A parallel convergence is unheard of. And a deviant mutation like a mutational synergy. I'm surprised you aren't in Tier 2 right now. Soul Killer's excitement made me feel worse about all of this. Anyways, I really want to see what your mutations can do. Absorbing mutagenic material directly? You're probably starved of warp energy right now? Don't worry. I have a gift for you. First, take a shower, then change your clothes. I'll be waiting for you in Kaisel's office. I pushed myself out of the mattress, finding a folded jumpsuit on the floor next to me. I exited into the corridor. Everyone else's doors were closed, and the glass screens were blacked out. They must be sleeping. Entering that lounge, I found a sign for the showers and took the warm belch of water as a relaxing voyage from what was happening to me right now. How long have I been down here? What was the plan to escape? For all my life, I'd been the one sending bad guys to jail. In one was the last place I expected. It was a relief for clean clothes, as much as I liked the dress. I mostly felt guilty for ruining one of Anthony's memories of his mother by leaving it burnt. Making my way up the stairs, I found the office of Dr. Keisel. With no choice but to enter it, there was a lone woman waiting there, her skin and life fresh as long blonde hair flowed down the side of her face. "Diana, I've heard a lot about you." "Who am I speaking to right now?" I didn't move to the chair there. "Soul Killer isn't using my head right now, if that's what you want to know." She raised her hand to the chair invitingly. "Take a seat. Tell me more about you." More about me. Reluctantly, I sat on the chair, compared to everything else here. Its softness was akin to a heaven-sent cloud. You should know enough already. "I know about the official records. Yes, you're a third Zan rank investigator with a gold sim, possessing the abilities to absorb electricity and empower yourself with it, and the ability to have unique interactions with mutagenic material." She smiled at me. "Why are you working for them?" I didn't feel like I had anything to tell her. "Why?" She flicked a pencil onto her ear. "Because I always have. I love Soul Killer. They raised me since I was a child, made me into who I am." "You grew up in a place like this?" "It's wonderful, isn't it? He really brings out the best in us." Dr. Keisel rolled her chair back, taking joy in the movement. It's not too dissimilar from how you grew up, but I feel so much pain from you, Diana." I gritted my teeth. "Yeah, I'm not exactly where I want to be." "Nope, not just from here. From everywhere." Her gaze followed me deeply, her eyes still entirely human with brown hues. But they sucked me in like a vortex as they flashed red, crimson. I blinked, and I was back home. Home, Seven Woods, New Washington. The chilly air of this forest was something I'd never forget. The humidity of forest smells inviting a vitality into my lungs. It was like I really was back. "Now aim steady. Draw a deep breath." I shuddered hearing that voice. Scared, I looked to my right. Yorick Jones, my father, big in all the wrong places. A large beard that always covered his joyful smile, warm hands that made me yearn to hug him. He was there, and so was I. A tinier version of me dressed in actual shirts and pants compared to the white overalls of my cradle, pigtails holding up my silver hair as I aimed a heavy hunting rifle above shrubbery. A deer foraging in the distance of the thick woods. I cringed. My hold was unsteady and it rattled worse than a sonic rifle. Yet, as the tiner me pulled the trigger and took the recoil like a champ, the deer was shot square in the neck and leaped off away. My father chased it down, grabbing tiny Zan Mi by the arms. "Ha! I knew you could do it. You were worth every bit." We found the deer bleeding out. My father took out his knife, holding it up to my shaking arms. "I don't want to." My voice was broken. Looking at the deer's dying breath, I'd Zan. I couldn't end it. "You have to." My father placed his arms on my shoulder, getting down to look me in the eye. "This world is killed, Zan, or Zan be Zan, killed. You have to be willing to kill anything, even those close to you." This is how you build that mentality. Staring at the scene, I couldn't help but feel a discomfort. My father was right, as he usually was, but then the scene vanished. I was standing amidst rows of neatly organized children that stretched across the whole auditorium hall. There could have been nearby of us. No, I remembered the exact number. For the batch of Launton Sibebasha, only Yoaryel of the Lutsiba of you were eligible to move on to Stage R of our Cradles program for you. Those of you whose identification has been called out, please come to the stage where you will be formally named. A woman called Proctor Christine. I could never forget that name. 6 Jan Yeards and old Jan Mi stood to my side, her silver eyes focused and nervous. This was her chance. The identification numbers were called out. Sar Shaba, you will now be known as Harriet. D Sharar, you will now be known as Sterling. B Sishasu, you will now be known as Lyra. L Zoshar, you will now be known as Diana. Tears welled in my 6 Yeards and old self's eyes as she left the remaining children to head on stage next to those who were given this opportunity. H. Liu Shiwu, you will now be known as Wavette. The girl who would become my best friend moved on stage next to me. a proud smile on her face. She saluted next to me, but her eyes settled on me. I like your hair. I didn't say anything to her. We weren't supposed to talk. I said I like it. Little me stayed silent. What's your name? Was this girl deaf? It agitated the younger me enough that I whispered back. You heard it. I'm forgetful. The younger Yvette whispered even though we both looked forward, saluting. Forgetful. There was no way she was forgetful. We needed a Bifendratioshimaus core to get on this stage. Diana, my younger self whispered with an annoyance. I'm yet. I knew that. I didn't respond any further, but it wasn't until a few moments had passed where Yvette spoke again. You're pretty, you want to be my girlfriend, right? Yvette said that I was the reason her taste in romance was filled by people who were rude and dismissive to her. I always thought it was the nice one. The white melted away into brown. The comforts of my cabin seeped into me like a comfortable sunbath. Of course you got your cut of the deal. My father screamed in his office. I never doubled and crossed you. I took a deep breath. Little me did, as a screen in front of me played a scene from my favorite show at the time, some drama about cybernetic vampires. Another voice retaliated back, Michael Nurin, one of my father's old partners back when he had worked in the startup genes and therapy clinic he sold to Imperium. Bullshit, you didn't. I knew something was off with how the deal happened. You ran off without a word. You fucked us up, man. You can't do this. You know what I can do. My father's voice, I never liked it when it was loud. It rarely did. But when it was, he was different. You can't do shit. All of us have evidence against you. This life you've lived for yourself is all based on lies. Some fucking CEO you were. No wonder you were buying out our shares. Who else knew we were selling out? Huh? I've earned millions for us. My father threw out a punch on the wall. Little Zan, me took a sharper breath. It'll be ours soon. Michael stormed out of the room, taking an apologetic look to me. I'm sorry your father turned out to be such a vile man. I'm sorry. He left, but little Zanmi just took in another breath. He saved me. He's not a bad man. He didn't pay to Sadzan. Michael looked like he'd said too much, and left our cabin. Time flashed forward. My father's cheeks rosy under the influence of alcohol. How your grades? I passed all my courses on top benchmarks, I happily responded. You should be Shirwu now. You think you can get early admission into a shard op school? He took a swig from the bottle. Shard operating? Little Zanmi looked at the man with wide eyes. I don't want that. That means I have to get a bug. You'll do it for me. He looked back at the bottle, shame in his eyes. Those men want to take our money. There's a good chance they can. If you get into a good school with a scholarship in the next year, shard ops, the good ones. Make a lot of money. You could save us. I wanted to save him, like he saved me. I'll do my best. Months vanished in the blink of an eye. My results were waiting for me right there. I was rejected from every single one. Too young! That can't be it! My father yelled as he stared into the screens. Your grades are good, right? Excellent. I was the top scorer in my NET institute. Then, fuck. It must have been that you weren't studying far enough. Maybe we should get you a bug. I'll find a bronze one for you. I don't want a bug, Dad. I raised my voice at him. I'd Zanai like my body. This isn't about what you like. I've always tried my best to raise you up well. Can't you see that in need you to do this? If you don't, then fuck. I can't believe they won. Nothing, he snapped, but his eyes turned to me with fear. Diana, you care about me? Of course I do, Dad. I ran my hand up to his arm. He closed his eyes. I care about you too a lot, remember that? The walls shrunk down, and eyes that I never wanted to see again were staring back at me. Silver eyes, Brian Ulrich's eyes. The limousine was tiny, some nice food plated in front of us. A screen read out to me the details of my transfer. Are you out of your mind? I don't care if you're my biological father. A me that wasn't so little now yelled out. At 17, I was being stolen away from the life I knew. You're a fucking stranger. You can't just expect me to give up everything. I can, and you will. Brian Ulrich would be described as handsome by many around him. a pristine jawline, and blonde locks that were perfect in volume and texture. He was exactly the kind of man you'd expect to see as having it all. "Let me out!" I grabbed the Dordzan handle. It didn't budge. "No, you're going to enjoy this new life. I'll give you things Yorick could have never given you." He pushed the contract closer to me. "Besides, I didn't steal you." 2 lines on the contract highlighted. "You took advantage of him," I yelled back. "That is what you see." Brian Ulrich softened in his chair, but there was an annoyance in his eyes. "In time, you will understand the truth. I'm not going to be staying with you." I tried to yank the Dordzan handle beyond its limits, but a silver Zan grade car was stronger than most tanks. "You will. Your life as Diana Ulrich begins now," he said with sternness. "Do not worry. Everything will be taken care of. You don't need to worry about anything." "I am Diana Jones." I remained defiant. "No, you aren't." Brian Ulrich leaned closer. "Not anymore." The me viewing this memory, could barely hold my shaking fists back from punching him down. But before that opportunity could arise, I was on the streets of New California. I stared to the ground, where I knew I would find myself. The snow had piled high, and my body was frozen so bad that I was too tired to even shiver anymore. A gun was hidden underneath my coat, which I'd been forced to steal last week after I saw a drunken bar brawl. It was oversized and did a poor job of protecting me, but it was these cold nights out in the pleasure lanes where those in self-zanned heating jackets indulged in the finer experiences of life. Maybe one could take some mercy on my fall from the heavens, but mostly they just asked how much for a night. "Hold on. You guys go on ahead. I need to check something." A woman detached from her group of friends. I thanked the founders that there were some nice people in this world. Even a single iron shard could help change my conditions. At least get me a meal. "Deanna? Is that you?" I'd recognize that hair anywhere. I'd always recognized that hair, and those eyes. I knew those eyes were familiar when we walked past. "That you? Silvirage?" My gaze popped to the woman who had spoken to me. Her flawless skin blended into her fur coat of black, and those hazel eyes were striking and beautiful. Somewhere. I remembered them, and she knew my name. One of the girls in the group broke apart, calling to the woman showing me charity. "Yvette, honey, I love your blossoming charity, but please don't flirt with a bum of all things. Diana, Silver Eye." Yvette didn't take a second to tear her attention off me. "Is that you?" "Yvette. H. Lushawul." My memory was still as flawless as ever. "It's me." "What are you, Dan? Stand up." She grabbed my arms, practically tearing me out of the filthy jacket I'd had to live in. "Take this. Wear it." I can't, Zan." She forced the jacket into my arms. "Wear it, Diana." She looked almost pissed that I'd rejected it. "I'm training to be in the police now, so you better do as you're told." "Just kidding." Unsure, I slid my arms into the sleeves of that coat, the warmth of its internal linings melting away the pain and exhaustion of the last month. Shamefully, I looked at her. "Thank you." "Yvette!" That woman who'd been calling for Yvette before popped in, looking angry at the whole ordeal. "Honey, why are you giving some Tarzan? You looked pretty as a child." Yvette purred. "Now you're straight sexy." "What?" Yvette's girlfriend tried to drag her away, but she planted her feet and pulled me in for a hug. Even though it was a cold January, I'd never been so warm in my life. Then the scene flicked away. I was still holding Yvette, but now her body was lifeless and cold, dead with scorch marks running up from her frame. "Yvette," I called, both me and my counterpart. Ripley and Twilight, or was it Mirage walking in down at that moment? The scene flicked away. Abrupt and disorienting. "Rorsch." My counterpart said to Ripley in Little Requiem, her eyes aflame under rage. "Kendrick Rorsch. She. It might not have been him who ordered Indra to do that, but he drove her there. I'll make him pay." The world around me twisted back to my call with Dr. Faltist. It was the night I'd taken Yvette's implant within me. "I need you to contact my father." "Are you sure?" "I need his connections." "Okay." A minute passed, and my neuroframe pinged up with a call. Brian Ulrich. Regretfully, I picked it up. Not every day your estranged daughter tries to contact you. How's life down there? He sounded cheerful, and it dug knives into my back. Both of my backs. Forget the chit-chat. I need you to do something for me. I sat on my bed, but I was far from comfortable. Oh, now you want to enjoy the benefits of your name? I'm listening. I could hear the smug smile on his face from here. Kendrick Rorsch is sexually abusive to women in the precinct. What else is new? He got my best friend killed. Yet. I know who she is. That is why you were in Little Requiem. He tensed the later half of his speech. Did Skeleton cut you a deal or something? No, Dan. I hated this. He knew so much about what was going on, but didn't care one bit. Is after meself. He helped, yes, but I want Rorschach dead. I can arrange that. Brian said easily, too easily. Okay. I chuckled. A better idea came to me. Actually, let's do something else. Let's strip him of everything he has. His power, his reputation, his implant. Leave him so weak like how he made others feel. Now I can see my genes in you. Brian Ulrich chuckled back. I'm frankly proud. I don't care. You'll do it. If I get something in return, he said with a teasing note. Just address me by who I am to you. Really am. Looking at my former self, I wish I could scream at her not to, but at that moment, anything was worth getting Rorsch removed. Okay, Dad, that's my daughter. I'll have him taken care of. Doesn't matter how big of a show you make it. Just don't kill him with that gold of yours. You know, if you wanted one, you didn't need to piss off Neocore for it. Tusk's been raving about getting it back. I can supply you a gold if you come back. You gave me another reason not to come back. I'm not giving up me gold. My counterpart steeled her voice. Brian sighed over the call. Well, Tusk is one of the few people who won't listen to me, but I can keep them from getting too involved once you come back to me. I'm not. I heard him take that same tone he usually did when I acted up, dismissing what I'd said like it was nothing. You'll stop playing this game eventually. You could honestly fit in anywhere. Why take the hard route of the police? Not that I have much to say without being a hypocrite since I'm their representative to the corporate nations. Still, they're borderline useless. The gangs keep as much peace as they do. Why do you work for them then? Money? Reputation? Power? Of course you do. And now to keep you from getting killed. Won't be long until a bounty is placed on you. Brian tensed his voice. You'll make dangerous enemies. Ones that I can't easily intercept. So you admit you're not invincible. I took joy in saying that, and I took joy in watching me say that. Yes, Diana, even with Miditaniemsim, I'm not invincible. You'd be wise to remember that with your gold. His words seared both of me, even with a gold. My father still stood above me. Yeah. All right. I get it. Are we done? I clicked the prompt to end the call. One last thing. He somehow to call going despite that. Don't make an enemy of those who refuse to be caged. I didn't get it then. But as the call disconnected and the next memory flashed forward, I shuddered. He knew, all right? Then he knew I was taken by one. I laughed as Tungwellisher's jaw burst apart. Maybe making two titaniums fight would take out both of them. Soul Killer and my dad. The memories only ceased once I felt calmer, less deranged by my situation. Dr. Keisel stared at me with interest. How was it? You're a psionic esper. I looked at her. The ability to manipulate minds was coveted among all mutations. Even an iron-grade mutagen could sell for 1,000,000 shardine. Are you how he controls all these people? Nope. She shook her head. Then her eyes turned red and soulless. You're not off the wrong mark, though. Great, you're here. What was this all about? Trying to read my mind. I didn't ask for a psychologist meeting with my head. Relax, Emily can't exactly see your memories, but she can bring them to your attention. Relive, as I've heard others describe. A powerful mutation, but not one that works too well for information gathering. Other than a few vague mutters about your dad and whatever, we didn't get much. We just needed you in working order. Working order, I snickered. You're angry? Good, good. You want something to fight. Yeah, I admitted. Perfect.